The Dragon Ball Super Galactic Patrol Prisoner Arc is the first major arc to follow the events of both Dragon Ball Super's Tournament of Power and the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie that not only introduced us all to a new, freshly unique and diverse story, but had also reintroduced previous elements that were missing within the Dragon Ball Super story that further allowed the Galactic Patrol Prisoner Arc to come into its own when compared to the stories before it. And although subjective when brought up on whether or not the arc did a good job in telling its story, the Galactic Patrol Prisoner Arc reintroduced the elements of both desperation and tension that we've honestly haven't seen be done in quite some time within the Dragon Ball Super story. And on this video today, we are going to be going over and breaking down the entirety of the Galactic Patrol Prisoner Arc from start to finish by further having to analyze everything in the arc that had been done right and wrong. So I hope you guys sit back and join me along for the ride as we explore the entirety of the Galactic Patrol Prisoner Arc. Now before we dive any further into this video, if you are new to the channel and of course have a love and passion for all things Dragon Ball and anime related and want to be kept up to date with everything in regards to Dragon Ball, the Dragon Ball Super manga, and everything involving the Dragon Ball IP, then I do encourage you guys to go on over and smash that subscribe button and turn on all notifications to never miss a single video on this channel, as well as giving this video a big thumbs up by slapping that like button down below if you guys are simply stoked, ready, and excited to see what the future holds in regards to the Dragon Ball franchise. And with all that being said, I want to thank you all so much for your support, and let's dive straight into the video. Now, in order for us to gain a better understanding on what this arc was all about, first we'd have to start all the way from the beginning, as the Galactic Patrol Prisoner Arc is the first major arc to be introduced following Dragon Ball Super's Tournament of Power and the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie, and with it comes a brand new enemy that was never before seen or mentioned within the franchise, a planet-devouring, bloodthirsty sorcerer with the sole motive of wiping away all life within the universe, and that enemy's name is Moro. Now, who exactly is Moro and where did he come from? Well, here are the facts on who Moro is. For starters, Moro is over 10 million years old. He is an ancient enemy of the Kaioshin, and Moro is solely responsible for bringing mass extinction to over 320 planets within Universe 7. And one of his prime motives within the Galactic Patrol Prisoner Arc was to be restored to his former glory and being able to retain his magic to bring about mass extinction once again. Quite an interesting concept following Goku and Vegeta's fearsome battle against both Jiren and Broly, as the Galactic Patrol Prisoner Arc starts following the conclusion of the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 42 on November 20th, 2018, and officially kicked things off with Moro a month later in December of 2018. As once the Tournament of Power officially ends, Goku is shown having to leave Vegeta and Bulma behind, as he further went along to tell Vegeta, later Vegeta, we should train together sometime, with Vegeta asking, fleeing now are you? As Goku does exactly that, with Vegeta having to then tell Bulma, I know Bulma, allow me to change Bra's diapers. I'll even heat her milk. As the narration went along to inform us, everything was back to normal on Earth and in the 12 universes for a time. To which later Toyotaro's adaptation of the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie was shown in manga format, as the narration then went along to continue, except for the fact that Frieza had been revived. The next spot of trouble caused by Frieza is a tale for another time. Suffice it to say, our two Saiyans emerged from those events stronger than ever. And although some time has passed since Goku had initially left Earth, as soon as Goku comes back, that's where the story kicks off, because the second Vegeta puts into question as to where Goku had gone, Goku kind of alludes to Vegeta that he knows exactly where he had been, but right off the gate when Goku winds up asking Vegeta if they're actually going to go on through and begin their training, with Vegeta having to then tell Goku that of course he's down to train, but he doesn't want to do it anywhere around the neighborhood, so Vegeta suggests for him and Goku to go inside and continue their training inside the gravity room. And eventually that's exactly what Goku and Vegeta do, and as they're shown having to spar inside, Vegeta went along to ask Goku, so what happened with your Ultra Instinct? With Goku responding, nothing much, haven't really pulled it off since the tournament. Huh, Vegeta responds, so you can't tap into it at will. What a useless technique, with Goku responding, guess so, no shortcuts in training, huh? just gotta keep grinding away, which was basically a foreshadowing to what was going to come, because given our understanding based on what happened in the Galactic Patrol Prisoner arc, Goku was in fact able to reignite the powers of Mastered Ultra Instinct, but even then Vegeta went along to further tell Goku, especially because I never intend to fight side by side with you again. With Goku responding, fine by me, cause I'd rather prefer to take on enemies by myself. But then, there was an urgent call from Bulma in telling both Goku and Vegeta that they have an emergency call from Hercule that requires their assistance, because as soon as Goku and Vegeta wind up stepping outside the gravity room, Bulma went along to tell them some mysterious gang showed up at Hercule's place and it sounds like they're kidnapping Buu. And that's when Goku and Vegeta had this instinct to go on ahead and show up, because they wanted to find out what exactly was going on. And as soon as we go back to Hercule's place, we get to see how the galactic ship is shown having to take Buu on board, and with that being said, Hercule is yelling on the top of his lungs by then having to ask the mysterious group, what are you gonna do with Buu? I swear if you take him from me. But the group really isn't paying attention as they continue to load Buu on board, and that's when Hercule decided to slowly pull out his gun from his shirt and having to then comment, no choice. This counts as self-defense. Eat this. But the mysterious galactic patrolman known as Maris winds up pulling out his gun, and as quickly as Hercule shot at Maris, what Maris winds up doing is Maris winds up shooting at the bullet that was making its way towards him, with Maris having to tell Hercule, as I was just attempted to explain, we are, but then that's when Goku and Vegeta wind up showing up, with Hercule having to be so happy that Goku and Vegeta have finally arrived, and with Goku then having to put this into question and further having to ask the mysterious gang as to what they're doing, the mysterious galactic patrolman known as Maris immediately recognizes both Goku and Vegeta by having to say their names, but he doesn't just say their names in the form of a question, but instead, he also goes on to comment, the Goku and Vegeta? Because it would only appear as if Maris had heard and knows exactly of who they are, but Goku's not chancing it, and what he winds up doing is he winds up teleporting and using his speed to swipe away at the Galactic Patrollers reeling in Buu, which of course wasn't in Maris's plans to begin with. So what Maris winds up doing is he ends up noticing that Goku could be problematic, as well as possibly Vegeta, as he went along to comment, it seems you leave me with no choice. And as quickly as Goku is making his move, that's when Maris winds up speed blitzing right behind Goku, to the point where Goku couldn't even see how fast Maris had moved, and that's when Maris quickly drew his gun and shot Goku from behind, completely knocking him out post-TOP and post-Dragon Ball Super Broly, mind you, with one single Ray Blast. And as soon as Goku goes down, Vegeta and Hercule are absolutely baffled, because normally enough, it doesn't just take one gun to bring Goku down so easily, so something was up with Maris that sparked the interest of not only Hercule, but Vegeta as well to take this into account. But before Vegeta could make any move of his own, what Maris winds up doing is he winds up speed blitzing behind Vegeta, pointing his gun directly at him by then telling him, I'm sorry, but you're taking a short nap too. And that's when Maris winds up also knocking out Vegeta in effortlessly having to take down two of Universe 7's most powerful warriors with just one single blast. And with Hercule having to panic, that's when Maris went along to tell Hercule, they will aid our cause. I'll explain everything to them back at HQ. And with Maris then taking his leave, it's as clear as day that they have managed to claim the objective, which was obtaining Majin Buu, but at the same time, as an added bonus, they also have now acquired Goku and Vegeta. And with Jocko shown on the ship trying to wake up Goku by having to cry out, yo, Goku, hey, talking to ya. Wake up, Goku! That's when Goku winds up waking up and having to ask what happened, where is he, and that's when Jocko went along to tell Goku, sleeping like a baby. Our stun guns pack a punch, huh? Not sure why he brought you two when Majin Buu would have been enough, and with Goku having to ask, brought? Where are we? That's when Jocko went along to further inform Goku and Vegeta that they have reached the HQ for the super elite organization known as the Galactic Patrol. Galactic Patrol, you say? Vegeta says, as they are only then greeted by the same guy that literally just knocked them out on Earth, known as Maris, as he went along to tell them, I apologize for getting rough with you. You didn't seem to be in any mood to listen to reason, so... But that's when Goku asks about who he is, with one of the elite members having to tell Goku, as our #1 elite agent, Maris here manages 104 sectors. Which when Goku asks Jocko about how many sectors he watches over, Jaco goes on to tell Goku 3, and with Vegeta putting this into question, he then asks if he's so elite, what does he need from Majin Buu? With Maris responding, right, due to our negligence, a dastardly criminal has broken out of the galactic prison. To recapture this villain, we require the assistance from a certain individual. And who's that, Goku says. Spit it out already, Vegeta utters, and that's when Maris tells them, someone who slumbers within your Majin Buu, the Great Lord of Lords. So Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 42 sets up the narrative that this mysterious person known as Maris, who in fact governs 104 sectors, had come to Earth for the sole reason of acquiring and obtaining Majin Buu for the sole purpose of pulling out the Grand Supreme Kai from Majin Buu and using his assistance to take down this incredibly powerful criminal. But this is where we begin to explore more of the history between Moro and the Kaioshin during Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 43, as we then go back 10 million years ago where we first got to see the Grand Supreme Kai and the South Supreme Kai in a battle for their lives, as of course we then bear witness to how difficult it was for the Grand Supreme Kai and the South Supreme Kai to combat Moro during that era, as every single time either one of the Kaioshins attempted to do something against Moro, Moro would either wind up throwing rocks at them or doing something to put them in a position to where they had absolutely no hope in defeating him. And as of course we get to see how one of these giant rocks crashes down on the Grand Supreme Kai, the Southern Supreme Kai went along to shout his name, but the Grand Supreme Kai was so ahead of his own time where he was able to hold his own, as of course the others weren't, and with the Kaioshin then having to be shown exhausted, he then uttered, phew, that was close, with the Southern Supreme Kai stating, unbelievable, attacking us with actual comets. Because that was exactly what Moro was doing, was using his energy to grab onto the surrounding asteroids and the surrounding comets and using them as a means of weaponizing them. But interestingly enough, during that era was the first time where we actually got to see the true extent of what Moro was capable of, because as soon as he went along to notice a nearby planet, what he ends up doing sinisterly enough is he ends up sticking his arm out, and because of this, he then begins to use his magic and his influence to harvest and collect all of the surrounding life energy within the planet itself, such as from the animals, from the plants, and you can see as Moro begins to collect this energy from the planet, everything is beginning to die off. The animals, the plants, and what was once considered to be a habitable and life-filled planet is then left lifeless by the end, because after Moro had proceeded to collect and garner all of the energy from the planet, what he ends up doing is condensing all of this in the form of a massive energy ball next to him. As the Southern Supreme Kai uttered, he destroyed another planet. And being the fact that this energy ball was beginning to get bigger and bigger and bigger, what Moro ends up doing is he clenches his fist in condensing this massive energy ball to become small enough in order for it to fit within the palm of his hand. And as Moro begins to then dangle this small little energy blast above his finger, he further goes on to demonstrate the fruits of what he can do by then having to consume this energy ball, and from there get stronger as an end result of having to collect all of the energy from this planet. And after having to witness this firsthand, the South Supreme Kai went along to shout, he ate it! Is he absorbing the planet's life energy that way? And as soon as Moro then begins to get stronger by feeling what this power had done to him, he quickly extends his arms by unleashing lightning all around this planet, all around the surrounding environment, and having to rain down on the Supreme Kais. And because of this, once Moro begins to then settle on down, the Southern Supreme Kai went along to comment, absurd! I think he's just gotten even stronger, with the Grand Kai responding, damn it, we can't win, because now they're beginning to understand just how dangerous and powerful Moro can be, as over out in the distance we get to observe how the Galactic Patrol are beginning to witness this battle go down, as one of the agents went along to comment, Planet Eater Moro. He's been charged with the destruction of the Igari star system and bringing about mass extinction on 320 planets. The villain as mighty as they say, one of them responds, yes, a terrifying foe indeed. In all honesty, there's nothing we can do. Let's just leave this to the Lord of Lords and keep an eye on things. Agreed. And that's when they wind up leaving and having to comment maybe from a little further away, because they know now that Moro has become so dangerous that they simply can't afford to be around this environment any longer. And the minute we get to see how Moro touches back down, the Southern Supreme Kai went along to tell the Grand Kai, if his power grows any further, we'll be helpless to resist. If only we can do something about his magic. And that's when the Grand Kai responds, I've got no choice. I'll use my god power to steal his magic. Huh? The South Supreme Kai asks. Does such a technique exist? I created it, says the Grand Kai. I had a feeling it might come in handy one day. It's far too dangerous to teach anyone else. So the Grand Kai's plan here is to try and use the god power he has to take away Moro's magic while he still has the chance to, and as the Grand Supreme Kai then goes on to put his hands together in using his god power to take away Moro's magic, the Grand Supreme Kai screams, Great Lord of Lords! You mustn't put so much of your strength into it. And that's when the Grand Kai shouts, Kai Kai Matsuru, and that's when he fires this attack directly at Moro, to where Moro is absolutely taken back by this, because the second we see how this attack actually made contact with Moro, the entire comet they were battling on top of then begins to glow, because this power that he had used is so effective and so strong it was able to liberate Moro of his magic, as later on we get to see how the narration went along to state, and so the Great Lord of Lords gave up most of his godly power in order to seal away Moro's magic. Unable to fight back, Moro was locked away in the Galactic Prison, and as we see how the Galactic Patrollers are then putting Moro away, the Grand Kai went along to tell them, you Galactic Police boys can handle it from here. And that's when we go back to Maris, who went along to further inform Goku and Vegeta, well, Moro was still a capable fighter even without his magic, so he was sentenced to death. Unfortunately, nobody could actually kill him, and so he was instead given life in imprisonment. And that's when Vegeta asks, and this Moro is still alive after 10 million years? Whoa, this guy is old, Goku says. Yes, Maris responds. And that's when Goku asks, so he managed to escape, huh? With Maris informing him, correct. It's likely that Moro has regained his magic, so we require the Great Lord of Lords to recapture this criminal once again. And what does any of this have to do with Buu, Vegeta asks. And that's when Maris tells Vegeta, 5 million years after Moro's capture, the Great Lord of Lords was absorbed by Majin Buu. Oh, did you know that, Vegeta? No, says Vegeta. Our only hope is to somehow extract the Great Lord of Lords' ability from within Majin Buu. Or so we hope. Huh. Does he really possess that power? Vegeta asks. Whatever your plan, it wasn't your stun gun that put Buu down. He was sleeping to start with, right? It could be days before he awakens, which is true because somewhere on the galactic ship we get to see how the other galactic patrollers are trying to do everything they can to wake up Majin Buu, and what's really cool is the fact that Majin Buu subconsciously went along to grab one of them by the neck and fling the galactic patrolman across the room, as one of them went along to respond, talk about tossing and turning, because this is who Buu is, and once he falls asleep, there's no way of waking him up. And Goku further confirms this as Jocko went along to ask, and nothing will wake him up? That's just the kind of guy he is, Goku says. And that's when Maris responds, that is a problem. Still, we haven't actually ascertained Moro's location yet, so we're on standby, with Goku having to ask, oh, I know, how about we help you catch this guy? With Maris responding, yes. If that's not too much to ask, we're happy to, Goku says. Sounds fun, right, Vegeta? And with Vegeta catching an attitude, he then asks, first, they drag us here, and now they ask us for a favor? With Maris then telling them, rumors of you two have reached us, so you're supposedly quite powerful, with Goku responding, I don't know about that, since there are still stronger people out there in the universes. We even ran into another Saiyan recently, which of course is a direct reference to Broly, but Vegeta seems to have somewhat of a suspicion about Maris as he went along to say to himself, this Maris, I couldn't read his chi, but he's far from weak. He didn't just exploit an opening, he was agile enough to get the drop on us in an instant. That speaks to his skill, as Maris then announces, if you'll come this way, the Galactic King will be waiting to hold the induction ceremony, with Goku asking, Galactic King? Who's that? Fool, Jocko says. He was there when you fought Universe 6. Oh, the octopus-looking guy, Goku responds. I'm no octopus, says the Galactic King. Hey, I haven't seen you in a while, with Jocko annoyed at Goku by asking, what are you, old friends? Know your place, as the Galactic King responds, as I've mentioned before, That's not a tentacle, of course. As a gag, it dates back to when the Galactic King first told Goku about the way he should greet him, and that's when he went along to comment, ahem. This induction concerns Son Goku, also known as Kakarot, and Vegeta IV. You two are hereby appointed as special members of the Galactic Patrol. Your tenure lasts until the escaped prisoner Moro is recaptured. You will be immediately dismissed if you are found abusing your authority. Examples of abuse would be cutting in line in order to claim relevance to an investigation, flaunting the Galactic Patrol symbol in order to hit on girls, etc, etc. And that's when Jocko went along to tell Goku and Vegeta, check it out Goku, Vegeta, we've got uniforms for you two. With Goku telling Jocko, I don't want to wear that, and Jocko loses his mind as he asks, what? This uniform is the pride and joy of the Galactic Patrol. Plus, the design's super cool, with Goku responding, no thanks. Looks hard to move around in as Maris comments, we won't force you, but the rules do state that you need to bear our symbol. And that's when some of the Galactic Patrol members actually inscribe this symbol on Goku and Vegeta's gi and armor, with Jocko responding, letting this once-in-a-lifetime chance pass you? You two are idiots, with Goku having to respond, it's kind of embarrassing. Anyway, Jocko says, congratulations on your induction. As your Galactic Patrol superior, I'll be showing you the ropes. First, our victory pose goes like this, with Goku asking, can we skip the poses? But then, all of a sudden, there is an emergency on the ship, with Goku asking, what's with all the commotion? What's going on? Maris asks, Agent Maris. It seems the Marquini siblings have stolen something again. Again? They never seem to learn, with Goku asking, who? What? With Jocko responding, they're a bunch of punks who are always violating the galactic law. So basically here we get to see how this is Maris, Vegeta, and Goku's first rodeo in going out to try to see if they can stop these bandits and thieves from further having to commit crimes. And as we make our way onto this planet, we get to see how the trio is in fact doing criminal activities. They're trying to slow down this train in obtaining all of the resources and minerals on it, and it's quite interesting because this kind of brings us along the ride in seeing what Goku and Vegeta's reaction would be to an actual crime having to take place. And the second we get to see how Maris, Jocko, Goku, and Vegeta arrive, Maris quickly takes initiative in having to be the first one to touch down on the train, and this is also the first time that our heroes get to actually see what Maris can do. And all the while, Maris' identity was kept hidden because nobody actually knew as to who Maris was and what his role in this universe was going to be. And what's also interesting was the overall reaction time that Maris had, as well as also having to fall for the trap in believing that the thieves were going to give up, all the while they simply wanted what was on the train. So they went along to try and create a distraction in allowing everything that was on one half of the train to fall apart, and Maris went along to use the rockets on his boots that allowed him to prevent the train from actually going down, which especially impressed Goku and Vegeta, particularly with Maris' performance and the fact that Maris was so quick in what he was doing that Goku had to point out to Vegeta that Maris was so agile and he was so quick on his feet that from the very beginning there was a little bit of foreshadowing in basically telling the narrative that Maris simply wasn't going to be your average cop. He isn't someone who's going to sit around and take things lightly, and Goku of course did try to get involved, as did Vegeta, but Vegeta, interestingly enough, once again picked up on the fact that Maris is not your ordinary person, as he went along to say to himself, Maris, he'd already tampered with their spaceship, ensuring that they wouldn't get far. So even if Kakarot hadn't caught up with them, it wouldn't have mattered. Stopping the train took priority because he wanted to save the conductors. So how did he have time to sabotage their ship? Damn it! I somehow missed that. So even Vegeta went as far as to acknowledge the fact that Maris had done all of this simply within the blink of an eye. And as we get to see how the bandits are now finally locked up, Jocko went along to laugh at them by commenting, haha, this is what happens when you tangle with us elites, with Goku responding, you didn't really do anything though. And that's when Vegeta put this into question by asking Maris, you couldn't have saved the day quicker, couldn't you? You're hiding your power, right? My eyes don't lie, with Maris responding, hardly. Yes, I wanted their spaceship too, so I let them flounder a bit longer, but hiding my power? No. And that's when Vegeta responds by asking, I suppose you aren't capable of capturing this Moro on your own then, with Maris telling Vegeta, I'm afraid not. I may be #1 in the Galactic Patrol, but Moro is in another league altogether. Moro's power knows no limits, with Goku asking, what? You mean he's getting stronger and stronger? Yes, Maris says. So if we don't capture him soon, things will go from bad to worse. And that's when all of a sudden, the ship comes into contact with something as Maris asks, a report? From where? From another squad, says the pilot. A squad was out scouting, and they got a lock on Moro's location. And that's when Goku utters, nice! It's about time! Which way is that? With Jocko pointing, like which direction? That way. And that's when Goku went along ahead to put his fingers on his forehead and having to comment, okay, let me do a search of my own. And with Maris having to further scout, he then comments, passing through sector KT-40. He didn't get as far as expected. What's that mean, Jocko says, with Vegeta telling him he can maybe sense the criminal's chi if he knows where to lock. And interestingly enough, that's when Goku tries to get a lock on Moro, and as Goku finally starts to get a feel of Moro, all of a sudden, there is a silhouette of Moro shown, and with Goku getting closer and closer to figuring out Moro's chi and where he might be, all of a sudden, Moro smiles, and Goku is absolutely shocked because this only means that Moro knows that Goku had locked onto him. So that's how cognitively aware Moro is in the fact that there doesn't have to be anything intentionally aimed directly towards him in order for Moro to figure things out, because Goku and the remaining Galactic Patrol members are so far away that Moro is even able to understand and process the fact that someone out there in the universe is trying to lock onto his key signature. So Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 43 establishes two things. Number one, the introduction and the origin of Moro and where his history stems from in the idea that 10 million years ago he was the ancient enemy of the Kais, and number two, there seems to be something about Maris that only at the time Vegeta was able to pick up on, in the fact that Maris was moving at a very unbelievable rate and he was doing things that seemingly enough were above that of the average person. But this is where things begin to get very interesting, because as soon as Goku then backs up, Vegeta went along to ask, what is it, Kakarot? Did you find Moro's chi? Let me try. And that's when Goku went along to tell Vegeta, Vegeta, don't! He could sense that I was searching for him. What? Vegeta asks. How could that be? With Goku telling him, I don't know. It's like nothing I've felt before. To think he could do that, Vegeta utters. Well, what else could you sense? Was it a massive chi signature? No, not quite, Goku says. More like God chi then, Vegeta asks. No, Goku responds. His chi itself wasn't that huge, but it was terrifying. I've never felt anything like it. It was as if a whole lot of people were screaming in pain. Yikes, Jocko says. That's a spooky way to describe it. With Maris then having to chime in, Moro is known for absorbing the life force of planets and turning it into his own power. In that sense, his very energy is a mass of slaughtered souls. What the? Vegeta utters. That also explains why he's lived so long, Maris tells them. How many people has he killed, Goku asks, with Maris responding, it's more like entire planets. Far too many to count. He sounds like bad news. As the ship is shown taking off in space, we then venture off into Moro's ship of his own, and for the first time in Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 44, we get to witness Moro right now in his current state, as of course he sits behind his pilot, with his pilot having to ask, what is it? Someone is seeking me, Moro says. Really? Has that Galactic Patrol found us already? And with Moro looking around with his eyes, he then responded, in my time away, life has managed to grow and spread throughout this universe. True enough, the pilot says. You've been locked up for 10 million years, remember? And with Moro putting his hands on his head, the pilot asks, are you okay? With Moro responding, scanning alone has taken me to my limit. My magical abilities are in a pathetic state. Well, we're almost to our destination, the pilot says, so just hang tight a little longer. Indeed, Moro says. I can hardly wait. Because there seems to be a designated location that Moro desperately wants to go to where as we make our way back onto the ship, Jocko went along to ask, so where exactly is Moro headed then? There are no planets with life in that direction, so what do you think he wants? With Goku responding, no wait. I've been out that way before, with Vegeta asking, what? When? What's over there? With Goku responding, pretty sure. It was when I went to see Dende. Dende? Vegeta asks. So it's the planet the Namekians moved to, with Draco having to chime in, "Start talking! I thought their whole race got wiped out when Namek blew up," with Goku responding, "Nope, we managed to save them all, but for their own safety, nobody was supposed to know where they're living," with Maris chiming in, "Now that Moro's magic has returned to him, he's likely capable of scanning for planets with life. And if the Namekians are truly alive, then Moro's goal must be," and that's when the thieves went along to chime in, "I hear those Namek folks got some wish-granting balls," which then goes on to catch everyone's attention, with Draco having to yell, "Wish-granting balls? You mean the Dragon Balls? Hey, start talking! How do you know about the Dragon Balls?" with the thieves responding, "Back when I was doing some hard time in the Galactic Prison, one of my fellow prisoners was a deserter from Frieza's army, see? He told me a tale or two. The guy said that Frieza himself once went to Namek looking for these balls," with Vegeta responding, "Tch, more of Frieza's dregs just flapping their gums and stirring up trouble," with Abandon responding, "Now I ain't interested unless there's a profit to be made, so I didn't pay this tale much mind, but your own reaction just now, cop, that just tells me it's true, ain't it?" with Draco uttering "whoops" as the thieves continue. This former goon of Frieza's was looking for someone strong to help him find these balls, so odds are that word got around to the strongest, baddest guy in prison, Moro, with Draco uttering "this is bad," with Vegeta asking, "Meaning Moro is after the Namekian Dragon Balls?" with Maris chiming in, "There's a high probability, yes." "What do you think Moro could wish for though?" Goku asks, as the thieves once again chime in, "If I were him, I'd wish for the Galactic Patrol to bite the dust, bam! No questions asked. A 10 million year grudge is quite the force to be reckoned with," and that's when Draco went along to scream, Shut up, bad guy!" As he then further went along to shut the gate in front of them, that's when Maris went along to comment, "This is far worse than we imagined." And as we then go back to Moro's ship, we then get to see how Moro seems to be excited on getting to planet Namek, as he went along to utter, "It was my good fortune to even have an ounce of magic returned to me before my life expired." As the pilot asks, "You got some of your magic back a few years ago, right?" "Indeed. It allowed me to break free of that wretched cage," with the pilot having to comment, "You broke me out of there too, thanks for that," but that's when Moro went along to glare at the pilot, as the pilot responds, "I mean, you really did do me a favor," as Moro comments, "I still need to ascertain the veracity of your tale," with the pilot responding, "Sure, yeah, I get it," with Moro asking, "Do these Dragon Balls really possess such power?" "Yep, they'll grant any wish you can think of. 3 wishes even," with Moro responding, "Good. But Moro," says the pilot, "you promised that I could use one of those wishes to escape to a planet where the Galactic Patrol and Frieza's army will never find me, right?" As Moro responds, "Yes, of course. 1 wish alone is plenty for my desires, and once mine is fulfilled, I'll no longer require your services," with the pilot responding, "Phew, sounds great, thanks," because Moro never intended to keep this guy around from the beginning, but is only using him to actually get to Planet Namek and using the Dragon Balls to begin with. And speaking of Planet Namek, we then get to see how on New Planet Namek, the Namekian elders and the Namekian people are minding their own business, and they're safeguarding the Dragon Balls for their own cause because they don't want anyone else to find out about them or even use these to begin with, until the Namekians then begin to spot a ship having to hover above the air, and that ship is none other than the Galactic Patrol ship. And as we then get to see how everyone's preparing, Goku went along to ask, "What do we do? He's gonna touch down on New Namek any minute now," with Vegeta responding, "We can't simply wait around for Boo to wake up. Whatever we do, he already knows to expect me. Might as well go right now," with Vegeta responding, "Yes. I'd like to get a look at this villain with my own eyes," and with Maris having to ask, "Go? How exactly? Even in this spaceship, we couldn't really hope to arrive before Moro," but that's when Goku went along to grab onto Vegeta by telling Maris, "I've got my instant teleportation," and that's when Goku winds up using instant transmission to head on over to Planet Namek, with Maris having to utter, "They mustn't! Confronting Moro now is far too dangerous," with Draco telling Maris, they're gone. And once they end up arriving, the Namekians go on to ask, who is this?" with Goku having to respond, "Hiya, remember me? Oh, Son Goku," the Nameks remember. "It's wonderful to see you in good health." "Yep, I'm doing good, thanks," as Vegeta utters, "Look, Kakarot, he's already here. And that's when Goku went along to acknowledge this with Vegeta, with Moro looking down and commenting, "The one seeking me earlier has come to this planet." I don't know how he crossed such a distance, but it would seem he's here to apprehend me. With his pilot responding, "Damn Galactic Patrol, they obviously don't value their lives if they're itching to tangle with Moro," and that's when Moro leans on in trying to get a better look at what's going on. As he then proceeded to smirk, he then uttered, "This one has spectacular energy." And with Goku having to further explain the situation to the Namekians, the Elder went along to comment, "What? A prisoner escapee? And this fearsome fellow is headed our way? That's right, so you guys need to grab the Dragon Balls and run away." "Very well," says the Elder, "we're in your depth again." And with the Nameks having to flee, this basically sets up the idea that Goku and Vegeta warned the Namekians to grab the Dragon Balls and get as far away from the area as possible. And with Vegeta now beginning to sense exactly what Moro is in telling Goku, "You're right, his chi is ominous, but not particularly battle-worthy. Is this truly the monster Maris warned us of?" With Goku having to respond, "Hard to say. I've got a bad feeling about this." And eerily enough, as the ship touches down, we finally get to see for the first time in Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 44, page 21, how Moro finally steps off the ship and is confronted by Goku and Vegeta. But Goku and Vegeta have a very interesting demeanor upon them because they never expected to see the person that they were looking at and having to look so old and having to look so jagged. And with Moro then having to raise his head up in the air and taking a breath, that's when Vegeta uttered, "Why, it's nothing but a feeble old man." With Goku responding makes sense given how long he's lived. And even as Moro then begins to catch his breath, he then utters, "My first breath of fresh air in 10 million years. As though I am born again." But what's even more interesting is noticing how the pilot immediately looked out the window and noticing Vegeta and asking, "Is that Vegeta? Why is he here?" With Goku asking Moro, "Hey, I'm guessing you're Moro, right? We hear you've done some nasty things, so how about you turn around and go right back to prison?" But Moro completely disregards Goku's comments because as Goku was addressing him, Moro instead had then felt the presence of a child within one of the huts, and that's when Moro went along to grin because he knew that this was going to be the opportunity he had been seeking. And by then so easily having to stick his hand out and yanking the child out of his home, Goku and Vegeta are absolutely baffled because from there Moro is now holding a little Namekian child in front of them, with Goku having to scream out, "Oh no! What's your scheme? Let him go!" With Moro responding, "Worry not. This one is merely food," as the other Namekians are panicking because Eska, the little boy being held by Moro, is now captive by him. Moro is looking now instead to eat the boy as a means of consuming him for his first meal, having to be out of prison. And with Moro holding this child directly in front of them, that's when Goku went along to utter, "Stop! Cut that out!" But instead of talking, what Vegeta winds up doing is he is the first person to take action in immediately having to charge on in and kick Moro's hand away to free the boy from his grasp. But of course, this doesn't sit well with Moro, as Goku was absolutely shocked that Vegeta was able to do this because Vegeta, unlike Goku, who was very hesitant to do something, actually took action. As Vegeta went along to then look back, Moro went along to ask him, "You would dare interrupt my long-awaited meal?" With Vegeta responding, "I have a troubled history with these Namekians. I did them untold harm, so no, I can't allow even one more of them to perish. And they are most certainly not your food. Kakarot, let me take this one." With Goku responding, "Sure, but we still don't know much about his powers, so be careful." With Vegeta then jumping to Super Saiyan and uttering, "Huh, they say you use magic. Just try it." With Moro asking, "You believe you can apprehend me? Your ignorance runs deep." But Vegeta is not looking to waste time because as soon as Vegeta charges on in, the first battle involving Moro and our heroes is in fact with Super Saiyan Vegeta on New Planet Namek, and Vegeta is trying to do everything in his ability to get a solid hit in on Moro, but it appears that his Super Saiyan abilities are simply not enough to get the job done because Moro, although he is 10 million years old and in a very decrepit state, he's still very agile enough to move out of Vegeta's way and having to counter essentially everything he's doing, which of course from there Vegeta goes on to follow Moro, and everywhere Moro goes, Vegeta tries his best to attack him, and even then with Moro having to be shown kind of besting Vegeta in the area of speed and agility, that's when for the first time we get to see a little bit of a snippet of what Moro's magical abilities are capable of, because Moro ends up using somewhat of a gravitational-like attack that causes Vegeta to hit the ground beneath him, and as Moro then lifts up Vegeta, he slams him back down, he picks him back up, he slams him back down, so of course he's using and manipulating his energy in kind of using this sort of like a telekinesis-like attack to where he's able to levitate Vegeta and slam him up and down, and that's when he winds up throwing Vegeta out into the distance. That causes Vegeta to go crashing into a nearby cliff, and with Goku having to acknowledge this, he asks, "Special powers, huh?" But then, through the cliffside, all of a sudden, a massive aura then erupts, which causes Moro to further use his cape as a shield in protecting himself to see what the heck is going on, and through the smoke and through the dust, we get to see how Vegeta finally taps back into Super Saiyan God, and having to ask Moro, "Shall we continue?" Because clearly enough, at this point, Super Saiyan really wasn't going to do much, so Vegeta decided to step it up a level in using Super Saiyan God instead, and as Vegeta then goes on ahead to charge directly at Moro, what Moro attempted to do once again was further use his magical abilities in gaining the upper hand against Vegeta again, but this time, Vegeta is so cognitively aware, and he is so quick and so cunning that he is effortlessly able to duck, dodge, and move out of the way, and getting close enough to finally land a solid shot on Moro, who is, mind you, guarding himself during this process, but Vegeta realizes this and quickly breaks through his guard, and having to kick Moro directly in the chin and causing Moro to stumble on back, flip through and further land on his feet as he continues to stare at Vegeta, with Vegeta having to tell him, "I was curious to see for myself what sort of beast could terrify the Galactic Patrol." How disappointing, and this really gets under Moro's skin, because what Moro ends up doing then is he tears apart one of the nearby trees, and he actually attempted to impale Vegeta by using this tree, but with Vegeta once again being cognitively aware, he blasts the tree sort of as if nothing ever happened to begin with. So Moro starts throwing more rocks, he starts throwing more trees, and Vegeta, with one single swipe, destroys everything that Moro had thrown at him, with Vegeta then telling Moro, "We've come up against plenty of bizarre powers in our fights, so this is nothing new." As meanwhile, back on the Galactic Patrol ship, Jocko asks, what should we do? With the pilot asking, "Should we go to New Namek too?" With Maris having to tell them, "No, let's go back to HQ. Majin Buu's aid is indispensable," with Jocko responding, "But Agent Maris, there's a decent chance that they've already taken down Moro. Those two are strong, a teeny weeny bit stronger than me even," with Maris responding, "Even so, it's very unlikely they will win." And as we then go back to New Planet Namek, Moro then begins to acknowledge the fact that, okay, in this fight now, this is going to be a tad bit more difficult than I assumed it would be, so Moro then ends up tearing off his cape and having to ask Vegeta, "You hope to witness my magic? As you wish then." Because this is what Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 44 was all about, in having to introduce us all to the overall concept of what Moro was going to be in the manga, and having Vegeta be the first person to take action against such a person like Moro, in the idea that even though Vegeta doesn't know anything about Moro, he's not going to sit around and chance this opportunity to allow someone like Moro to destroy the same planet of inhabitants that Vegeta once did a very long time ago. But we now enter Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 45, and this is where Moro's magic really does come into play, with Vegeta having to ask, "What's that? You've been holding back," with Goku commenting, "We heard about how you can absorb life energy," with Moro responding, "Oh? You're not entirely ignorant then," with Goku responding, "Just like how you tried that on the Namekian kid a minute ago," with Moro responding, "This will be the same technique, but a different application." And with Vegeta catching wind of this, the pilot that brought Moro here went along to comment, "Is Moro gonna use that same terrifying move he did when we broke out of the prison? maybe I should put some distance between me and this fight, because the only person here on the current battlefield that seems to have somewhat of an understanding of what Moro's magic is the pilot that originally had brought him here. As we then go back to the Galactic Patrol ship, Jocko went along to then ask Maris, so this energy absorber move is the one to watch out for, with Maris responding yes, and it involves more than just absorbing a planet's life energy. The existing records indicate that he can wield the massive energy he steals from planets for direct attacks, and that's exactly what Moro winds up doing, because for the first time we get to see how Moro is then beginning to manipulate the magic of the core of the planet. He's using the inner energy of the planet as a means of manipulation, and he creates these little walls of energy around him. As Vegeta went along to ask, what's this technique? And not knowing what Moro was about to do, what Moro winds up doing is lifting his fingers up, as of course this massive charge of energy comes dashing up from the floor up above on Vegeta and causing him to stumble back, and Vegeta really doesn't have a clue on what the heck is going on, as Moro went along to then tell him, with this move, I attack with the life energy of every planet we stand on. The magnitude comes not from my own power, but from the planet itself. And I must say, this planet Namek possesses exceptional energy. And then he goes on to further use this energy against Vegeta once again, because every single time Vegeta is trying to duck, dodge, evade, or even escape these massive blasts coming down from the ground, Moro is further using this opportunity and taking advantage of Vegeta by having to use this, because as soon as Vegeta winds up dashing up in the air, he comments, damn it, I guess I have to escape up in the air, with Goku crying out, Vegeta, be careful, because that's when Moro once again demonstrates the fruits of his magic by having to deliver all of the energy from the planet up above and having to catch Vegeta from behind. So Moro doesn't only use this as a means of having to exploit the energy by having it rise up from the ground. No, he could also bend this power to his will in allowing it to do whatever he wanted to, and even with the elders having to observe how planet Namek is beginning to burn, Vegeta is shown having to be thrown against the rocks. He's really having a difficult time in having to combat Moro's magic here, but then as soon as Vegeta charges right through the rocks, he winds up attempting to attack Moro, but Moro once again winds up shielding himself by using the planet's energy to his advantage and having to protect himself from Vegeta's attack, which momentarily stops Vegeta from attacking Moro any further. And with Moro having to be shown talking to Vegeta from the other side, he then comments, it's no use, you cannot lay a single finger on me. And with that same shield that Moro just used to protect himself with, what he winds up doing is condensing this power as a means of now using it as a weapon, and now he's on the attack in trying to get the better of Vegeta, but with Vegeta having to move out of the way, that's when Goku went along to ask Vegeta, let me take a shot, with Vegeta responding, shut up Kakarot, just watch. Hey Moro, surely you'll reach your limit soon if you keep using that move. All I need to do to win is keep dodging, got it? With Moro responding, this technique effectively has no limit, as I may use it until the planet itself is extinguished. That can't be, Vegeta says. Damn it, if I can't approach, I have no hope of recapturing you. And without any more power-ups, I'm at a loss. Admitting defeat, Moro asks, how gracious of you, with Vegeta responding, tell me one thing at least. What are you really after? Why come to Namek? With Moro asking, what use do dead men have for such information? With Vegeta responding, depending on your true goal, maybe you'd be better off not killing us. With Moro responding, haha, begging for your life now, are you? How far the Galactic Patrol has fallen. You do seem more knowledgeable about this planet than myself. And if you are agreeing to cooperate, I've come in search for something called the Dragon Balls. Thought so, Vegeta utters, as Moro continues, I understand that one must gather all 7. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, with Vegeta responding, sorry to say, I'm unclear on the details, with Moro responding, as I thought. You two are inconsequential. As he then went along to stick his hand out, Moro once again uses the planet's energy to go on to attack Vegeta with, but Vegeta this time actually managed to stop the blast in place and having to create this outer barrier that basically molded the rocks together after, of course, such intensity from the heat. But what made Moro that much more cunning than any other enemy introduced prior was the element of Moro's magic, as he winded up teleporting behind Vegeta and using his magical abilities to throw the energy directly at him. And with Vegeta beginning to get pushed back, he went along to utter, just tell me, what would you wish for? All this power you possess, isn't that already enough? Hardly, says Moro. At the height of my power, you would have been an insect before me, and this entire planet, a quick meal. But such a feat is currently beyond me, as my containment has left me in a decrepit state. I see, says Vegeta, so you would wish to regain your full strength. Precisely, says Moro, such is my goal. But then Vegeta went along to laugh and asking, really? You're just rotten scum, like they told us. Scum worth killing for sure. Now keep that in mind, as early on during Vegeta's first initial encounter against Moro, he goes on to make the confirmation that yes, Moro is in fact worth killing, and Vegeta then goes on ahead to use his Super Saiyan God powers in holding off the blast, as of course he then proceeded to transform directly into Super Saiyan Blue, some might argue even as Super Saiyan Blue evolution, and through this increased power state, what Vegeta winds up doing is blowing away Moro's energy attack by then having to have Moro be the one that's on the defensive and having to move out of the way, and Vegeta's strength is a testament of how far he's come, because he went along to completely blow away everything that was originally right in front of Moro, and as Moro then begins to stare back down at Vegeta, he goes on to then ask, you were concealing this strength? With Vegeta asking, like you were hiding your true intent. But with Cranberry having to ask, what? Vegeta just powered up even more, Goku went along to laugh and asking, letting him get all cocky to get him to talk. Smooth move, Vegeta. And Moro gets angry because this entire time Vegeta was playing into Moro's hand just to get him to talk, but Moro gets incredibly angry and then having to use more of the planet's energy to his advantage in throwing that directly at Vegeta. But bear in mind, Vegeta at this point, even as a Super Saiyan Blue evolution based on the aura that's surrounding him, very similar to what he had used against Jiren during the Tournament of Power, completely negates everything that Moro is trying to do to him, because as soon as Moro launches all of these attacks at Vegeta, Vegeta ducks, he dodges, he avoids every single one of Moro's energy strikes only because he's faster, he's stronger, and he's doing it with such finesse that he's seemingly gliding along the attacks with Moro having to look up. Vegeta eventually had managed to not only get Moro to basically jumble up his attacks and creating leeway for Vegeta to find an opening, and as soon as he does, he winds up kicking Moro directly in the stomach, which not only rattles Moro's entire body, but Vegeta winds up kicking Moro so hard down onto the ground that Moro winds up flying in a nearby lake, and with Cranberry having to observe, he then goes on to ask, when did he get so strong? Yikes, if Moro actually loses, I'm headed back to the Slammer. And with Vegeta looking down and powering right back down to base form, the first person that seems to notice that something very weird is happening not only to himself, but to the surrounding environment around him is Goku. The trees are dying, he feels a bit weaker, and Goku is trying to figure this out because all the while Vegeta has his sights set on Moro, Goku's trying to figure out what the catch is here. And the second we then get to see how Moro rises up from the water, Vegeta goes on to taunt Moro and then telling him, I don't much care what sort of villain you are, but I won't sit by while this planet suffers. Which means you need to be eliminated, with Goku having to shout, be on guard, Vegeta! Something weird is going on! And with Vegeta putting this into question, we then observe how Cranberry takes off in his ship as he goes on to utter, I ain't going back, not to prison, this is my chance to split. And as Moro observes this, he quickly goes on ahead to take this opportunity to blast Vegeta by using his Ki Blast, and as soon as Vegeta notices this, he quickly goes on the defensive and having to block himself from these attacks, but then, as soon as he swipes away from the smoke, Vegeta notices how Moro is gone, as he went along to comment, where did that scum slip off to? With Goku pointing out and commenting, there Vegeta! "What are you up to now?" says Vegeta, as they then notice how Moro is standing on top of a hill holding a massive energy ball in his hand. Vegeta went along to then continue, "Make that as big as you'd like. Your technique is useless against me now." And as soon as Moro smirks, we then get to see how this energy ball is getting bigger and bigger, and Vegeta is putting this into question. All the while, Goku seems to be looking around because he seems to notice something very unusual. There's energy being drawn from the trees, there's energy being drawn from the ground, from the Namekians, and even the Namekians are beginning to notice that something very weird is going on with their bodies. They're all beginning to drop off. So obviously here Moro is doing something to the planet that's affecting every living organism on it, with Goku then having to ask, "Shouldn't we just attack while he's charging up, Vegeta?" And as soon as Moro charges up and holds above a massive energy ball above his head, he then goes on to clench his fist as the giant energy ball up in the sky is now reduced to a little tiny energy sphere in his hand. And with Goku and Vegeta absolutely shocked, this was the first time during Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 45, page number 38, where Moro then goes on ahead to eat the energy ball and consuming it to get stronger as an end result. And Goku's putting this into question. Vegeta goes on to utter he ate it. So this was the first time that Moro had went along ahead to get stronger as a result of consuming energy ever since the time of battling against the Grand Kai. And with Moro then having to look down, he then went along to utter, "The first meal in a long time does the body good," with Vegeta commenting, "I get it. That's how you go around absorbing energy." And with Moro then noticing how Cranberry once again is beginning to leave with the ship that he has, Moro then uses his finger to use his gravitational influence to bring Cranberry down. And as soon as Cranberry's ship then hits the ground, Moro then utters, "Calm your nerves, Cranberry. I shall not lose." Does he seem way stronger than before? With Vegeta responding, "Of course. This is why Maris was eager to recapture you so promptly. Why don't we just hurry up and settle this then?" With Moro asking, "Oh? Try me if you can." And that's when Vegeta responds, "You think your little boost was enough to surpass us? Super Saiyan Blue is still far beyond your scope." And that's when Vegeta went along ahead to attempt to transform back into Super Saiyan Blue evolution, but then, as soon as he tries to do it, nothing ends up happening, with Goku asking, "Well, go on. Probably can't beat him unless you go blue, right?" But Vegeta is eerily enough calm as he responds, "Indeed. This is no time for games." As once again he tries to go Super Saiyan Blue, nothing ends up happening, as meanwhile back on the Galactic Patrol ship, Jocko went along to tell Maris, I see. So the planetary energy that Moro absorbs includes the life force from the plants and animals on the given planet? So he doesn't even have to attack Goku and Vegeta to weaken them? Have I got that right?" With Maris responding, "Yes, this foe is capable of stealing away his opponent's energy while fighting." I don't know much about how those two go about their battles, but they challenge Moro without knowing all of the facts. And as we then go back to Vegeta and Goku, Vegeta is absolutely floored as he went along to utter, I can't turn Super Saiyan." Right, thought so," Goku says. "He's been absorbing our energy too." And that's when Moro quickly found his opening in charging right back down and grabbing Vegeta by the face. And as soon as he winds up pushing him back and then having to throw Vegeta up against a pile of rocks, Goku went along ahead to shout Vegeta's name, as of course neither Goku or Vegeta at this point could even go Super Saiyan to begin with. And with Moro then having to observe, he then laughs and commenting, "You were already aware that my magic robs a planet of its life energy, weren't you?" Naturally, that included a healthy portion of your energy as well. To borrow a phrase from you, I was hiding my true intent. So Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 45 establishes the narrative of Moro's magic. Now, from here we've gained a better understanding that Moro really doesn't have to do anything direct in order to take a small portion of someone's energy to get stronger by, because clearly here, this was a prime example of Moro having to take Goku and Vegeta's energy subconsciously and having to use that for his own beneficial gain and getting stronger himself. And as we then move on forward into Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 46, the situation then begins to get even more dire for our heroes. As Moro winds up sticking his hand out, he ends up blasting Vegeta back even more. That results Vegeta in getting pushed back further into the landscape, and with Goku having to cry out, "Stop you!" This was the first time that Goku actually went along ahead to make physical contact against Moro, because the minute we get to see how Goku moves on in, Moro winds up cognitively being aware of what Goku's about to do, blocks off his kick, grabs Goku by the leg, and he ends up doing the exact same thing that Broly did in the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie, as he winds up slamming Goku's body against the landscape over and over and over again, back and forth, up and down, even slamming Goku on over to the side, before then having to toss him away like a complete waste of garbage. It's very clear at this point that Moro does hold the upper hand against our heroes in this current situation, as Moro then uses the planet's energy to completely fry Goku. Goku winds up flying back as he ends up hitting the ground. That's when Goku went along ahead to comment, "Darn it, I'm totally drained," with Moro having to utter, "The longer we battle, the more enfeebled you grow." But then Vegeta winds up bursting up from the ground. With Moro noticing this, Vegeta wastes little time in putting his hands together for the Gallic Gun as he went along to cry out, "Take this!" As he then further fired the Gallic Gun down below, Moro then looks up with a very confident look on his face, because Moro knows that this attack is going to be nothing more than food to him, because as soon as Moro winds up opening his mouth, he then begins to suck Vegeta's Gallic Gun directly into his mouth as a source of supply, and Vegeta is absolutely taken back, because once again, Moro went along ahead to demonstrate what he can do by having to now consume direct energy attacks as a means of getting stronger. And the minute we then see how Moro consumes the Gallic Gun, he then went along to tell them, "While I grow stronger." Damn it, Vegeta says. As meanwhile, back on Beerus' planet, it's interesting to see how the God of Destruction is fishing alongside Whis and having to utter, "So bored." As Whis further observes in his own staff, Beerus goes on to question and asking, "What's up, Whis?" Planet Namek is exhibiting a sharp decline in energy levels, so I decided to take a peek. "Is the planet about to die?" Beerus says. "How exciting! I barely have to lift a finger here in Universe 7, since every so often some planet buster will come along and do my job for me. Cause I'm super busy, clearly." With Beerus having to be shown catching fish, Whis then goes on to ask him, "Didn't you say you were bored?" "Exactly," says Beerus, "so I'm busy killing time." "Hey, Oracle Fish, is this your catch of the day?" Which ironically we get to see how the Oracle Fish, who just so happens to be a fish, is actually fishing for fish alongside with Beerus. The Oracle Fish went along to shout, "This is a fishing contest. You can't use your hands. That's a violation of the rules, so you lose." And with Beerus throwing the fish back in, he went along to then comment, "Whatever, I'm sick of fishing." With Whis then asking, "Are you content to let the aforementioned matter play out?" With Beerus responding, "Sure. That planet's got no food since the people there only drink water, so not interested." And with Whis responding very well, he then goes back to observe the battle involving Moro, Goku, and Vegeta, which mind you is a testament of how lazy Beerus has gotten, even considering the idea of what just happened following the events of the Tournament of Power. Vegeta and Goku are completely banged up, they're tired, they're injured, and with Goku then having to grab onto Vegeta's arm, he then went along to comment, "I feel bad about the Namekians, but we've gotta get back to Maris and the Galactic Patrol." And as Goku then tries to use the instant transmission, all of a sudden he then realizes that he can't. As Vegeta asks, "What is it?" Goku responds, "I can't use the instant teleportation. Not enough chi." As they only then observe how a massive energy ball is headed their way, they both separate as the blast then makes contact on the ground, and resulting in a massive explosion that results in both Goku and Vegeta having to be caught in the middle of this. And this is not good, because this entire time Moro had been siphoning their energy, they can't transform, and they can't even escape. So you get to see the depth and magnitude of how powerful this attack was, because every residential house that the Namekians were living in gets blown away. The Namekians are trying to basically hold on to dear life, as of course the force and the pressure of this blast causes shockwaves all throughout the battlefield. And as we get to see inside the crater how both Goku and Vegeta are struggling to stand back up, Goku went along to ask, "You still with me, Vegeta?" "Gah, Damn it, says Vegeta. With Moro having to hover, he then went along to acknowledge this by commenting, "At last, your resistance ends. This was surprising, as beings such as yourselves did not exist in my era. The only one who stood in my way was the great Lord of Lords, who stole my abilities." And as Moro made his way down and having to deliver a bone-rattling knee shot to Goku's stomach, you can see the pain that Goku is in, because Moro came down onto Goku with such force and such pressure that as soon as he latched onto Goku's neck, he then went along to tell him, "However, I ought to mention that you two were never a threat to me." As he proceeds to stick his hand out, he uses his gravitational influence to pull Vegeta in and grabbing him by the neck, and as soon as Moro winds up lifting both Goku and Vegeta up in the air, he then went on to tell them, in fact, "I welcome your presence. Why? Because you will allow me to grow even more powerful." To where now at this point we get to see how Moro siphons off more energy, more chi from both Goku and Vegeta, until both of them are shown having to drop right down onto the ground, seemingly dead, on the brink of death. And if Moro were to actually capitalize in finishing them off right then and there, this would have meant the end of both Goku and Vegeta during the events of Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 46, page 20. So with Moro having to hold their energies up in the air above him, he then went along ahead to consume both of their energies as his body then began to transform, and as Moro is then shown visibly getting younger, he couldn't even believe it as he went along to comment, "Incredible, that the energy from a mere pair of beings could restore my flesh to this extent." And as Cranberry makes his way there, he then compliments Moro by telling him, "Wow, great job, Moro. I was sure you can beat them all along." With Moro then turning his head, Cranberry then continues, "Oh right, I wasn't trying to run away before. I just thought I'd take the chance to just collect the Dragon Balls." With Moro asking, "Surely you realize you cannot deceive me. Well, how would you go about collecting them?" With Cranberry responding, "Well, I can pinpoint their villages with this here scouter. Each village is in charge of one ball, so once you've found the villages, the rest is easy." And that's when Moro went along ahead to look around and having to respond, "The nearby Namekians have begun to scatter." "Oh, duh," says Cranberry, "I forgot that you don't need a scouter, Moro. I sense a number of locations where they gather," says Moro. "Would those be the villages you speak of?" "Probably yes," says Cranberry. "Let us begin with the closest one then." As Moro begins to walk off, Cranberry then responds, "Whatever you say. By the way, are those two good and dead?" With Moro sitting down and having to respond, "Those drained of their energy will perish on their own in short order. Their lives no longer concern me, so let us proceed." "Okay," says Cranberry. As they then take off, one of Moro's biggest mistakes was actually allowing the idea of Goku and Vegeta to die on their own actually rest, because Goku and Vegeta were in fact about to die on their own accord, but it was due to the Namekians that were around the area that came dashing on in down below to try and help Goku and Vegeta in this situation that they're in, as back on Earth, Bulma gets word that Goku and Vegeta have left, and she's on a hurry to try and get answers because she knows that the Galactic Patrol is behind this, and she's so eager to go on ahead and try to make her way towards them and getting a word as to what the heck is going on, with Hercule having to join her. As we later go back to the Galactic Patrol HQ, we then observe how Maris and Jocko actually end up getting there, with the patrollers having to inform Maris on what was going on. Maris then went along to comment, "I was informed that Majin Buu has awakened. Is that true?" "Yes, he woke not too long ago." "Where is he now?" says Maris. "The mess hall." "This way, Agent Maris. Majin Buu is ravaging our food supply." "I'll be right there. Agent Iriko, keep the ship ready to depart for Planet Namek at a moment's notice." "Roger that." "Hey, you two," says Jocko. "We got the Macarini gang locked up in the ship. I need you to escort them over to the Galactic Prison." As they both then agree, they also went along to inform Jocko that they had a message from a person called Tights. As Jocko asks, "A call? From mommy maybe? I hope that she's got the birthday card I sent." "No, it's not your mom. The caller ID shows that it came from a woman named Tights on Earth." And that's when Bulma finally gets a hold of Jocko and having to scream at him by asking, "You made them join the Galactic Patrol? And why would you do a thing like that?" With Jocko telling her, "It was the Galactic King's decision actually, and nobody can defy him." We're not totally sure, huh? What's that supposed to mean, Bulma asks. Listen, if anything happens to my Vegeta, I'll make you pay, with Jocko asking, why are you treating me like the bad guy? So this entire conversation basically stems from Bulma and Jocko having to argue because Bulma's trying to get down and finding answers on what the heck is going on, and Jocko himself doesn't seem to know either, other than the fact that they came there just to take Majin Buu in order to help aid them against this criminal known as Moro. But that's when Jocko gets word that in fact Goku and Vegeta are still alive on New Planet Namek, except their life energy seemed to be depleting. We then get to see on Namek how the Namekians took both Goku and Vegeta in, and with Goku being the first one to stand back up and finally regaining some form of consciousness, he then went along to tell Asuka, the little Namekian boy who went along to save him, thanks, but you got your energy drained too, so don't overdo it, little guy, with Asuka telling him, I'm just fine actually. I might not be as good as Dende, but I've got healing powers too. We wanted to help you recover a little as quickly as possible, even if I can't get you to full strength. You two saved our lives, so this is the least I can do. And with little Asuka then shown having to heal Vegeta, Vegeta immediately stands up with Asuka having to tell him, wait, you mustn't try to get up just yet. Oh, it's you, says Vegeta. I'm Asuka. Thank you for saving me back there. With Goku asking, what do you know, Vegeta? Looks like we're still alive. With Vegeta then asking, how long have we been out? You've slumbered for 3 full days, says the Elder. 3 days? And what of Moro? What is that fiend up to? With one of the Namekians responding, he's already attacked 3 villages. He's probably headed to the Elder's village as we speak. What? Vegeta asks. You mean he's obtained 3 of the Dragon Balls? Gah! With the Elder responding, indeed. 3 of our villages failed to protect their Dragon Balls. He slaughtered them all. But then Goku and Vegeta begin to detect a very dark and heavy presence in the distance, with the Namekians asking, what is that? Is that Moro? Not again, says the Elder, because we then get to see how Moro in fact has an entire village held hostage by using the planet's energy as a means of a barrier to not allow anyone to escape or get inside. Moro is then shown levitating one of the Namekians as he then went along ahead to throw him into the fire. The rest of the Namekians look on in absolute horror, with Moro having to tell them, your village is engulfed in flames, there is no escape, so bring me your Dragon Ball. As the Namekians comment, like we'd hand it over to the likes of you, and with one simple flick, Moro does the exact same thing by sending yet another Namekian out into the fire, as Moro went along to tell them, you are all fated to die in due time. It is futile to resist. You devil, says one of the Namekians, as Goku went along to tell Vegeta, he started killing the Namekians, damn it, I wish we can help, but I still can't use my instant teleportation. As the Elder responds, there is hope. We have not been idle for these 3 days. Huh? You came up with some sort of a plan? We Namekians have a simulation as our last resort. A simulation? Oh, like what Piccolo and Kami did? The strongest warriors from every village have been combining, as we then get to see how 3 Namekian guardians are desperately trying to make their way towards Moro, with the middleman having to take the other 2 in and fusing. The Elder then went along to continue, when several dozen Namekians assimilate, the resulting warrior can defeat any evil that may threaten us. This is how our tribe has protected itself throughout the ages. And as Moro then continues to pose a threat to the rest of the Namekians, only then we get to see how there are multiple Namekians joining in combining themselves into one force, and they waste little time in making their way ever so closer to Moro, and Moro has his back turned the entire time because he's not concerned, he's not worried about who this savior is, and right before this Namekian savior can actually do anything to even affect Moro to begin with, before you know it, the Namekian fusion is then impaled by Moro, as of course Moro still had his focus on the Namekian villagers. Moro ends up impaling this Namekian in such a way to where he so casually did it by holding him up in the air and then asking, was this your savior by chance? As he then throws him down, with the Namekian then shown with a massive gaping hole on his stomach and having to bleed out. The Namekians are utterly terrified, as of course Moro then begins to slowly remove the blood from his arms. He then went along to tell them, apologies. He was dead before I can even see his face. And that's when Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 46 comes to a close, and from this chapter we learn the overall effectiveness of Moro, and from here start to get a little bit of an idea of how he's going to conduct himself going forward, as of course he begins to regress in age, in getting younger and younger and younger, his body having to regain its definition and becoming solid, his beard having to get shorter, his horns having to be sharper. So Moro is acting on his own accord to get these Dragon Balls, and made one of the most crucial mistakes a villain possibly could out of plot in leaving Goku and Vegeta unintended to die by their own accord, to die by the hands of Moro very slowly, by sort of like bleeding out in a sense. But this mistake will ultimately cost him, as we then enter Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 47, with both Goku and Vegeta having to now rise from their beds. The Elder Namekian can't seem to believe on what the heck happened, because he felt the Namekian fusion literally die in one shot by Moro, and with Vegeta and Goku shown angry, Vegeta went along to shout, "That fiend! He's grown even more powerful than when we fought. He's probably been absorbing energy from the whole planet, including us," Goku says. "Damn it! Meanwhile, instead of fighting back, all we can do is hide like scared rats." As Eska went along to also comment, "If only my powers were stronger." "Don't think like that," Goku says. "If not for you, we'd be dead." As one of the other Namekians comments, "At this rate, the village is doomed, and he'll have 4 Dragon Balls." How is he finding the Dragon Balls in the first place? "Using the villages," Vegeta says. He's locating each Namekian settlement and attacking them one by one, just like how Frieza and his people went about it. "Oh," says Goku, "cause Moro can read Chi. But if he's not zeroing in on the Dragon Balls themselves, we should be good. As long as he's in the dark about the final one," as Vegeta responds, "one would hope." "Hey," says Goku, "can you get a message to the survivors and tell them to get away from the villages? Then at least they don't have to die for nothing." "Indeed," says the Elder, "I will let them know. And we'd be smart to suppress our powers for now." "Damn it," says Vegeta, because at this point they have no other choice but to keep a low profile, only because Moro at this point, if he were to find them, will easily kill them. And as we then go back to one of the villages, we get to see how the Namekian people are slaughtered all throughout the landscape, each and every single one of them dead on the ground. With Cranberry having to investigate, he then went along to ask, "Oh, come on, where'd they stash that thing? It would have made our lives easier if they just spilled the beans." But none of them would talk. These folks are strange. But Moro begins to look around himself and trying to feel out where the Dragon Ball may be, as he went along to tell Cranberry, "There. Search that structure, Cranberry." "Huh? Okay, yep. I found it, Moro." How'd you know it was right here, though?" With Moro smirking, Cranberry then continues, "Wait, can you detect where the Dragon Balls are?" And with Moro remaining quiet, he then went along to comment, "Excellent. The next one is that way." "Off we go, Cranberry." Which, interestingly enough, when going back to Earth, we get to see how Dende and Popo, they're both eerily quiet as Dende searches the sky, with Popo asking, "What is it, Kami?" As Dende responds, "Something terrible is happening on my home planet." "You felt it too," says Piccolo. "Oh, Piccolo." With Piccolo responding, "A few days ago, I stopped sensing Goku and Vegeta's chi signatures here on Earth. Maybe they've traveled to planet Namek. Something is definitely happening, and it's not good." And even as we then go back to New Planet Namek, it's very awesome to see how Moro is stalking some of the Namekians as he is in order to get the Dragon Ball that he requires, and as he begins to hover over some of them, it's really epic to see the level of brutality that Moro has to offer. As we then go back to his ship, with 6 of the Dragon Balls in his possession, Cranberry then went along to acknowledge Moro by telling him, "Incredible, Moro, we're really picking up pace," with Moro having to utter, "The final ball is near where we first landed." "Oh yeah?" says Cranberry. "That first village was hiding it all along?" "Let's go get it," Moro says. And as Goku and Vegeta are shown having to sit up from their beds, the Namekian people went along to restore Goku and Vegeta's gi, as the Elder asked them, "Your clothes looked something similar to this, yes?" "Perfect," says Goku. "The symbol was unnecessary," says Vegeta. And with Goku having to look at his hands, he then utters, Just a little more. With a little more chi, I can use instant teleportation and get us some senzu beans. But then, both Goku and Vegeta begin to then detect an energy signal having to make its way towards them, with Vegeta asking Kakarot, "Do you feel that?" "Moro's on the move," Goku says. What? You sense something?" says the elder. "No doubt," Goku responds. "He's flying straight towards us." "Oh no. Do you think he detected us?" "No," Goku says. "That's not it, because there are bound to be other survivors around the planet." "That bastard," Vegeta utters. "Is he somehow able to sense the Dragon Balls directly?" "No way," says the elder, and with Goku quickly having to put on his gi, he then further went along to tell everyone, "You three stay hidden here." "What will you do?" says the elder. "Gotta meet him head on." No choice, and with Goku stepping out, the elder responded, "But you two just barely recovered from nearly dying." "Old man," Vegeta comments, "I need to know something." "What?" "Given that I slaughtered all of those Namekians years ago, how do you feel about me?" Vegeta asks. "You speak of the attack on Elder Suno, no? We do not forget these things so easily," as Vegeta asks, "So you hold a grudge then?" Grudges and hatred only bring about further conflict. The Namekian people are not so foolish to indulge in such things. "I see. We only wish to preserve peace on our homeworld, nothing more." And with Goku eerily enough having to stand on top of a cliff, he awaits Moro with the wind having to blow through his hair, because Goku now knows that there is a strong possible chance that he may not make it out of this alive, and with Vegeta joining him, Vegeta then went along to tell him, "Kakarot, if you survive, make restoring this planet how it once was your top priority." Okay. That said, it would take a miracle for either of us to walk away from this alive. "True," Goku responds, "but what other option is there?" And with Cranberry's ship having to be shown making its way towards them, that's when Moro observes Goku and Vegeta out in the distance by commenting, "Those two, they live. They were hiding this whole time, huh?" "Those Galactic Patrol cowards," with Cranberry responding, "Huh? Oh, Vegeta and his pal? I thought they still might be kicking. Those Saiyans are a tough bunch," with Moro responding, "I will not suffer them to scamper about any longer. This time, they will perish at my hands." And with Goku and Vegeta then noticing how they're getting closer, that's when Vegeta utters, "He's caught on to our scent. And he's here." And with Goku and Vegeta then set and powering up, they're looking to go all out in this battle against Moro, but they have not fully recovered, because even after Goku and Vegeta begin to increase their power, they seem to still be feeling the after effects of their previous fight, because they can't transform any further. And what's really cool about this is once Goku and Vegeta take a second to go on ahead and look at one another and smiling, they would only assume that this was going to be their final moments together, as they wasted little time in charging directly at Moro. That's when Cranberry went along to shout, "They're coming!" And with Moro's ship having to be shown zipping right through, with Goku and Vegeta going right after him, Moro is shown smiling because he's prepared at the overall situation of what's about to happen. With Goku and Vegeta shown intensely going in, that's when out of nowhere the Galactic Patrol ship comes zooming out of nowhere and getting right in between Moro, Goku, and Vegeta, as of course we then get to see how right above the ship, as Moro begins to observe, Maris ends up popping out and getting on top of the ship. And as Maris aims his gun down sight, that's when Cranberry went along to shout, "The Galactic Patrol! It's Maris," says Goku, and Maris quickly follows through by shooting the wings of Moro's ship that causes the ship to go crashing on down and preventing them from leaving the planet to begin with. So as soon as Cranberry's ship is showing going on down, out of nowhere through the ship itself, through the glass, Moro winds up dashing on through and having to be shown up in the sky, with Maris having to respond, "Agent Iriko, bring us up." And that's when Agent Iriko does exactly that and having to follow Moro through, and Maris this entire time is not trying to give away his position. Obviously enough, he's not flying, so he's using the ship as a means of leverage to get to Moro. And as Moro then begins to shoot down at Maris, Maris then goes on ahead to display his agility by also using the rocket boots on his feet to avoid every single one of Moro's attacks. With Goku absolutely baffled, he went along to comment, "Whoa! Maris is getting the job done." And as he does so, Moro is getting very irritated because he's looking to end this galactic cop, but this galactic cop actually ends up getting within the vicinity of Moro by then having to use a small little device on his wrist to shoot out this liquid, gooey-like substance that seems to wrap around Moro, and as we get to notice how Maris then captures Moro by using this liquid-like substance, Goku and Vegeta are absolutely taken back because they were not expecting this from Maris to begin with, and with Moro asking what, he then begins to try to struggle his way out as he then goes on to continue, "What have you done?" But Maris doesn't want to hear it because then he uses the rockets on his boots to further bring Moro back down onto the ground and having to slam him directly down onwards with Goku and Vegeta looking on. They couldn't believe that Maris was able to actually apprehend Moro for the time being, and with Moro shown struggling to stand back up, he's trying to break out of the gooey substance and he's screaming, he's clawing, and he's trying to do whatever he could to escape, and with Maris looking on, he then went along to tell him, "We developed this capture device just for pinning you down. You won't tear it apart that easily," with Moro responding, "Curse you, Galactic Patrol." "Maris," Goku says, "Goku, Vegeta, how good to see you both unharmed." With everyone then reunited, we then go to Cranberry, who seems to get out of his ship, and as he notices that Moro had been apprehended, he then uttered, "Huh? They caught him?" Because remember, Cranberry does not want to be caught by Frieza or go back to the galactic prison, and with Goku having to observe, he then asks, "You gonna take him back to the prison like that?" "No," Maris says, "I'm afraid this isn't strong enough to hold him for long. It's just a temporary fix to keep him in place until we found a solution. Now, get him out here." And with the Galactic Patrol ship then having to be shown hovering above, Moro is wondering what the heck is going on as Goku asks him, "Is someone up there? Please hurry, Agent Jocko. This restraint won't hold the perp forever." And on the ship we get to see how Jocko is trying to do everything he could to get Majin Buu off the ship as he went along to comment, "Move your butt! It's your big moment, guy! Come on, your gargantuan gut won't fit through the door." As only then we get to see how Jocko finally manages to get Buu out of the ship, and as Buu winds up slamming down on him, Goku went along to shout, "Huh? Buu's here? You brought him along, Jocko?" with Jocko responding, "Get him off me! And wake up, you!" "He hasn't awoken yet," Vegeta utters, with Jocko having to push Buu and having to tell him, "He woke up earlier. The big guy just got motion sickness over the trip here. Hey, Iriko, learn to drive, why don't you?" So everyone is trying to do the best they can to get Majin Buu to wake up. The Saiyans seem to be shocked, but then that's when we observe how Majin Buu then goes on ahead to sit up, with Jocko responding, "You're up! Great! Now hurry up and seal off that baddie's magic powers," with Vegeta having to ask, "You mean to say that Buu accessed the memories of the Great Lord of Lords?" with Jocko responding, "Yep, our organization's got a galactically licensed medium, hypnotist, and therapist. Bringing back old memories is a niche." But then we notice how Jocko is beginning to push Buu forward. He then went along to tell him, "No, not that way, dummy. Moro's over there." And as soon as Majin Buu then turns his head, he utters, "Moro?" And Moro is extremely focused because he's never seen Majin Buu before, but Buu knows exactly who Moro is, as Buu comments, "Him." And with Moro questioning this, that's when Buu comments, "You're the bad guy I caught way back." And Moro is shook because then he went along to utter, "Could you really be the Great Lord of Lords? No! How could you still live?" with Buu then getting angry and commenting, You killed so many of my friends." So Majin Buu is pissed, Moro's pissed, and that's when Moro began to get very agitated and commenting, "Why? You?" And that's when Moro manages to erupt in a fit of rage as Maris asks, What is this? Oh no, I can't contain him," as eventually enough Moro winds up bursting right through the goo because he wasn't looking to get apprehended, nor was he ever expecting to confront the Daikaio head on, and with everyone having to be shocked, Moro is then face to face against Majin Buu. He further went along to acknowledge him by commenting, "The Great Lord of Lords. I have not forgotten the debt I owe you," with Majin Buu responding, "And I didn't forget what you did. You don't get to pick on everyone anymore. no more! And that's when Majin Buu went along to power up in such a way to where it shocks Goku, it shocks Jocko, it shocks Maris, and as soon as we then get to see a powered up version of Majin Buu, even Maris acknowledged Buu's feats by having to utter amazing. As Buu went along to stare down against Moro, that's when we get to see how Majin Buu then took initiative in charging directly at Moro for the first time in getting Moro vs Majin Buu during the events of Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 47, page 38. But even then, Moro is not fearful of the Daikaio slash Buu, because as soon as Moro winds up lifting his hand up, he assumed that he could use the planet's energy as a means of shielding himself, but Majin Buu in fact actually goes right through the energy barrier and manages to punch Moro directly in the face. So this battle right off the gate starts off with Majin Buu having to land a solid shot on Moro's face. With Goku in disbelief, he utters, "Buu dove right through the fire and flames." They didn't even phase him. And as soon as Moro lands on his feet, that's when Moro then goes on the attack by having to wind his hand back, and as soon as Majin Buu gets close enough, Moro winds up doing his signature move by impaling Majin Buu directly through the stomach, and which I will say is very gruesome in the way Moro often does this move to his opponents, but unlike his previous opponents, Majin Buu winds up staring Moro directly in the face, and as an end result, he smiles at the face of having to be impaled, and what Majin Buu does is he quickly shifts his weight in having to toss Moro out into the distance, and as soon as Moro goes flying out, that's when Majin Buu unleashes multiple ki blasts from his mouth, enforcing Moro to shield himself from the fact that Moro's techniques and his attacks now don't really seem to have an effect on Majin Buu, and with Buu wading through the smoke, Maris went along to utter how amazing, I never considered that Buu would possess such strength. With Jocko uttering, "Well, I'm glad I didn't make him mad," and with Buu smiling through the smoke, we observe how Moro is holding up a massive energy ball in the sky, with Goku uttering that move again, because it appears that Moro once again seems to be collecting more energy from the planet this time, and as soon as Moro looks down, he throws the attack directly at Majin Buu, but unlike anyone else who would be fearful or at least nervous, Majin Buu is not, because instead Buu winds up charging directly at the blast, and as soon as he gets close enough to it, he ends up kicking the blast directly up at the sky, and with Moro staring back up, Majin Buu ends up quickly getting in front of Moro and then having to knock him in the face right down onto the ground, which again goes as far as to showcase his agility, his durability, his speed, and even his strength, with Goku of course cheering on by having to scream out, "That's it, Buu." That's when Vegeta went along to ask Goku, "Didn't you notice, Kakarot?" With Goku wondering, Vegeta then continues, "Buu's energy levels aren't dropping. Moro's energy absorption must not work on him." Wow, you're right! "Buu can do it," says Goku, and with Moro slowly staggering back up on his feet, he then utters, "You. How did you come by such abilities?" And with Majin Buu having to be shown laughing, that's when the manga chapter comes to a close, and I really enjoy the overall desperation factor from the beginning of this chapter, because Goku and Vegeta were not expecting for someone like Maris to help them, let alone actually having Majin Buu come to Planet Namek and use his assistance to get the better of Moro, because from the beginning Moro was very well established in being overly confident, and he thought that if he were to engage with Goku and Vegeta one more time, that he was definitely going to have the upper hand, but was not expecting for Majin Buu to actually step in, and that's when we go into Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 48 entitled Moro's Wish, and it's interesting how from the get-go, Majin Buu attempts to actually turn Moro into a food-like substance, but Moro quickly counters in having to notice this, and as soon as Majin Buu charges on in, what's really cool about this fight is seeing the fact that Majin Buu is throwing his weight around. He actually lands on top of Moro, and he's pounding his face in, very similar to what Buu did against Majin Vegeta back in Dragon Ball Z, and with Goku cheering him on, and with Maris having to be absolutely blown away, Moro then winds up opening his mouth and realizing how tough Buu is, so to get Majin Buu off of him, what Moro does is he blows Majin Buu's head away with a mouth blast that is so vicious that it not only causes Majin Buu to stumble on back, because Jocko here did not know that Majin Buu was able to regenerate, and neither did Moro, because Moro is shown grinning, he's smiling, but as soon as Majin Buu's body is actually able to brace itself and having to point at Moro, that's when Majin Buu actually goes on ahead to regrow his own head through his arm and having to stare directly at Moro, and Moro can't seem to believe this because he had never seen a being like this, so what Majin Buu does is he outsmarts Moro, he clocks him with the left hook that sends Moro flying out into the distance, and as Moro struggles to stand up, he is absolutely infuriated because he had never come across a being like this before. It seems like his magic isn't working, and with everyone having to observe, Jocko then commented, "That's definitely an unconventional way to fight," with Vegeta responding, "The creature's absurd abilities are actually working to our advantage." And indeed it does, because Majin Buu is shown kicking Moro, he's gaining the upper hand on him, with Goku having to utter, I haven't seen Buu fight in a long time. Moro's magic doesn't work on him, but it also seems like he's gotten stronger, with Maris asking, you think so? Perhaps unlocking those memories somehow unleashed his latent potential, so it appears that by unlocking Majin Buu's latent potential is actually an end result of the hypnosis and the therapy he went through to actually gain the memories of the Daikaio, as Maris goes on to ask, but to this extent? How unexpected, and Majin Buu is shown grabbing Moro by the leg, he's flinging him all around the landscape, he actually winds up throwing Moro against the cliffside as Moro winds up hitting the rocks, and with Moro shown embedded within, he went along to utter, "Curse you! If only I had my full magic. If only I could devour this entire world. I wouldn't possibly lose to you," and that's when Moro winds up powering up in such a way to where he ends up blowing everything away, and with Majin Buu standing there, Majin Buu went along to respond, "You're a little weakling compared to me. Making excuses? You suck." So Majin Buu is not only adding insult to injury, but as Moro is standing there, Moro is bloody, he's wounded, and more than anything, he is very, very angry. And as soon as Majin Buu is then shown putting his hands together, he then unleashes 6 arms with Moro looking on. He couldn't seem to believe what the heck Majin Buu was doing, and as Majin Buu comes in, Majin Buu then attacks Moro with all 6 arms, literally pounding Moro into the ground in such a way to where Majin Buu is in such control of this fight that he was able to do to Moro what Goku and Vegeta were not able to do to him previously, and as Moro is shown getting beaten into the ground, Goku went along to comment, "He's winning! That's actually working," with Maris responding, "Yes, clearly, Buu is the stronger fighter, but Moro still has his magic, and there's no telling what trick he might unleash, so we mustn't drop our guard. Buu! Use that technique now while Moro can't fight back." And as soon as Buu looks on over, he then comments, "Oh yeah! Okay," and it's interesting because even with Majin Buu stepping aside, the other 4 arms that he had grown out of his body are still shown attacking Moro down on the ground, as Jocko comments, "Huh? His hands aren't even attached? What can't this guy do?" And with Buu laughing, that's when Buu unleashed his magic and having to take his hands and having to then pin Moro down on the ground by latching onto his ankles, latching onto his forearm, and keeping him down as of course he prepares to use the exact same technique that was originally shown during the events of the Grand Kai's battle with Moro, and with Buu having to tell him, "Here I go," Moro is absolutely shook to his core as he comments, "No, not that," because Moro knows exactly what's about to happen if he were to unleash this attack. But then the sky gets dark. Buu is wondering what's going on. Moro is wondering what's going on as Maris asks, "It suddenly got dark? Does this planet experience abrupt nighttime?" Jocko asks. What a bizarre place, but Vegeta and Goku both know exactly what this is, as Goku comments, "No, this is," and in fact it is, because over out in the distance we observe how Purunga is now summoned by using the Dragon Balls, and the person that summoned Purunga was in fact none other than Cranberry. And Cranberry had done this as an end result of having to slaughter an entire village, and with one of the little Namekian boys shown next to him, connected to some sort of a device that's on his head, Cranberry then went along to comment, "So, this is the mighty Purunga. Damn it," says one of the elders. As Cranberry then quickly turns around, he winds up vaporizing the elder as he then went along to turn back around and commenting, "I might not look like much, but I used to be an elite trooper in Frieza's army. These old Namekian farts and some kid are no match for me." And as we then go back to Goku and Vegeta, Vegeta went along to comment, "Look, that faint glow in the distance, it must be Purunga." "Huh?" Maris says. "Moro's friend," Goku utters. "He must have summoned the dragon." "Oh no," Vegeta utters. "The old man and those others. I can't sense their chi, and everyone there takes a moment to realize the threat level here, because with Porunga out there, this could mean bad news for our heroes, and with Moro overhearing this, we then go back to Porunga, who goes on to comment, "State your wish. I shall grant any 3 wishes within my power." First off, Cranberry says, "I'm on my last legs, so heal me." And with Cranberry using a communicator to get the little Namekian boy to translate to Porunga, Porunga went along to utter, "Very well. Your first wish is granted." And Cranberry now is back to full strength as he comments, "Whoa, nice. I feel good as new." With Goku having to tell Vegeta, "We can't let him make any wishes. Let's get over there, Vegeta." And Vegeta and Goku quickly make haste because they know they don't have much time left. And with Moro seeing this while being pinned down, he then goes on ahead to use telepathy in directly communicating to Cranberry and telling him, "Cranberry, listen." And with Cranberry overhearing this, Moro then continues, "Quickly now, wish for me to regain my full magic power." And Moro hesitates as he goes on to ask, "What's the delay? Those 2 from the Galactic Patrol make for your position as we speak. Time is of the essence." But Cranberry seems to have a different agenda as he went along to ask, "What about my wish to escape to some outlying planet?" "What about my wish to escape to some outlying planets?" Moro utters. "Know this. Double-cross me now, and you will never know peace. I will chase you down to the ends of the universe." As Cranberry utters, "Fair enough," with Porunga asking, "State your second wish." And that's when Cranberry utters, "Give Moro back his full magic power." "Very well," says Porunga, "your second wish is granted." And over back on the battlefield, we get to see how all of a sudden Moro's body begins to change. He's shaking because now his full magical abilities that he had been craving for such a long time had now been restored. And everyone feels this. Jocko, Majin Buu, Maris, Goku, Vegeta, and even Goku and Vegeta stop as Goku utters, "Moro's chi! His magic is back already?" And that's exactly the case in point, because from there, Moro winds up using his magic to quickly dash on up, and he vanishes from the battlefield as Jocko utters, "Moro's gone!" "Damn it," Maris utters, because Moro is now zipping on through with such speed that he's trying to get to Porunga before Goku and Vegeta, and even as we get to see how Moro quickly dashes beyond Goku and Vegeta, it was the effect of his speed and power that he used to fly on by that causes Goku and Vegeta to crash on down to the ground. And as they do, Vegeta asks, what was that?" Because Moro now is absolutely desperate to get to Porunga before them, and as they quickly try to make haste, Porunga then goes on to state, "Now state your final wish." As Cranberry utters, "Great, here we go. I'm finally gonna get my wish. For my third wish, pick out a nice outlying planet where Frieza's army, the Galactic Patrol, and even Moro won't ever find me, and send me." But then Cranberry stops because right before he can actually make his wish, his body is trembling. He's beginning to sweat because from there, Moro had found his way to Cranberry and managed to impale him right through his guts. And with Cranberry shaking while turning around, Moro's sinister grin is then met as Moro looks on with blood dripping down from his hand. Cranberry utters, You jerk." As Moro responds, "A job well done, Cranberry." And with Moro then letting Cranberry go, as the blood of Cranberry begins to drip down his hand, Cranberry eventually hits the ground as Moro goes on to comment, "You see, I have a second wish of my own. Unfortunately, that means there are none left for you." And as he then reaches on and grabbing onto Cranberry's helmet, he then goes on ahead to tear the helmet off and telling the dragon, "Porunga, was it? There is still one wish remaining, yes?" With the dragon responding, "Yes. I await the final wish. State it now," with Moro responding, "Good. I wonder if you can grant this one." And with the Galactic Patrol ship then having to arrive, the pilot went along to tell everyone, "I'm tracking Moro's life signature, so hop on board. Let's hurry, friends." And with Boo, Maris, Jocko, and everyone else having to board, they are then shown having to quickly flee to Porunga, as of course then we get to see how the little Namekian boy then goes on to make the wish, as Porunga responds, "Very well. The final wish is granted." "Excellent," Moro says, as he then proceeds to go on ahead and throw the device down onto the ground. Our heroes are now too late, as Jocko went along to ask, "Agent Maris, over there, Was that some gigantic monster? With Maris responding, that must be the wish-granting dragon itself. Now, says Purunga, 3 wishes are granted. Farewell. So during the events of Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 48, page 33, Moro had now finally made his wish. And as the sky then begins to clear, Moro is eerily quiet. With Goku and Vegeta finally arriving, Goku went along to comment, "We're too late." Haha, says Moro, indeed, by a hair. My wishes were only just granted. Darn you, Goku says. And you killed them all? You won't get away with this, with Moro telling them, not quite. He is the one who slaughtered the Namekians. And then you killed your own man, asks Goku? How rotten can you get? And with Vegeta shown clearly agitated, he then asks, you, talk! What did you wish for? With Moro telling Vegeta, I believe you already know my first wish. Resurrecting your magic, was it? Precisely, Moro says. That can't be all though, Goku utters. What else did you wish for? Tell us, with Moro responding, you'll know soon enough. The Great Lord of Lords and his companions have caught up, in which they have, as Moro went along to tell them, I have no more need to battle you people. Farewell. And Moro then proceeds to use the planet's energy as a means of a shield to vanish, and as Moro vanishes, the Saiyans are left wondering what happened as Goku asks, where did he run off to? He can suppress his chi now too, says Vegeta, but Moro really didn't get far because all Moro really did was get behind a nearby mountain having to observe our heroes, and as of course we then get to see how Moro then quickly vanishes away, very similar to how Dr. Gero originally got away from the Z Fighters when of course they found out about his lab. We then observe how Maris and Buu, everyone leaves the ship as Goku utters vanished, and he can hide his chi, so there's no telling where he went. And with Buu stepping out, he then comments, he is still here. His magic power is back, but that's different from pure strength. That's why he'll try to eat up the whole planet now. And as soon as Buu walks on over and healing Eska, there seems to be something different this time by comparison to what we've seen from Majin Buu before, and as of course Buu then continues, he goes on to utter, that one was still alive. I could heal him. I can't heal these two though. Sorry, as of course Cranberry was responsible for murdering some of the elders. As we then get to see how the sky begins to darken, that's when Maris went along to utter, the planet is shaking, what's happening? It's gotta be Moro, says Goku, he's gonna suck the planet dry all at once. At this pace though, Vegeta utters, it's happening far faster than before. And as soon as Majin Buu grabs onto Vegeta and Goku, that's when we get to see how Majin Buu finally reveals to himself after of course having to heal Goku and Vegeta, because Goku went along to utter, I'm back to full strength. Thanks a ton, Buu. But it turns out that Majin Buu can actually revert back to the Daikaio, and as he does, that's when they went along to scream out, what? That face! A pleasure to meet you all, says the Grand Kai. Could that be the Great Lord of Lords, Maris says? Until Moro is defeated, the Grand Kai utters, I'll be switching places with Buu. There's still time, but we all have to confront him before he devours the planet. Makes sense, Goku says. Let's do it. Grab a hold of me, you two. And as Vegeta and the Grand Kai do so, that's when Maris shouts, Goku! I'll make the necessary preparations and bring the ship to you. Above all else, be careful of his magic. Gotcha, Goku says. We'll get it done. And as soon as everyone gathers together, as of course Goku tries his best to lock on to Moro, we then get to see how Goku finally uses instant transmission as Maris comments, I have faith you can do this. Goku, Vegeta, the Great Lord of Lords. The manga chapter then comes to a close. Now, what's interesting about this manga chapter is it establishes the idea that Majin Buu and the Grand Kai can easily switch places, and it also establishes the premise of Moro's wishes, because the fandom had often wondered about what Moro's wishes actually were, and the 3 wishes made by the Dragon Balls were number 1 was for Cranberry to have his health and energy restored, number 2 was for Moro to have his magic restored, and number 3, well, eventually, was to have the galactic prisoners be freed from, of course, the galactic prison, which also went as far as to establish the narrative of the Daikaio having to help and the overall effectiveness of Majin Buu's influence in this battle. But then, as of course we then pan into Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 49 entitled Outer Space Battle, we get to further observe and see how Planet Namek's energy is beginning to leave, and as we see how Jocko, Eska, Maris, they're all beginning to notice how the energy of the planet is then leaving, that's when Maris went along to utter, "Our energy will be absorbed by Moro too if we stay much longer. We have to get off the planet now." And with Jocko, Maris, and Eska then having to be shown leaving, they're leaving because they know that Moro is now beginning to drain the planet of its energy, and as Eska is shown talking to Jocko, Eska went along to comment, "The Great Elder named me his successor before the disaster struck. Maybe he foresaw his own doom and entrusted the fate of our people to me. That's why it's my responsibility to survive this." With Maris having to respond, "Then let's all survive and rebuild a peaceful Namek. And that means defeating Moro first. The villain should be up ahead onward," says the pilot, and as we then observe how Moro is then beginning to collect the planet's energy and having to store it in this one massive sphere of pure energy, we then observe how Goku uses his instant transmission to teleport Vegeta and the Daikaio in confronting Moro, and that's when Vegeta and Goku quickly jump into Super Saiyan Blue, and they all then go on ahead to charge directly at Moro in attacking him, and what's even more interesting is as they begin to attack him in a 3-on-1 situation, Moro then quickly vanishes with Vegeta asking, "What the over there?" and having to use shadow clones and using his magic to the best of his ability to dodge everything that Goku and Vegeta are doing, because even with Goku and Vegeta firing off multiple energy blasts and their relentless pursuit and having to physically hit Moro, they can't seem to do it because Moro is ducking, dodging, weaving, evading. He's doing everything he can to make Goku and Vegeta seem like amateurs in this battle, and even with this, Goku went along to ask, What's going on? Something seems off," Vegeta utters, with the Daikaio responding, "His real body isn't here." So this entire time Moro had used somewhat of a shadow clone to collect all of the planet's energy, with our heroes asking, "Crap! Where'd he go? Where are you absorbing the planet's energy from?" "Over there," utters the Daikaio, as he then notices how Moro is standing on a nearby rock that seems to be floating in space, and the first person that winds up charging on in is Goku, with Vegeta having to utter, "Wait, Kakarot! That's outer space! Saiyans can't survive in the vacuum of space!" "Oh, right," Goku utters, because without even thinking, Goku was going to go out and get himself killed, and it was Vegeta that stopped him because Vegeta knew that if Goku were to go out any further, he would surely die only because he cannot survive in the vacuums of space. But that's when the Daikaio volunteers and having to utter, "I'll go," and he takes initiative in charging directly on in, as interestingly enough, with the Daikaio making his way in, Moro uses his finger in calling for the energy ball to come towards him, and as it does, Moro then condenses the ball and having to eat it, and the second the Daikaio punches Moro, nothing happens, but instead, Moro winds up grabbing onto the Daikaio's arm, and as he pulls him away, he then asks, "You dare to wear that detestable face in my presence, great Lord of Lords?" But as soon as the Daikaio tries to fight Moro off again, the Daikaio is then shown not only having the inability to physically touch Moro, but then Moro is shown having to kick the Daikaio deeper into outer space, with Moro having to acknowledge this. As soon as he charges on in, he knows that Goku and Vegeta can't really do anything to stop him, as Goku shouts, "Darn it, they're out of sight!" with Vegeta responding, "Damn it, there's no way to tell how this battle is going." But then as soon as the Galactic Patrol ship then notices how Goku and Vegeta are out there, Maris went along to comment, "Namek's not losing energy anymore, perhaps the fight has begun?" "Agent Maris," says the pilot, "Moro and the Great Lord of Lords have left Namek's orbits. Goku and Vegeta remain in the atmosphere. Which parties should we pursue?" With Maris having to tell him, "First, we attend to Goku and Vegeta," as we then get to see how the Daikaio is trying to do everything in his ability to stop Moro, with Moro having to then use his magic to not only influence the Daikaio in such a way, but each and every single time the Daikaio is shown having to blast Moro or he's trying to make physical contact with him, Moro seems to duck, dodge, and essentially evade everything he's doing, even to the point where as soon as the Daikaio fires an energy blast right down on the giant rock that Moro was on, Moro quickly gets in front because of course he is an energy consumer, and what he winds up doing is Moro opens his mouth and completely swallows the Daikaio's energy blast whole, as the Daikaio utters, "He got me." As Moro then wastes little time in having to quickly charge on in, he ends up headbutting the Daikaio so hard and then having to punch him down on the same asteroid that he was on, that as soon as the Daikaio was shown having to struggle to stand back up, that's when Moro went along to tell him, "Your strange abilities confused me, but now that my power exceeds yours, they no longer trouble me. Did something happen to you these last 10 million years? Because this is unimpressive." And as soon as the Daikaio then gets into the same technique position that he had used 10 million years ago to seal off Moro's magic, Moro notices this as the Daikaio responds, "Listen, Moro, you're going to come quietly back to the galactic prison. Resist, and I'll seal your magic off again." But Moro isn't biting this time, as he went along to laugh and responding, "The old sealing technique, is it? Go ahead. Do your worst." And the Grand Kai is utterly quiet as Moro continues, "No? I thought not. I do not sense the same god power you had once held. I dare say you lack the power to unleash the sealing spell, right?" With the Grand Kai once again eerily quiet, he then asks, "Sharp, aren't you?" But even as we then go back to Goku and Vegeta, who are now back to base form, Goku went along to utter, "Hey, did you just feel Moro getting stronger?" With Vegeta responding, "How infuriating. At this rate," Goku says, "he'll be too much for us to handle soon." "And what about that magic sealing technique?" Vegeta says. But as soon as they can get an answer, the Galactic Patrol ship then shows up, with Maris poking his head out and telling them, "Goku, Vegeta, come on board." And as they do, they then begin to discuss a plan in trying to figure out how to stop Moro, with Goku having to ask, "I guess he can't shoot off the sealing move unless Moro's held in place?" "No," Maris says. "In fact, I suspect that as he is now, the Great Lord of Lords can't execute the Kai Kai Motaro." As Vegeta asks, "What do you mean?" Maris then continues, "It occurred to me earlier when Buu attempted to use it." Wait, wasn't that our ace in the hole?" "Indeed it was," Maris says. "Explain yourself," Vegeta utters. "It's most likely because of the splitting that Buu underwent." He split?" Jocko asks. "What can't that weirdo do?" "You mean the split between his good and evil halves?" Vegeta asks. "Yes," Maris utters. "That pink guy is kinda creepy," Jocko utters to Eska. "I even saw him sprout extra arms from his body." With Eska then insinuating that his people can do the same thing, Maris then goes on to explain, "Because the good Buu inherited the Great Lord of Lords' physical appearance. I assumed he received the god power as well, but maybe that power went to evil Buu instead." With Goku asking, "That little guy actually had god power in him?" And as we then go back to Moro, who's seemingly fighting the Grand Kai in a very one-sided fight, the Daikaio is trying to do everything he can to survive, but every single time he attempts to do something, Moro counters with absolute finesse, even to the point where, as we get to see how the Grand Kai attacks, Moro blocks his attack without even looking and having to then ask him, "Did someone steal your power and reduce you to that pinkish form from earlier?" "Damn it," the Grand Kai says. As Moro turns on over and having to kick the Daikaio straight through a bunch of asteroids, we then get to see how, as of course he then lands down on one of them, there seems to be a regressed memory that comes to the Daikaio, as of course we then get to see how Goku is holding the Spirit Bomb up above his head right before he went along to destroy Kid Buu. It was at that moment where we got to see a flashback with the Grand Kai having to observe the final moments of Kid Buu versus Goku, and we then got to see firsthand the accounts of Goku having to completely obliterate Kid Buu once and for all, and with the Grand Kai then having to observe, he then utters, "I see. When he was obliterated, so was my power." And as the Grand Kai then comes back to his senses and looking up above, Moro then went along to utter, "Now that I have taken a glimpse at those latent memories, it's clear to me that no being in this universe possesses the power to seal away my magic. How wonderful it is not to have that fear anymore." And with the Grand Kai having to be shown angry, we then once again go back to Vegeta and Goku, as Vegeta went along to comment, "Gimmicky techniques like that never actually get the job done. It was always going to take brute force to bring down this foe." With Goku agreeing and commenting, "I think Vegeta's right, which is why we gotta do something now." "Moro, dead ahead," the pilot says. "Damn it, we're completely powerless in outer space." But that's when Maris steps forward and then asking Goku, Vegeta, can you assure me that you two are more powerful than Moro? With Goku and Vegeta responding, yep. Naturally, magic aside, we are the stronger fighters. Just one of us at full power in Super Saiyan Blue could handle him. With Maris responding, roger that. In that case, I will drag Moro back to the surface of planet Namek where you two can finish the job. And that's exactly what Maris intends, because as soon as Maris puts on his suit, that's when Goku asks, is that one of them space suits? With Maris telling them, please return to planet Namek in the meantime. I'm off. And as soon as we get to see how Maris takes off, we then go back to Moro, who is just about to be shown finishing off the Daikaio, as of course he was holding up above him a giant energy ball as the Daikaio looked on. It was only then that Maris stepped in once again firing this liquid goo that prevented Moro from having to launch the attack down on the Grand Kai. So instead, Maris went along ahead to pull Moro back some and having to throw him off balance, and with Moro being so cunning, what he did instead was he managed to tug forward and having to send Maris flying straight ahead, which then surprised Maris, as of course he wasn't expecting for Moro to be this resilient. So instead, he manages to completely cut himself off from the liquid and he lands right next to the Grand Kai. So Maris winds up grabbing the Grand Kai and he ends up going on the opposite side of the asteroid, as he then went along to ask him, are you still with us, Grand Lord of Lords? Thank you, says the Grand Kai, as Maris responds, we need to get Moro back to Namek somehow so that the team could battle him together. Yes, of course, says the Grand Kai. I can't win alone. Before that, can I confirm something with you, says Maris? Can you still use instant teleportation? You know your stuff, says the Grand Kai. As the Lord of Lords, yes, I can. Excellent. When the time comes, Maris says, but then Moro comes swooping in and having to utter, you again. Blasted Galactic Patrol, but Maris wastes little time in pulling out his gun, and he fires a shot directly at Moro's head, but Moro simply tilts his neck to the left and having to avoid the attack and asking, you come at me with a toy? But Maris continues to fire shot after shot after shot, but Moro is so fast that he's able to speed blitz all of the shots that Maris is firing, as he went along to respond, cease this futile farce. But Maris isn't stopping, as he kept on shooting shot after shot as Moro utters, I said, that's enough! But this is where Maris's cunningness comes into play, because he shot off a giant piece of the asteroid as he then went along ahead to shoot the goo directly at it and attaching itself onto the rock. And what he does is Maris swings the rock and having to have it fly straight towards Moro, but with Moro being resilient, he went along ahead to smash right through the boulder, as of course this was all a part of Maris's plan, was to simply distract Moro long enough to get him onto Namek. And as soon as we get to see how Maris is swinging around like Spider-Man, what he does is he puts his rocket boots directly in front of Moro's face and he fires the boots directly at him from point blank range, and having to blind him momentarily, even if it was for a second, as Moro utters, curse you! My eyes! And behind Moro, the Grand Kai gets behind him as he went along ahead to grab onto Moro and telling him, I've got you now. As seconds later, the Grand Kai uses instant transmission in bringing Moro back to Namek, and as soon as Goku and Vegeta notice this, what Goku does is he grabs onto Vegeta, as of course this was his cue, and once they go back down to New Planet Namek, that's when Goku went along to utter, Moro, ready for a fair fight? We're at full power now, so you won't get away again. But Moro this time is eerily calm, as of course we then get to see how Maris returns back to the ship. Moro is looking around the planet as he went along to comment, planet Namek. It still holds energy? What a waste to leave food on my plate. With Vegeta chiming in, I don't think you comprehend the situation. We're about to destroy you once and for all. With Moro then laughing, he then responds, so foolish, so naive. You seem to have forgotten something quite important. The third wish. As only then, Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 49 then comes to a close, which goes on to further establish a few key points here, that being number 1, this was the first time that both Moro and the Daikaio had battled in over 10 million years. Number 2, the self-establishment point that Moro had looked into the Daikaio's memories to see that at one point Goku did battle against Kid Buu, and at some point during their separation, the Daikaio's god power was separated and placed into the evil part of Majin Buu, which was ultimately destroyed by Goku, which further illustrated the narrative that without that kind of power to seal off Moro's magical techniques, that Moro really had no fear going forward, especially knowing now that there was no way his magic could be sealed. And number 3, Maris's influence in wanting to bring Moro back to New Planet Namek, only for Moro to reveal that the third wish he had made was in fact going to be used in his favor, as we then go into Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 50 entitled Great Escape, as we then get to observe the Galactic Prison HQ that's under the jurisdiction of course, the Galactic Patrol, and there seems to be something going on within the actual prison itself, because inside, shackles, gates, and even walls seem to be busted. There seems to have been somewhat of an escape that had went down within the prison, and as we then get to see how many prisoners are remaining inside and being held captive by the Galactic Patrol, we also notice how the Macarena gang are also being taken inside, and more than interestingly enough, as of course all of these prisoners are being told to stay in place, and they're being told that there's essentially no way of busting out of this prison. As we then go back to New Namek, we then observe how one of the wishes made did in fact have an effect on the prison itself, because Porunga's influence was shown in the background of the prison, and because of this, we further observe how the entire prison then begins to shake, and all of the cell doors then begin to open up, and the prisoners, just as well as the guards, are absolutely baffled by this, because nobody had ever expected for all of the prisoners to be freed at once. And as of course all of the guards are trying to scramble and they're trying to figure out what to do, we then observe how Sagambo, Shimureka, Yumba, 7-3, and many other prisoners then escape and having to take hold of the entire prison in basically becoming the shot callers now, all because of Moro's influence. And this was exactly what Moro was talking about in the fact that his third wish was going to be for all of the prisoners to in fact be freed. And as of course we then observe how Sagambo just shatters through the control center in demanding for everyone to basically be released and for them to pretty much go back on the same ships that they had arrived on. As we then go back to Maris and Jocko, they are then radioed in by an emergency dispatch straight from the HQ by letting them know that all of the prisoners had now been set free and that there's a big problem going on within the Galactic Prison itself. And as we then go back to New Planet Namek, we then observe how Goku went along to ask, "You set them loose? But why?" As Moro responds, "Here they come." And with Goku pointing up, we then observe how the Galactic prisoners did in fact manage to recapture their ship, which spells bad news for our heroes considering that now all of the prisoners are here. And as they arrived, Maris, Jocko, Eska, everyone begins to panic because this was in fact Moro's final wish. And with Moro shown laughing, he then went along to respond, "Yes, for that final wish, I demanded that every prisoner in the Galactic prison go free." "A spaceship? Is it them?" says Vegeta. "I'm feeling a lot of chi signatures in there," says Goku. As seconds later, what the ship winds up doing is it turns its engine over onto Goku and Vegeta, and then it shoots out a massive flame down on them as of course they try to escape. They barely make it in time and having to scrape the surface of the planet as Vegeta utters a surprise attack. "You think it's the freed prisoner?" says Goku. As meanwhile, on top of the prisoner ship, we get to see how Sagambo bows down to Moro and having to tell him, "At your service, Lord Moro." "You've brought a small army, I see," says Moro. "Well done indeed, Sagambo. As promised, I will share my power with you all." And as Goku and Vegeta then stare back up, Vegeta went along to comment, "Moro's up there now. He must have been waiting for his pals to show up," says Goku. And as the ship then is shown having to have a mysterious glow be bestowed upon it, we only then realize how Goku went along to utter, "The ones inside. I just felt their cheese grow. I think Moro must have used his magic again," and in fact he did, because what Moro ended up doing was he shared a small portion of his stolen energy to all of the prisoners, and as the prisoners then touch back down, there's a lot of tension going on the battlefield as of course Goku and Vegeta are seemingly outnumbered. Vegeta went along to utter, "So this is why he seemed so confident a minute ago. We had no idea he'd be bringing friends," Goku says, and as soon as Moro looks down, he then goes on to tell his minions, "Have at them, my convicts," and that's exactly what everyone does, because as soon as the Daikaio steps forward, it's the Daikaio, Goku, and Vegeta versus Moro's convicts. So as soon as Goku and Vegeta quickly power up to Super Saiyan Blue, Goku went along to tell his partners, on your toes, these guys seem tough, and as soon as they engage, this statement of the convicts being tough really doesn't hold any merit because Goku is shown having to easily outmaneuver everyone. He's casually blitzing them, punching them in the face, grabbing them by the ankles, slamming their bodies together, as is Vegeta as well. So Goku and Vegeta are making easy work of the convicts, as of course we know that Moro did give them a small portion of their energy, but even then, Goku and Vegeta are shown having to clean house effortlessly, as of course Moro observes. It's interesting to see how the Daikaio, Goku, and Vegeta are all working simultaneously and taking these guys down, but even then, Moro is showing no signs of concern, as the convicts went along to utter, whoa, these guys aren't your everyday Galactic Patrol guys, how are they this strong? As Sagambo shouts, hey, don't turn yellow on me, keep going at them. Unless you want to head back to the Slammer, you'd better obey Lord Moro's commands. So go! They can't hold all of you at once, and that's exactly what they tried to do until Goku and Vegeta then out of nowhere go from Super Saiyan Blue right back down to Super Saiyan God. And as soon as this happens, Goku goes on to question, huh? The God form, as the Daikaio points up and shouting, Moro's absorbing energy again! And that's exactly what Moro ends up doing, because even as Goku, Vegeta, and the Daikaio were engaging, Moro this entire time was in fact collecting energy, and as soon as Goku went along ahead to rush on up to stop him, that's when Sagambo steps forward over the railing and telling Moro, I'll handle him. And as soon as Sagambo and Goku are shown having to collide at one another, all of a sudden, Goku goes from Super Saiyan God right back down to Super Saiyan 3. And as soon as this happens, Sagambo ends up one-shotting Super Saiyan 3 Goku by punching him right down onto the ground. That further causes Goku in going from Super Saiyan 3 right back down to his base form, and as soon as Vegeta notices this and shouting, pick yourself up, Kakarot, that's when Vegeta is shown going from Super Saiyan God right back down to his base form, and also getting one-shotted by the convicts, because as soon as Goku and Vegeta land back on their feet, they then try to jump from base into their Super Saiyan transformations, with Vegeta having to comment, the moment we drop our guard, our transformations fail us. So this entire battle was in fact a ploy and a trap set up by Moro, because every single time, according to Vegeta, they seem to drop their guard, Moro winds up taking even more of their energy, and as soon as the Daikaio was shown having to get dropped, that's when Vegeta went along to comment, that battle against Moro in space earlier must have taken a toll on him. Darn, Goku says, because now they're in a position of vulnerability in the idea that Moro is not only taking energy from them, but he's not allowing them to gain any leverage even against his own minions, as Goku went along to cry out, hey, Moro, what are you really after here? What's the point in all of this? As Moro responds, to create an ideal galaxy where I am free to consume planets as I wish. Gathering these allies is one small step towards that end, with Vegeta asking, you hold a grudge against the Galactic Patrol then? As Moro utters, I wonder. What I can say is I detest the sort of peace that you people want to preserve on this planet and others. All those who would strive for such nonsense should be eradicated. And even then, as Goku are shown once again jumping back down from Super Saiyan to base, it's as clear as day that Moro absolutely despises the concept of peace, as Goku went along to tell Vegeta, and now we can't even go Super Saiyan. Damn it, Vegeta says. How many times will we fall to his tricks? And as soon as the convicts are shown gaining leverage, Maris's Galactic Patrol ship then arrives, and having to notice how Moro is collecting more Genki. He's taking more energy not just from the planet, but from Goku, Vegeta, and everyone else, as Maris shouts, oh no! The convicts have all gathered here! We have to help our allies, Agent Jocko, as Jocko asks, by we, you mean me too, right? I can help as well, says Eska, and as soon as then Maris comes up with a plan to help Goku and Vegeta out, that's exactly what he ends up doing, because as soon as Maris and Jocko show up on the battlefield, they're using their guns, they're vaporizing the convicts, and they actually went along ahead to help Goku and Vegeta during the time of this crisis, as Maris went along to shout, defeating Moro is impossible at this point. Given the circumstances, we have to retreat, because Maris knew that at this point, everyone's starting to get picked off one by one, and as soon as Sagambo looks on down, he then goes on to question, who are they? They have backup of their own? And as soon as Sagambo aims his gun up, what he tried to do was he tried to blast past the Galactic Patrol ship, but Maris quickly intervened by having to shoot away Sagambo's gun as Sagambo asks, "What the heck? At this distance?" With Goku shouting, "Hey! Your name's Iriko, right? You gotta take this ship and get out of here!" As Iriko comments, "Right," Goku then continues, "I hear you, Maris, so grab my hand. We'll escape with the instant teleportation." As Maris shouts, "Great Lord of Lords, use your own instant teleportation to warp to the Galactic Patrol HQ, please." And with the Daikaio agreeing, he then teleports with Eska and leaving behind Goku, Vegeta, Jocko, and Maris, as Jocko went along to tell Maris, "Grab onto me, Agent Maris." "You too, Vegeta," but Vegeta looks to be a little hesitant in doing so, as Goku asks, "What's the holdup? If he absorbs any more energy, I won't be able to use instant teleportation again." As Vegeta responds, "Stupid magic spells, stupid god power." And with Goku overhearing this, Vegeta then continues, "Forget instant teleportation. We Saiyans pride ourselves on physical might and nothing more. A warrior race has no need for fancy parlor tricks. And yet I've been reduced to this. Let's go," says Goku. "You wanna die here or something?" And as Vegeta oversees how the Galactic Patrol ship is then taking off above them, Vegeta then surprisingly enough went along to tell Goku, "Go ahead, Kakarot. This is where I part ways with you people." And Vegeta does exactly that. As Goku went along to shout his name out, Maris is telling Goku that it's now or never because they don't have the time, nor do they have the resources to hang around here any longer. And as Vegeta took the leave, what Goku ends up doing is he uses the instant teleportation technique to vanish, which leaves all of the convicts in dogpiling on each other as Sagambo asks where they run off to. And as soon as Vegeta catches onto the ship, he then tells Iriko, "Open up." As of course Goku, Maris, and Jocko finally make their way onto the Galactic Patrol HQ, that's when Maris went along to ask Goku, "What do you think Vegeta meant by all of that?" "I don't know," says Goku. What could he be thinking? Because as soon as we then notice how Iriko's ship is under attack with all of the convicts having to chase it down, Iriko finally manages to figure out a way in having to zip right past everyone and escaping, with Sagambo screaming at the convicts. It's interesting to see how Moro had no reaction to this because he was eerily calm, he was eerily angry, but at the same time, he didn't seem to be concerned knowing the fact that Goku and Vegeta had just left, and as soon as Iriko was about to do what he did, Vegeta went along to stop him and then telling him, "No, you're going to fly this thing where I want to go." With Iriko asking, "Where's that exactly?" "We're going to Planet Yardrat," says Vegeta, as only then Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter number 50 then comes to a close. Now, we've learned the circumstance of what it's going to take to defeat Moro at this point, considering the fact that each and every single time Goku and Vegeta, they try to attack Moro in their Super Saiyan Blue forms, even for a second, if they're thrown off guard, then Moro could easily zap them of their power and cause them to regress in transformations and having to die down from Super Saiyan Blue to Super Saiyan God to Super Saiyan and then eventually to base, which leaves them helpless as of course Moro continues to consume energy. At this point, it's well established that Vegeta wants to rely on a different outside source than what he has now to finally get the job done in having to defeat Moro going forward, as we then enter Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter number 51 entitled "To Each Their Own Plans." We get to see how Planet Namek now is literally a deserted, washed up, destroyed planet because there is nothing remaining on Planet Namek except a barren wasteland. So as all the convicts then begin to board the ship, Sagambo then utters, "Wow, the whole planet died before we knew it," and that was all because of Moro, because now, in Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter number 51, we are then introduced to Moro, who just so happens to now be in his prime, and with Moro having to acknowledge his abilities and powers, he then went along to comment, "Planets inhabited by such unique species possess a spectacular energy. With this, my physical recovery is essentially complete." As Sagambo comments, "Lord Moro, it looked kinda like those Galactic Patrol guys just vanished. They've gotta be dead, right?" "No," Moro says. "There are two among them capable of instant teleportation, including the Great Lord of Lords. They must have escaped again. Their spaceship also got away," says Sagambo. "Which group should we go after first?" As Moro responds, "Never mind them. Individuals with that much power are rare enough, so I choose to let them roam this universe like livestock. Naturally, I will kill them should they interfere again. In the meantime, do you know of any planets with remarkable life force? I wish to build up my energy reserves, as Sagambo responds, of course. Before we got locked up by those galactic losers, my crew and I rampaged this whole galaxy, so I've got some choice planets in mind. Excellent, says Moro. Lead me to them. And as soon as then Moro boards the ship, Sagambo then goes on to tell him, and I'll send my guys to do some scouting. I'll have him search every nook and cranny of the galaxy, and as soon as we then get to see how Moro and Sagambo do in fact send off little scout troopers and additional people to scour the galaxy in search of very sufficient and high enough life forms for Moro to consume, they eventually then leave planet Namek in search of other life forces, and as soon as we go back to the Galactic Patrol ship, we then take a look at the Galactic Patrol King, Jocko, Maris, of course Iriko, and Goku having to talk about plans and coming up with different methods and ideas of how they could actually implement some sort of a strategy to take down Moro with, as of course there are some runoff gags with Jocko and the Galactic Patrol King, but even then, as soon as Eska presents Goku with the idea that Majin Buu had once again fallen asleep, Goku really doesn't seem too surprised at the idea that Buu once again fell asleep, but as soon as Eska then went along to ask about Vegeta, Goku responded in such a way by letting Eska know really not to worry about it, but he is kind of curious on what Vegeta is up to, as Maris went along to ask, "To train, you say?" With Goku responding, "Our normal tactics didn't work against Moro at all, and I'm thinking that hit Vegeta pretty hard. He must have a new idea in the works. We can't sit on our hands either. Anyone got a plan? A strategy that doesn't involve Buu," says the Galactic King, as we then go back to Vegeta, who once again is eerily calm about the situation. He then went along to tell Iriko, "Moro doesn't seem to be pursuing us. He's flown off in another direction." As Iriko responds, "Sagambo's ship is the fastest I've ever known, so I can't track it by radar." "Sagambo?" Vegeta asks, as Iriko responds, "The guy who was at Moro's side. He was the leader of the gang of bandits that rampaged throughout the galaxy." "Ah," says Vegeta, "the one who dealt a blow to Kakarot? He was a real pain to capture," says Iriko, "given how strong he is. And he's free again. That fool is no worthy opponent," says Vegeta. "Without Moro aiding him, even my boy could defeat him." "Oh," says Iriko, "you're a father?" "So what if I am?" Vegeta asks. "Just unexpected, that's all," Iriko says. "Never mind that. How much farther to Yardrat? Let me plug in the number," says Iriko. "Speaking in terms of your Earth time, about 1 week." "Alright," says Vegeta. "I'll be resting in the meantime." Vegeta?" asks Iriko. "What exactly is your plan when we get to Yardrat?" "The people of that planet aren't suited to physical combat, but they employ a number of strange techniques. It's the very same tribe that taught Kakarot the instant teleportation." "Oh, I see," Iriko says. "So you're hoping that the Yardranians know of a trick or two that can help you hold your own against Moro?" "Precisely, though it's not a strategy I relish," and as soon as Vegeta then goes into his quarter, he then sits down eerily quiet as he says to himself, "I can't afford to be made a fool of like that again. I will achieve victory next time, over Moro, over those convicts, and over Kakarot." As the narration then went along to inform us, a few days passed in the galaxy, and as it did, we then get to observe how Sagambo, Shimoreka, 7-3, Yumba, and the rest of the convicts are going from planet to planet in doing two things. Number one, locating and finding planets that are habitable enough for Moro to consume energy from, and number two, whatever planet just so happens to have resources or treasure or money, the convicts can actually go about by keeping, and it's very interesting to see how these convicts are very, very ruthless because they're leaving nobody behind. They're slicing through people, they're massacring entire tribes, they're going about by committing space genocide by wiping out entire planets as seen by Shimoreka, Yumba, 7-3, and it's interesting to see how each planet just so happens to try and fight back against said criminals, but in the end, everything that they're doing is proven to be insufficient against such individuals because the only person that doesn't seem to be fighting here are Sagambo and Moro, but instead, all of the other foot soldiers seem to be doing all the dirty work for them, especially 7-3, who is shown going on an absolute rampage, and as Sagambo is walking away, he then tells 7-3, "Cut it out, 7-3. The more bodies we rack up, the less energy for Lord Moro to snack on." let's go. And as soon as they then board the ship, Sagambo and the rest of the gang then went along to kneel and telling Moro, sorry about the wait, Lord Moro. We've got all of the treasure from this planet. Well done, says Moro. And now it's meal time. And Moro does exactly that by literally consuming all of the energy as he did on planet Namek, with one of the convicts having to utter, no matter how many times I see it, it sends a chill down my spine watching planets die. And as soon as Moro then begins to eat this energy, he then comments, not a bad planet. Thank you, says Sagambo. We snagged the loot and you chow down on the planet, says Shimareka. We make a perfect team, huh? Indeed, says Moro. You will surely need resources of value once my ideals are realized. Snagging valuables is our specialty, says Shimareka, so don't you worry. As only seconds later, Sagambo's phone then begins to ring as Moro asks, what is it? Incoming call from some of our scouts, as we then also get to see how many of the other criminal scouts are out and about trying to map out and figure out locations for Moro and Sagambo to get to. And as we then get back to the Galactic Patrol HQ, Maris and Goku overhear how the rest of the Galactic Patrollers are getting signals and messages from different parts of the galaxy that's now beginning to be invaded, and because of this, we also understand that locking onto many of these chi signatures simply isn't going to work, as Goku went along to comment, and I can't read chi signatures that far away. And after a few days of this, Moro himself has gotten even stronger. I suspect that Moro is going after planets beyond our imminent reach, says Maris. Damn it! Even if we could confront Moro now, our odds of victory are virtually zero. But that's when Goku remains eerily quiet and then asking, even if you were fighting seriously? Huh? Says Maris. Mind if I run a little test, Goku asks. Of what exactly, Maris asks, and only then we get to see how Goku and Maris are now face to face, because Goku seems to have a very weird suspicion about Maris, and because of this, even as Goku's hand then begins to twitch, even for a second, Maris was able to pick this up because Maris knew that Goku was going to strike him, and that's exactly what Goku does, because as soon as Goku went along ahead to try to punch Maris, Maris effortlessly dodged and moved out of the way, with everyone having to be shocked. That's when Jocko asks, whoa there Goku, what are you doing? Did Agent Maris say something that made you mad? With Goku responding, I threw that punch meaning to connect. Yes, says Maris. That's why I dodged. Come on guys, says Jocko. Why the falling out? Look, Agent Maris can be totally a snobbish, pretentious, heavy-handed leader, I get it, but he ain't all that bad. And look at his face. It's kind of adorable, yeah? The way those bangs are chopped just a little too short, with Goku having to tell Maris, I want to get a feel of your true power, Maris. Spar with me. Very well, says Maris. I know just the place. And as Maris and Goku go into a private room, that's when Maris went along to tell Goku, this is a training room just for us agents, built to withstand a decent amount of abuse, with Goku responding, oh, you guys even got one of these, huh? Well, on that note, I'll kick this off. Be my guest, says Maris, and this is the first time where we got to see Goku fully engage against Maris, and interestingly enough, every single person beginning from Vegeta to Goku now had a suspicion on who Maris was, considering the fact that he was able to effortlessly duck, dodge, and evade all of Goku's attacks, to the point where this caused Goku in transforming into a Super Saiyan, but even with Goku's Super Saiyan power, it still wasn't enough, because even as Goku attempted to punch Maris effortlessly dodged and grabbing onto Goku's punch and spun him around almost as if he was an amateur, but because of this, as Goku spun in circles, he then transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, indirectly having to prompt himself into jumping into a higher power in order to stand the chance, but even then, Maris showed no signs of concern, and even as Jocko and Eska watch this, Jocko seems to be a tad bit concerned only because these two are beginning to have such a serious battle to where Goku is jumping from form to form to form, and even as a Super Saiyan 3, every single time he attempts to attack Maris effortlessly ducks, dodges, and evades all of Goku's attacks, to the point where Super Saiyan 3 Goku then jumps directly into Super Saiyan God in such a spectacular way, to where the entire training room then begins to crack and buckle under the weight of the Super Saiyan God transformation, to the point where Jocko went along to cry out, "Oh no! Enough, Goku! This place can't take much more!" Because now everything was beginning to crack down under the pressure of this battle, as Jocko went along to continue, "You're gonna bring the roof down!" And with Goku noticing that indeed this entire place was about to break down, he then responded, "Sorry, okay, we're done." "Are you satisfied?" Maris asks. "I think I've seen enough for now," Goku responds. "And it's just like I thought. I've got it. How about you train me?" And this really takes Maris back, as even Jocko went along to question this as Goku continues, "I still don't have a total feel of your strength, but it seems like you know plenty that I don't. Am I wrong?" And Maris remains eerily quiet as Goku continues, "There's one move of mine that I'm still trying to master. It's all about letting the body move on instinct, so it might work against Moro even when he starts absorbing my energy. I've got a feeling that training with you could get me close to mastering it." As Maris responds, "I am all too happy to assist." "Great," Goku says. "But," Maris continues, "this room can only take so much. So I recommend another location for your training." "Phew," Goku says, "cause it won't amount to real training if I can't even switch to God mode." As towards the end we also get to see how the Macaroni gang are up to no good in having to collect more items and steal more things from several different planets, as interestingly enough, as they're on the ship, one of them begins to remind the captain of when Maris, Vegeta, and Goku originally spoke about planet Earth, which prompts the captain then in getting this idea to head off to planet Earth in order to steal its resources, but not letting anyone else know, but having them keep all of the treasure and items for themselves, as of course finally towards the end of the manga chapter we also get to realize how the narration went along to state, at that moment Vegeta had finally made it to Yardrat, with Iriko having to tell Vegeta, "Wake up, Vegeta! We've arrived," as only then Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 51 then comes to a close. Now, this manga chapter went along to establish the premise that in fact Maris may not just be your ordinary galactic patroller, but there seems to be something more to him, even if Goku now in his Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 3, and even Super Saiyan God modes are struggling to even lay a finger on Maris, especially knowing the fact that Maris had accepted Goku's offer after having to reference of this one technique that he knows of that he really wants to master that allows the body to move on instinct. Did Maris only easily go off to accept this? But prior to his grand reveal in actually being an angel versus just being an ordinary cop, we also get to see how Moro went along to evolve himself by continuously consuming planets and life energy simply to build on the overall essence of his strength, and not really worrying too much about the Saiyans or what they're up to, but simply having to focus on himself while of course his minions are busy collecting treasure and all other essentials that are going to be viable to them, whereas Moro is solely focused on simply having to get stronger. We only then head into Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 52 entitled Goku and Vegeta's Training, to where we finally get to see how Vegeta and Iriko finally arrive on planet Yardrat, and interestingly enough, the Yardrats went along to further accept Vegeta and Iriko in arriving, because even though the Yardrats were a little puzzled and baffled as to why Vegeta was there, interestingly enough, one of the Yardranians actually knew about Vegeta, as he went along to tell Vegeta, "You must be Vegeta. We heard all about you from Goku. You look quite simple for a Saiyan," and not knowing the fact that he was shaking Iriko's hand and not Vegeta, as Iriko points out, this is Vegeta. And as of course the Yardrats then go on to take Vegeta in, one of the Yardranians went along to tell Vegeta the Ginyu squad caused quite a stir on our planet before Goku defeated them. "Ah, I do remember hearing that the Ginyu squad attacked this place. So we are eternally grateful to you and Goku since you took care of that problem." "Is that so?" says Vegeta. "You're welcome. In any case, who taught instant teleportation to Kakarot? Was it one of you lot?" "You lot," says one of the Yardranians. "Oh, whoops, sorry. Here I am on my own," as of course this was all a facade in the fact that all of the Yardrats that were surrounding Vegeta turned out to be only one person in disguise, as even Iriko asks, "Where do they all go? We're a pretty weak race, you see, so sometimes we make copies like that so people don't mess with us." "Copies? Come on in and meet the Elder," as of course Vegeta then went along ahead to meet Elder Pybrara. Elder Pybrara then went along to tell Vegeta the one who taught Goku instant teleportation was me. Introducing Elder Pybrara. "Ah, You must be Vegeta. You look quite simple for a Saiyan, and once again shaking Iriko's hand and not Vegeta, it is only then where we get to understand and see that Elder Pribrara was the one to not only teach Goku the instant teleportation, but Elder Pribrara also seems to know of a technique called spirit control that further allows the spirit not only to use instant teleportation, but as demonstrated by Elder Pribrara, he's also able to make multiple copies of himself without the other person even knowing. As Elder Pribrara even went along to tell Vegeta, even gigantification is possible. Huh? Says Iriko. That's your normal size, says Vegeta, as of course, Elder Pribrara's original size is of course another smaller version of what the other Yardranians look like. As Elder Pribrara comments, these are achieved by shifting, splitting, and growing one's very spirit. Everyone on Yardrat can do these things. Study how the spirit functions, and the path will open to you as well. Very well, says Vegeta. Teach me this so-called spirit control. As later on we get to see how on the Galactic Patrol HQ ship, Goku is just about to take his leave with Maris. As the narration went along to state, a few days later Vegeta landed on Yardrat. Goku traveled to another planet to train with Maris. As of course they bid their farewell, the Galactic Patrol are trying to figure things out in kind of incorporating a plan to try and seize the convicts, as of course everyone went off to do their own thing, and Vegeta going off to planet Yardrat and Goku now going on a remote planet with Maris to train on. We only then get to see how back on planet Earth, Piccolo is meditating and he's seemingly getting a very bad feeling about something as he comments, "No good. I can't reach anyone on New Namek." With Dende responding, "Our telepathy does have its limits. That's just how it is." "I guess," says Piccolo, "that could be it. Unless the Namekians capable of telepathy are all dead." You don't mean," as Piccolo then continues, "if nothing else, I'm certain that something terrible is happening out in space." And as we then go back to the Macarena gang, who just so happened to have now entered Earth's atmosphere, Piccolo then is able to detect this as Dende asks, "What is it?" "Someone's approaching Earth," Piccolo says. "Who? Do they have something to do with whatever nasty business is happening out in the galaxy?" "I'm not sure," says Piccolo. "1, 2, 3 of them? I'll check it out. Be careful," says Dende. "Not to worry, their chi signatures are weak." And as soon as Piccolo then heads down below, he then goes on to wait for the Macarena gang. As of course they eventually arrive, Piccolo is trying to figure out a way to get these individuals to talk, because these individuals really have no business in having to be here on planet Earth. And as soon as they wind up spotting Piccolo, what they try to do is they further went along to try to shoot down on Piccolo, not knowing that Piccolo actually managed to get on top of their ship. As he then went along to ask them, "Shooting without asking questions, rudest guest I've ever met." And with the Macarena gang absolutely shook, we then go back to Dende and Popo, who later have a visit by both Bulma and Hercule, as Bulma is trying to figure out a way in communicating with Jocko, because Bulma seems to have a few questions for him, as of course Dende's trying to figure out what's going on. And as we then go back to Piccolo, who is engaging against the Macarena gang, they simply have no odds in stopping Piccolo, only because every single time they're attempting to attack Piccolo, they're attempting to set up traps, they're attempting to shoot him, everything ends up backfiring, as of course they all manage to triple team Piccolo all at once. Towards the end, it's quite interesting to see how Piccolo was playing into their hand, only because despite what the Macarena gang was doing, Piccolo actually used his own skillful tactics to his advantage in getting the best out of the Macarena gang and then having to hold them up. And as soon as Piccolo then is shown having to gain leverage over them, that's when Piccolo went along ahead to showcase and demonstrate the fruits of his power by reminding them that despite them having to be here on Earth currently, there is nothing that they can do that's going to save them from what's coming. As finally Bulma is able to reach out to Jocko, and that's when Jocko went along to inform Bulma, Dende, and Popo that in fact Goku and Vegeta have faced off against an entity known as Moro, who just so happens to be a planet-devouring monster. And he goes on to further warn Bulma that Moro has sent his goons on over to Earth just to simply scout, and that the Macarena gang could actually be that same group of scouts that Moro had sent out in having to investigate planet Earth with. And as soon as Piccolo goes on to ask who they are, he then continues, "Are you connected to whatever is happening in outer space?" As the leader of the Macarena gang responds, "What are you talking about?" We're just your friendly neighborhood aliens passing through. Sorry for being so quick on the draw, that's on us. We won't bother you none, so please let us go, okay? And as the Macarena gang then talks amongst each other, that's when Piccolo decides to ultimately let them go in reminding them to never come back, and with the Macarena gang then having to inform Piccolo that in fact they don't plan on ever coming back, Bulma, Dende, and Hercule quickly dash towards Piccolo's direction to further remind Piccolo that this group of people aren't who they say they are and having to be simply bypassing aliens, but instead they're spies working for Moro, as Dende went along to communicate to Piccolo by telling him they're allied with the gang causing trouble around outer space. You're going to have to stop them. And right before they get away, that's exactly what Piccolo does, because Piccolo winds up shooting down their ship, and as soon as Piccolo then confronts them, that's when Piccolo went along to ask, "You tried to trick me, huh?" As the Macarena gang responds, "You're too late. We just sent the word to the main forces. It's only a matter of time before the convicts pay this rock a visit. And a nice planet like this, Moro will gobble it up down before you know what hit it. Serves you right." So as of course we then go back to Moro's ship, Moro went along to ask, "What now, Sagambo?" As Sagambo responds, "Incoming message from the Macarena gang. They said, help us," then got cut off. "What do we do, Lord Moro?" As Moro responds, "If they have been killed, the planet they found must host strong beings indeed." "I guess so," says Sagambo. "It's worthy of verifying," says Moro. "Send a strong scouting party. If it proves to be a quality planet, I will devour it myself." As meanwhile, back on a remote planet, we get to see how the narration goes on to state, as the forces of darkness approach upon the Earth, Goku and Maris begin their training. As of course they do, we get to see how Maris is using somewhat of a staff and or pole to counter all of Goku's attacks with, because despite Goku having to try his best efforts in attacking and gaining leverage over Maris, Goku simply can't do it, because Maris is beating Goku around with this pole. He's smacking him left and right, tripping him over his feet, which prompts Goku on going down. As of course Maris then readies himself, Goku goes on to then stand up and commenting, "Ow, darn, it's not working. I gotta empty my heart and mind to have that move work, but when I'm fighting, my emotions are all over the place. I'm just not getting it." With Maris responding, "No, it's not quite that simple." As of course Maris then goes on the attack, he then continues, "Rage, grief, joy. These strong emotions can translate to prodigious powers, just like your Super Saiyan transformation." "Yeah," says Goku, "that one's triggered by rage. But the technique you're after is the opposite," says Maris. With of course Goku doing his best efforts in trying to counter Maris' attacks, he quickly then jumps back in, as of course Maris goes on to block off Goku's attack by telling him it will activate when you achieve self-control, in the face of jarring shock to your emotions. Such is Ultra Instinct. And as soon as Goku then backs off by smiling, he then asks, "You knew about it all along?" "Yes. I apologize for keeping this from you." No need to be sorry," says Goku. "You must have had a reason for keeping quiet, right?" "Yes," says Maris. "Totally fine. Say no more. I already know you're a good guy, and you want to beat Moro as bad as me, yeah? That's good enough for me." And with Maris surprised, Goku then continues, "So forget all of that, and let's get back to training. It's not like we've got all the time in the world," as Maris agrees by telling Goku, "Very well. Any doubts I had are now gone. Follow me, Goku." And with Goku surprised, he then asks, "What the?" And as soon as Maris then leads Goku inside of a room that looks very familiar, Maris then goes on to tell Goku, "Your training will continue in here." "Oh, I know about this place. The Chamber of Spirit and Time, right?" "So you're familiar then," says Maris. "Every day that passes in the outside world gives us 3 days in here." 3 days? I guess any extra time is better than none since we're short on it. With Maris responding, "While the time dilation is helpful, the fact that this place is sealed off from the world is just as important." And with Goku questioning this, Maris then continues, "Because I can unleash my full power without anyone finding out." "Oh yeah? So no holding back in here, huh?" And with Maris then getting into a very familiar fighting position eerily similar to Whis, he then continues, "I will impart all I have to you. Though it won't be easy, Are you prepared? And as soon as Goku steps back and also getting into fighting position, Goku replies, I was born ready. As only then, Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 52 then comes to a close. Now this manga chapter establishes the premise that there's something more to Maris than meets the eye, as of course even Goku himself was immediately able to pick up on this, and I would say this was more of a chapter grounded around Piccolo and the fact that this was Piccolo's moment in extracting information, and then for the Earthlings such as Bulma and Hercule, along with Dende and Popo, to learn more about Moro's scouts and all of the individuals he plans on sending to planet Earth, and being the fact that Moro now had taken interest in going to planet Earth given the fact that the Macarena gang had now suffered a significant loss to a strong person, this manga chapter establishes the premise that even though Goku and Vegeta are off doing their own thing and having to train in their own separate ways, Earth right now is being threatened and targeted by Moro and his crew, as we then go into Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 53 entitled Sagambo's Galactic Bandit Brigade, as Krillin finally makes his way onto the lookout and being told by Bulma and the rest of the gang that the Macarena gang had in fact informed Moro and his crew about what's going on Earth. We then get to see how Jocko finally arrives and having to tell Bulma that she needs to gather all of the strongest fighters that Earth has, only because at this point right now, if Moro and the rest of his gang actually arrive, then this could spell trouble for everybody else, only because if nobody there is going to be strong enough to defend the Earth, then the Earth is going to be destroyed courtesy of Moro and Sagambo's crew. But even then, as the Macarena gang are then beginning to kind of mock Jocko and letting him know that this entire time they were in cahoots with Moro and they were feeding him information this entire time, and having to also remind Jocko that in fact they did contact Moro and now Sagambo has sent on over some of the strongest fighters within the convicted group, that being names that Jocko even recognizes such as Yumba, Shimareka, and of course 7-3, and with Jocko having to be taken back by this, he quickly wants to alert the HQ in confirming on who exactly is making their way towards Earth, as we then get to see how Yumba and Shimareka along with 7-3 are on board the ship. That's when Shimareka went along to ask Yumba, Earth? Never heard about it. How about you, Yumba? Nope, Shimareka. I sure hope it's got yummy treats. You've got food on the brain and not much else, huh? As Yumba shouts, of course! It's been nothing but these stinking bar things since we've busted out of prison. Planet 4032. Green. 877, says 7-3. Third planet from the star in the outskirts of the northern sector of space. Should've known you had intel, 7-3, Shimareka says. Data indicates that this planet is still in developmental stages and is little of value. Little value, Yumba says. Probably nothing yummy then. Blah! Sounds like a boring rock, Shimareka utters. As 7-3 continues, however, this data is from before we were arrested by the Galactic Patrol. It could be out of date. Gah! Says Yumba. I'm so hungry! No more waiting! Find another planet for a pit stop. And that's exactly what they do, as we then go back to Jocko, who just so happens to be talking to Bulma and explaining to Bulma that the people that are coming here are in fact very dangerous, as Jocko tries to be sneaky about the situation and trying to leeway his way out of this. But as soon as Bulma goes on to confront Jocko about this, she doesn't want to let Jocko go, only because if these individuals that just so happen to be coming to Earth are in fact as strong as Jocko says, then they're going to need all the help they can get, which just so happens to also include Jocko, as Jocko went along to comment, sheesh, fine, but then I'm gone. They're all wicked strong, but the one to watch out for is OG73 and his nasty special move, which we also get to then witness how Shimareka and Yumba are basically hanging out on this porcupine planet, and 7-3 actually goes on ahead to further demonstrate the fruits of his power by having to copy one of the porcupine people by grabbing them behind the neck and further mimicking their power and abilities as they are. And as soon as we get to see this, we also get to witness how 7-3 then begins to grow these spikes behind him, mimicking the porcupine people to the T, and he ends up shooting them with their own attack, basically rendering them all useless, as of course even Krillin goes on to ask, a copy ability? What do you mean? As Jocko explains, he can steal other people's powers by grabbing their necks, and then the stolen powers last for 30 minutes. A whole half hour, Krillin asks? So this isn't about hijacking bodies or brainwashing, Piccolo asks? Nah, not like that, Jocko says. 7-3's already plenty strong, so the abilities he copies just gives him an extra boost. What sort of being is he, Bulma asks? an artificial one, cooked up by a planet with advanced tech and science, so he's got nothing resembling normal emotions or feelings. He's just a killing machine who obeys his allies' orders, so we get to then see how Yumba and Shimoreka are storing the ship with all the goodies, but 7-3 on the other hand, he just so happens to walk into this cave and discover another Porcupine member, in which there we understand that 7-3 went about in having to steal this individual's technique, because moments later, as of course Jocko, Piccolo, Krillin, and the rest of the gang are discussing 7-3, Shimoreka, and Yumba's crew, out of nowhere, 7-3 goes on ahead to use one of the Porcupines' abilities in creating a portal and then having to arrive on Kame's lookout, and with everyone having to be shocked, especially Jocko, Jocko went along to shout, 7-3! What? Everyone says? These three are the bandits? As Shimoreka goes on to tell them, lucky us. The planet we stopped on was home to these critters who can create warp portals. Would have taken days to get here by spaceship. There, says 7-3, the Macaroni Gang. And as soon as they all went along to approach the Macaroni Gang's cage, Jocko went along to scream at them by telling them, hey, stop in the name of the law! But as soon as Shimoreka turns around, he quickly then notices how Jocko is in fact a member of the Galactic Patrol, and as soon as we then get to see how Shimoreka, Yumba, and 7-3 then approach the Macaroni Gang, interestingly enough, Shimoreka went along to inform them that in fact they did receive a message from Moro, as Shimoreka went along to tell them traitors acting on their own are dispensable. His words, not mine. And Shimoreka was just about to go on ahead and finish off the Macaroni Gang himself courtesy of Moro, but instead, Piccolo then quickly intervened by grabbing onto Shimoreka's hand as Shimoreka went along to ask, what do you want? As Piccolo tells him, no killing allowed in the sanctuary, and no evildoers allowed on planet Earth. So be gone. And as Shimoreka then looks up, he quickly then shifts his focus in looking at 7-3, and what 7-3 winds up doing is he winds up getting behind Piccolo with such speed that even Piccolo himself wasn't able to detect 7-3 moving behind him this quickly, and as soon as 7-3 then latches onto Piccolo's neck, he then goes on ahead to copy Piccolo's powers and his abilities. And as soon as Piccolo sideswipes 7-3 out of the way, Piccolo then goes on to ask, what did you do? Oh no, says Jocko. Do it, 7-3, Shimoreka utters, and the second 7-3 is shown putting his fingers on his forehead, Piccolo knew exactly what was about to happen because 7-3 from there fires the special beam cannon directly from point blank range. And as soon as we get to see how the special beam cannon then goes directly through the sanctuary itself, Piccolo and the rest of the gang are then beginning to panic because now the fight has already started, courtesy of Piccolo having to stop Shimoreka and having to kill off the Macaroni Gang. So from there, 7-3 winds up extending his fist and having to knock Jocko directly off the lookout, and as soon as 7-3 punches Jocko off, Piccolo winds up going after him and trying to catch him, but Shimoreka is not looking to let Piccolo go so easily because Shimoreka then goes on to tell 7-3, after him. And as soon as Shimoreka and 7-3 then follow Piccolo, Krillin then tries to follow Shimoreka and 7-3, but is ultimately then caught by Yumba, as of course now Krillin has his own problems to deal with in the fact that Piccolo's by himself, and he's now left to deal with 7-3 and Shimoreka all by himself. And as soon as Jocko is able to use the rockets on his boots to maintain himself in landing down on the ground safely, Jocko and Piccolo are quickly trying to forge somewhat of a plan in trying to counteract whatever 7-3 and Shimoreka are about to do, and as soon as 7-3 is shown charging on down, he goes on to further extend his hands, as does Piccolo, in having to showcase a test of strength up in the sky, with both individuals shown grabbing onto each other by extending their limbs. But as soon as 7-3 and Piccolo then begin to swing at one another, it's interesting to see the dynamic of this battle only because it's ability versus ability, right? A test to see who in fact is able to get the better of the other while of course using these abilities to their advantage, and these two hold nothing back as of course they go on to headbutt one another, they break away, and they're extending their limbs and trying to claw at one another's eyes. So it's interesting to see how Piccolo is in a situation to where he's fighting for his life, as of course Jocko tries to intervene. What Shimoreka does is he quickly goes on to grab onto Jocko's gun and having to taunt him by telling him, hey, Over here, galactic loser. Give it back, Jocko utters as he goes on to try to fight Shimoreka and getting his gun back. It's very compelling to see how Piccolo is in fact getting some shine in this arc and having to battle against assumingly what is one of the strongest outside of Moro in this arc when it comes down to villains. And with Piccolo and 7-3 going all out, we also then get to see how once again 7-3 is mimicking Piccolo's abilities in having to then open his mouth and unleashing a blast directly from point blank range that catches Piccolo while up in the sky. And with Jocko noticing this, he then went along to tell him, forgot to mention that this guy's got infinite stamina. You can't wear him down. Damn it, says Piccolo. You might have mentioned that sooner. As of course we then go back to Yumba and Krillin, there is an all-out battle taking place, one on the ground and one on the lookout, and as soon as Hercule then attempts to try to come on in and assisting Krillin, even though he really can't do anything to help him, Yumba quickly bounces away as of course he uses his body weight to his advantage in slamming directly into Krillin, which causes both of them to go right through the lookout. So once again, we have both Yumba and Krillin now having to make their way down onto the Earth itself, and Bulma is trying to tell Hercule and Dende to follow them because they could need their help. As we then go back to Piccolo and 7-3, they're both shown engaging in their own beam struggle, as of course they're both using the special beam cannon in such a way to where I don't think we've ever seen a special beam cannon versus a special beam cannon, but Piccolo is trying to pour more of his power into this attack as he went along to shout, damn it, getting beaten by my own techniques. As Jocko utters, he'll be back to normal after 30 minutes. Just try to hold it out as Piccolo responds, sorry, but I don't think I'll last that long, because 7-3 is beginning to overwhelm Piccolo to such an extent now that Piccolo is beginning to lose ground, and as soon as then we get to see how the special beam cannon then goes right through Piccolo and it's aimed right for Jocko, what ends up happening is Jocko is very fortunate enough to have moved out of the way, because if not, then him and Shimoreka could have been fried by this. But then, as soon as Jocko sees this, he goes on to ask, where did he even go? Was he blown to bits? And as soon as 7-3 looks on over, he then notices how Gohan is actually right next to Piccolo, with Gohan asking, are you okay, Piccolo? Oh, it's Son Goku's boy, says Jocko. Thanks for the save, Gohan. I'm so sorry I'm late, Gohan says. But what's going on? Who are these guys? I'll save the long version for later. For now, Gohan, just don't let that one grab you by the neck, or else he'll copy your powers. Copy, Gohan says. Right now, you're the strongest fighter we've got on Earth. And as Gohan then begins to remove his glasses, he then responds, so my dad and Vegeta must have gone off-world? As the narration then goes on to comment, far, far from Earth and an uninhabited planet, we get to see how Maris and Goku are in fact training inside. As the narration then continues, Son Goku and Maris train in a special dimension cut off from the outside world. One where time flows differently, as of course Maris is shown literally punching Goku down on the ground with such force to where Goku is shown absolutely torn up, while Maris doesn't even have a single scratch on him. As Goku comments, darn, now I'm kind of doubting that I can actually ever manage to use Ultra Instinct. As Maris responds, I expect you were in an extreme crisis when it first activated? For sure, Goku says. It was a matter of life and death. Then the quickest way to achieve it again is to replicate those conditions. You mean, I gotta be prepared to die during this training? Yes, exactly, Maris says, as Goku stands up and responding, fine, then you'd better come at me to kill. As meanwhile on planet Yardrat, we finally get to see how even Vegeta is undergoing his training, as he went along to ask, hey, how many more days of this? As Pybravo responds, your spirit is even less stabilized than Goku's was. First, you must achieve balance in body and mind. By the way, Goku was up here for 150 days. Your balance is all disrupted again. Try again, with Vegeta responding, damn it, I'm starting to regret ever coming to this rock. As only then, Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 53 then comes to a close. Now this manga chapter establishes the premise that Earth is being protected right now currently by Krillin, Piccolo, Gohan, Jocko, and they're all doing their best right now to combat such beings like 7-3, because while Goku and Vegeta are off training and doing their own thing to get stronger and having to defeat Moro, I love the fact that we get to see how there's a different perspective, at least for this manga chapter, where it insinuates the idea that Earth is going to have quite a difficult time enduring, unless of course there are other people that can come and save the day in preventing these beings from having to destroy it. As we then move into Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 54, entitled Son Gohan vs 7-3, Gohan wastes little time in quickly having to dash in asserting himself in this battle, in the fact that he knows that Piccolo is injured, he knows what's on the line, and I absolutely love how Gohan actually took the time to come into this fight even while wearing his scholar clothing or his work clothing, however you want to look at it, in taking the time out of his day to save the people that he cares about most, as of course we also get to see how 7-3 is firing multiple ki blasts at Gohan. Gohan effortlessly manages to dodge, but then notices how 7-3 is manipulating the ki blast in the form of a Hell Zone grenade, very similar to what Piccolo used to do in Dragon Ball Z, and the minute all of these attacks actually make contact with each other, there is a massive explosion in the sky, so Piccolo and Jocko assume that Gohan is finished until Jocko notices that Gohan is right behind 7-3, and as he goes on ahead to point his fingers out in the form of a pistol, Gohan manages to shoot 7-3 directly into Shima Rekka, and Shima Rekka is beginning to panic because this is the first time, assumingly, that someone outside of their own group was able to give 7-3 such a difficult time, and as confirmed by Piccolo in the previous manga chapter, Gohan is the strongest person on Earth right now. And with Piccolo acknowledging this, he went along to then tell him, "Well done, Gohan," as Gohan responds, "I know your moves better than just about anyone else, Piccolo, and I've got mixed feelings about you beating a copy of me that easily," Piccolo says. "Now get out there and end this." "Right," Gohan says, but right before Gohan can make his next move, out of nowhere 7-3 then triples in size by using the same giant feature that Piccolo used way back in the day, as Gohan asks, "Now you're a giant, huh?" As we then witness how we see both Piccolo and Gohan versus a gigantic version of 7-3, with Gohan smiling and responding, "I'm pretty familiar with that one too," and Gohan quickly makes haste as he went along ahead to kick 7-3 in the jaw. He's beating 7-3 down in such a way to where, as Krillin is shown being shook with Yumba, over out on the other side, Gohan is shown literally smacking 7-3 all around the landscape. As Krillin even acknowledges this, he can't seem to believe that at this point 7-3 has grown this much in size, but at the same time, Gohan is effortlessly making easy work out of 7-3 by shooting him behind the kneecaps and causing 7-3 to go down, so Gohan is working his way around this in strategically attacking 7-3 in such a way that even after 7-3 had grown in size, what Gohan does is Gohan proceeds to uppercut 7-3 in the face before kicking him directly in the stomach, and as 7-3 hits the ground, Shima Rekka is panicking. Yumba's asking what the heck is going on, as Shima Rekka responds, "Guess our data from this planet was super outdated, and that guy's the one that we should have had our man copy," and pointing directly at Gohan. And as soon as 7-3 sits back up, Shima Rekka then went along to tell him, "Listen, 7-3, whatever it takes, get your hand around that guy's neck." "Very well," says 7-3, and as 7-3 once again goes on to extend his arm directly up at Gohan, Gohan quickly manages to avoid his attack, as of course 7-3 is trying to do everything he can to grab onto Gohan in a very desperate attempt, but Gohan is simply too fast for 7-3 to catch, because despite 7-3 having to use and extend his limbs out, he's trying to do everything he can to grab onto Gohan, but what Gohan does is Gohan manages to entangle 7-3's arms, as of course he then runs up along one of them, and as he does so, Gohan is charging up for a massive Kamehameha, to where as Gohan gets right in front of 7-3, Gohan then manages to look down in noticing how 7-3's ability of using Piccolo's power then suddenly disappears. And as we get to see how 7-3 reverts back down to his humanoid form, that's when Jocko went along to shout, "The ability wore off! He's out of time! Fire it anyway, son Gohan! Now's your chance!" And that's exactly what Gohan does, because as soon as Gohan fires down the Kamehameha, Shima Rekka went along to shout, "7-3! Use what you've got in stock!" And that's exactly what 7-3 does, as Jocko even goes on to ask stock, because from there we get to see how there is one empty slot on 7-3's crystal, but instead he shifts on over in using one of the two slots that he did in fact manage to copy, and one of them being none other than Moro's abilities, as of course right then and there, once the Kamehameha did in fact make contact with 7-3, but even as the dust begins to settle with everyone having to look on and wondering what happened, 7-3 is still standing in the middle of the battlefield with Piccolo having to cry out, he ate it! And that's exactly what 7-3 had done, because just like Moro had, 7-3 managed to eat Gohan's Kamehameha, and thus getting even stronger than how he was before. And the second we also notice how 7-3 then does the exact same move that Moro had done on New Planet Namek by raising his hand up in the air and collecting the energy of the planet, he then creates somewhat of a barrier of fire to prevent Piccolo, Jocko, and Krillin from further having to charge on in, as of course 7-3 is continuously shown charging up and collecting more energy as he does so. Gohan attempted to get right in the middle of this and attacking 7-3, but 7-3 created a wall of fire around him that basically prevented anyone from going on in and attacking him. So even then, as both Moro and Sagambo are on another planet, Sagambo gets word that in fact 7-3 had reverted in using Moro's abilities, as Sagambo asks, "Is that so? Finish up there quick and get back here." As Moro asks, "What? They already made use of my copied abilities?" "Sorry, it was supposed to be used as a last resort," says Sagambo. "Copying a useful power," says Moro, "but I don't like my neck getting touched all the time. I don't want him employing it just for anything. Apologies, Lord Moro." "I assume it's being put to good use," Moro says. "We can check it out from here, actually. Shimoreka, switch to monitor mode. Project the live feed here." And as of course we then get to see how of course 7-3 is collecting Piccolo's power, Gohan's power, Jocko's power, Krillin's power. Gohan even went as far as to acknowledge this by commenting, "Feeling drained. This is that energy absorption," Piccolo says. "Dang, I had it come down to this." And as soon as Shimoreka and Yumba bounce on back next to 7-3, Shimoreka went along to cry out, "Don't absorb the planet's energy. That's on Lord Moro's menu," with 7-3 responding, "I know. I am only targeting these four." And on the live feed with Moro and Sagambo watching, Moro doesn't seem to be that pleased in noticing the end result of this battle, because Moro went along to ask, "Does this have a time limit as well?" "Yes," says Sagambo, "which is why they gotta end this quick." Right. It does come as a surprise that Earth is home to beings stronger than my guys. Earth. 10 million years ago, it was a planet of mere monkeys. They've evolved quite a bit since then, as of course with a weakened Piccolo, Jocko, Krillin, and Gohan, Yumba and Shimoreka then begin to take advantage by beating up our heroes, as of course they have no power to fight back in. With Shimoreka laughing, he then uttered, "Too bad for you, being stronger doesn't always net you to win." As of course the bad guys are beginning to take advantage of our heroes, Shimoreka then notices how Piccolo is beginning to stand back up, as Piccolo tells them, "Don't get too cocky. Even if we die today, Goku and Vegeta will make sure you go down." Goku? Vegeta? Who are they? With 7-3 responding, "The Saiyans who were on Namek." "Oh, them. Well, what about them?" With Krillin standing up and responding, "Right now they're training to beat you punks. You won't get away, you know." "Training, you say? Did you hear that, Lord Moro?" says Sagambo. "Goku, Vegeta. So they were the Galactic Patrol members on Namek. If we let them run free, it could come back to bite us. Why not just go and eat Earth first? Pull everyone back from this planet. We're taking off." "Wait," Moro says. "Those two are supposedly training, right? I thought they just turned tail for good back then, but they've still got some fight left in them. Who knew, right? Which means," Moro says, "they will deliver me far greater energy if I only wait a spell. For now, tell those three to retreat from Earth." "Huh?" As Moro continues, "Once the ones called Goku and Vegeta return with more energy than ever, I shall consume them and their precious Earth. The Galactic Patrol no longer poses a threat, so we need not to remain hidden from them." "You got it," says Sagambo. "You hear that, boys? Huh? Okay." As Shimoreka then tells 7-3, "Yumba, 7-3, Captain's ordering us to say bye-bye to this rock and get back to the main force." And as soon as everything then dies on down, Shimoreka then continues, "We're gonna do this job later, after those Saiyans show up." "Son Goku and Vegeta," says 7-3. "Yeah, those two. Whatever, let's go." And as soon as they do, that's when Krillin goes on to ask, "But why? What's going on? As Shimoreka responds, Lord Moro's gonna come and gobble up those Saiyans himself. So the big boss is coming here, says Piccolo. Yep, then you fools and this planet are done for. Better tell your Saiyan pals to get back here, okay? We'll be back in the Galactic Cycle 7, so don't even think about running. How long does that give us, says Krillin. In Earth time, says Jocko, about 20 days. But they'll never make it back by Cycle 7, Shimoreka. You see, this planet's tech is totally primitive, so it's gonna take time. You gotta wait until at least Cycle 8. That's long. For real? Fine, I'll let Lord Moro know now. And as soon as 7-3 then goes on ahead to create a warp portal up in the sky, that's when Shimoreka, Yumba, and 7-3 take their leave, as of course it was due to Jocko that bought everyone extra time for Goku and Vegeta to eventually make their way back to planet Earth, as Krillin went along to ask, so we're safe for now, I think. Gohan, you okay? Sorry I let them get away, says Gohan. Don't sweat it, we would have really been in trouble without you here. And take it easy, Dende can patch you right up, or a sensu bean. So, are they actually returning, Jocko? In 2 months, says Jocko. You bought us an extra month and then some? Nice going, Jocko. I mean, I can't go dying before that one anime movie comes out next month, says Jocko. And as Bulma and Hercule then touch back down, the narration then went along to state, and so Earth was safe from danger for the time being. However, the countdown began for this grave threat's next visit. And as we then go back to the hyperbolic time chamber with Maris and Goku, the narration then continues. News of Moro's impending trip to Earth reached Maris via Galactic Patrol HQ, with Maris responding, understood. We will still travel to Earth in 2 months' time. As inside, Maris went along to further tell Goku about Moro's arrival, with Goku asking, huh? Moro's pals showed up on Earth? It seems all is well, Maris says. Though, thank goodness Agent Jocko was there for them. Gotcha. But they said that the bad guys are gonna come back? Yes. 2 months. That's more time than we thought, huh? It gives us 6 months in here. I feel sorry for the planets that will be sacrificed in the meantime, but assuring Moro's capture when the time comes is our top priority. That means my training's gotta pay off or else, says Goku. Well, fine. My belly's full, so let's get right back to it. Yes, says Maris. As they then begin to walk deeper into the time chamber, Goku then comments, I just realized, I've never seen you eat. Don't you ever get hungry? With Maris responding, I can eat or not eat. It's all the same to me. Huh? Says Goku. We said the same thing. If it's the same to you, then maybe I won't eat either. The food here is kinda meh. And as soon as both Maris and Goku go on to clash at one another over out at the Omni King's palace, we observe how Whis is actually spying on Maris and Goku training within the time chamber, as the Grand Priest then suddenly shows up and commenting, so very sorry to make you wait. Now how can I help you, Whis? And with Whis bowing, he then responds, apologies for the sudden request. Grand Priest, I presume that you are aware that our universe is once again in discord. With the Grand Priest responding, it seems that way. Universe 7 is certainly a restless one. I am deeply ashamed of it, says Whis. Well, what business do you have with me, says the Grand Priest. I don't suppose you intend to ask for your universe to be saved. I would never, says Whis. We angels must maintain neutrality, siding with neither good or evil. Just so, says the Grand Priest. Then what would you ask of me? There is something I wish to confirm concerning our angel laws, says Whis. The matter of Maris, I suppose? So you are aware then, says Whis, as only then Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 54 then comes to a close. Now, this manga chapter was really solid in the idea of presenting the narrative and having Gohan take over, in the fact that this manga chapter was not centered around Goku, it was not centered around Vegeta, but instead, once again, just like Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 53, this manga chapter was grounded on the secondary heroes doing their own thing on planet Earth and having to work together to create a solid enough plan to save the Earth from Shimareka 7-3 and Yumba, which if you want to look at the overall basis of what this chapter was grounded on, this chapter was grounded on the basis of secondary characters and not primary characters such as Goku and Vegeta. As we then go into Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 55 entitled Maris' True Identity, over at the Omni King's Palace, we then observe how the Grand Priest is having a conversation with Whis, as the Grand Priest went along to tell him, I dispatched my angel trainee Maris to Universe 7 so that he might learn about the way of things and broaden his perspective. Indeed, says Whis, as the Grand Priest continues, we angels must always act impartially. Beyond that single law, there are no restrictions on what we can or cannot do. His enlisting in the Galactic Patrol seemed a decent choice, as it would allow him to observe the side of good and virtue, but alas, as Whis responds, he seems to have gained a bias? Just so, says the Grand Priest. Any further and he will be in violation of our code, as he is pushing the limits. I shall have to end Maris' tenure in the mortal realm, as Whis asked Grand Priest, might you allow me to collect Maris and deal with him on my own? Meaning, as Whis responds, his actions with the Galactic Patrol have been limited to fighting with mortal weapons. He hasn't used his angel abilities, and at the moment, all he is doing is training Goku. No more than that. As the Grand Priest looks down and observing, he then responds, yes. It is as you say. As Whis continues, even I have taken it upon myself to train mortals, with the Grand Priest responding, only because you crave the food on Earth, with Whis admitting, haha, am I that transparent? Very well, says the Grand Priest. He came close but did not violate our laws. Go on. I leave Maris in your care. Much obliged, says Whis, as the Grand Priest continues, but do keep a close eye on that one. Understood. Troublemaker or not, I do not wish to lose an angel. As we later go back to Planet Yardrad, as of course we get to see how Iriko is prepping the ship in wanting to take off and leave Planet Yardrad the second Vegeta is done with his training, Iriko then catches on that there are mysterious ships now beginning to enter the atmosphere, with of course Vegeta now having to complete his training, and even Paibrara had went along to comment in the idea that Vegeta now had managed to polish his spirit far better than how Goku did in a much shorter time span, as Vegeta went along to respond, of course, Kakarot and I are not cut from the same cloth. Now to begin teaching you our abilities, at last, Vegeta says, and as soon as Paibrara then goes on to stick his hand out, he immediately goes on to heal Vegeta, as Vegeta asks, was that a healing technique? As the other Yardranian went along to tell Vegeta, one of Elder Paibrara's signature moves. Pretty great, huh? And I can learn to perform such a move? Ha ha ha, says Paibrara. Don't get ahead of yourself. That's high-level stuff, and you're not there just yet, Vegeta says. What can I do at this point then? With Paibrara responding, the most fundamental basics. I will teach you instant teleportation. Instant teleportation is only the basics? Asks Vegeta, as only then there is a massive crash that occurs in the distance as one of the Yardranians goes on to comment, I'm sensing wicked spirits on our planet. Yikes. We've got some unpleasant guests, and as soon as Iriko shows up, he further went along to inform Vegeta that in fact there seem to have been invaders that have just come to Planet Yardrad, and they just so happen to be a part of Moro's brigade. So this entire manga chapter goes forward in the idea that Vegeta had gotten so strong that he's able to harness and control his spirit in such a way to where even Vegeta himself doesn't seem to have a clue on how powerful he's gotten, as of course he is then shown blasting most of these individuals away with such precision and such focus that Yardrad Vegeta now had grown leaps and bounds compared to what he was before, and the evidence to this is the way he's treating his opponents in the idea that even Paibrara himself went along to tell Vegeta that he had gotten so strong that even he himself is completely unaware at the growth that he had just managed to accomplish, and even as Moro's men attempted to move on in, Vegeta had moved with such speed that he was able to knock these people away without even batting an eye. So Vegeta's speed here had improved so much so that one would assume that he has Ultra Instinct even though he does not, enforcing his opponent in transforming, but even as Vegeta faces overwhelming odds in being outnumbered, that doesn't stop Vegeta from further demonstrating the fruits of his training by literally punishing all of his opponents almost as if they were standing still, in such a way to where even as his opponents were trying to fight back, Vegeta is shown having to kick them through buildings, Vegeta is shown having to punch them with complete finesse, to where even as these individuals were shown throwing buildings at Vegeta and trying to get any sort of leverage they can over him, Vegeta was able to so casually move buildings out of the way without even using a portion of his strength to do so. Even though right now that doesn't seem to be that impressive when it comes down to Dragon Ball feats, Vegeta here had made child's play of what this individual was trying to do to him, even to the point where as this individual was trying to manipulate structures and buildings by embedding his ki within it, Vegeta was so casually able in his base form to basically bounce off and repel these attacks back at his opponent, which ultimately led to his opponent's downfall by having to punish all of the criminals on planet Yardrad, to the point where even one of them was just about to be shown having to retreat, and as he did, Vegeta was shown having to hold his hand up, not knowing that his own spirit was controlling the same object that his opponent had thrown back at him. So Vegeta's spirit control here was shown guiding the object subconsciously and having to kill the individual that had originally come to planet Yardrad, and because of this, it really wasn't Vegeta's intention to do so, as of course he went along to comment, so he killed himself. To where even after Pybrara had arrived and explaining to Vegeta on how sharp his skills are, Vegeta went along to then tell Pybrara, "I'm short on time, Pybrara. Instant teleportation won't cut it. I need a technique capable of bringing Moro down." As the other Yardranians went along to comment, "Whoa there, buddy! Show some respect! That's Elder Pybrara to you! And you can't just go messing around with the order of the lessons to come in," as Pybrara responds, "Fine. There's no point at all if he won't make it in time." And as we then go back to Moro, who interestingly enough is able to feel Vegeta's spirit from a very far away place, Moro then went along to comment, "I see. He truly has grown more powerful. That one called Vegeta. You found him," says Sagambo. "On the planet Yuzun ventured to, yes, though Yuzun is now dead." "What? It can't be," Sagambo says. "He's supposed to be unbeatable after transforming." "What a delightful development," Moro says. "In that case, I shall stack up and reach the outer limits of my power before traveling to Earth, assuming I am even constrained to such limits. Sagambo, find more suitable planets for me." You got it," says Sagambo. As the narration then went along to comment, leading up to his attack on Earth, Moro continued to devour planets throughout the galaxy. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta's training also progressed until at last 2 months have passed. As we only then go back inside the hyperbolic time chamber, with of course Maris noticing that time is almost up, he then further went along to tell Goku time is nearly up. Let us spar once more before taking off for Earth, with Goku responding, "Sounds good. I'll just have to use everything I've learned in here," and with Maris preparing, he then responds, "I won't hold anything back either." And for the first time, this was going to be the initial stages of Goku having to use Ultra Instinct Omen against Maris, who now wanted to go on ahead and reveal his full power to Goku, as of course with Maris preparing this, we get to slowly observe how his clothing is being torn off, how there's a halo formulating around his neck, and with Goku's aura having to glow seemingly eerily similar to how it did during the Tournament of Power. It was at that moment, as soon as Maris went along to close his eyes, the second he had opened them, all of a sudden both Maris and Goku are now outside, with Maris asking, "What happened? Hey, we're outside again," says Goku, as only then Big Brother Whis went along to intervene by stepping behind Maris by telling him, "That's quite enough, huh? It's you, Whis." "But brother," says Maris. "Huh? Brother," Goku says. "It has been ages, Maris," says Whis. "So, you've caught wind of what I was up to," says Maris. "I'm afraid there are no secrets between angels," Whis responds, with Goku asking, "Angels? I knew you were weird, but you're an angel, Maris?" "Yes," says Maris, as Whis went along to comment, "Training can only be that, training. Clashing against each other at full strength constitutes a battle." "Apologies," says Maris, as Whis continues, "Even more egregious was that your plan to travel to Earth and do battle against Moro. You knew?" says Maris. "Oh, right. Angels aren't allowed to fight except in training, right?" "Just so," Whis responds, as Goku utters, "That explains a lot, Maris. I apologize for keeping that from you, says Maris. But wait, Goku asks, what happens if you guys do fight? As Whis responds, angels who break our code are eradicated without a trace. Eradicated, Goku says? Like poof? I thought angels couldn't die. As Whis responds, it is the only means by which an angel can be removed from existence. There is no way around this truth. Such is the nature of the angel life form. Sheesh, Goku says. And with Maris bowing down and understanding this, Whis then continues, henceforth I will be responsible for you. On that note, I've come to inform you that your time in the mortal realm is over, Maris. And with Whis leaning on in, he then tells Maris, be grateful I'm not dragging you right back to the Grand Priest. And the second Whis taps his staff, that's when we finally get to see the full reveal of Maris in his angel outfit. And that's when Maris, right before leaving, went along to tell Goku, Goku, I'm only sorry I couldn't see this through with you. As Maris then went along to spawn his staff and having to heal Goku, Maris then continues, I have faith that you will defeat Moro. Sure, says Goku. I'll figure something out. It's time to get back to the angel realm with you, says Whis. Until next time, Goku. And as Whis and Maris take off, they leave Goku behind as Goku went along to respond, thanks, Maris. Anywho, better get myself back to Earth. Hold up, I gotta pilot that thing to get back to Earth myself? What? Wait, I can't do it! Come back, Maris, as only then Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 55 then comes to a close. Now, what was really fun about this chapter was establishing the fact that Vegeta was indeed getting stronger and he was able to hone his energy and be able to perfect his ki in such a way to where Vegeta was attacking subconsciously without even having to even want the need in directly harming his opponent, but instead, as a means of circumstance, Vegeta was able to kill off his opponents without him even wanting to do so, because that's how strong Vegeta had gotten in simply having to perfect and undergo all of Paibrara's training lessons. But meanwhile, elsewhere inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku was shown having to at least now be able to tap into the powers of Ultra Instinct Omen and use that only momentarily until Whis had to intervene in preventing Maris, not just from using this power against Goku, but preventing Maris from even getting himself erased to begin with, because of course, angels by constitution are not allowed to engage by having to use their full power to begin with, as we then go into Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 56 entitled Warriors of Earth Assemble, with all of the galactic patrollers having to make their way towards Earth, because now this was the pivotal point in time where 7-3, Sagambo, Shimoreka, Yumba, and the rest of Moro's minions were going to be arriving on Earth and having to do battle against Gohan and the rest of the gang. And the second we get to see how, of course, the galactic patrollers then make their way to Earth, they are then greeted by none other than our Z fighters Yamcha, Tien, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and Master Roshi, as of course Yamcha winds up showing up with Chaozu as he went along to comment, it's finally my chance to shine. It's been so long, says Chaozu. I hope I could still fight. Crud. Why they gotta put me in charge of Earth out of all rotten luck, says Jocko. Hey, new recruits! Look sharp! As Yamcha utters, new recruits? We're pretty much the vets to protecting the Earth, you know. And with Piccolo, Gohan, and Tien having to look up, Gohan went along to comment, it's finally time. Yeah, says Piccolo. Won't be long now. Are Goku and Vegeta still not here, Jocko asks Krillin? With Jocko responding, I sent Goku a heads up, but we've got no clue where Vegeta is. Oh, that's bad, says Krillin as Jocko continues, but given the beef those two have with Moro, I'm sure they'll show. As we only then go back to Kame's lookout, we get to see how finally Majin Buu is being brought back by the Galactic Patrol, and Hercule's trying to do everything he can to try and wake Buu up, because he's also upset that they further went along to kidnap Majin Buu. But then Mr. Popo notices how in fact Moro's ship is finally here, and as everyone begins to panic, Eska further confirms that in fact this is the ship that was supposed to arrive on planet Earth, as only moments later we get to see how Moro's men then begin to dispatch with little ships all around the Earth and having to go to different locations and different places, because it's not like Moro's men have it out to invade one specific location, but instead they're going all around the world, and as they're doing so, they're invading different places, they're trying to scour around just to see what else they can get from the Earth as a form of scavengers or colonizers. And as everyone then begins to pick this up, Gohan goes on to ask Piccolo, what's happening? The baddies are flying off to every corner of the world, says Master Roshi. Dang it, says Jocko. Before the full-scale attack, they're probably planning to rob the Earth of all its treasures. Of course, says Piccolo, as Roshi then comes up with a plan to try and divide everyone in trying to go their own different ways and having to stop these individuals from basically robbing the planet before Moro's arrival, and as of course everyone then splits off, with the Galactic Patrol having to take one specific sector, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Piccolo, everyone seems to break off and going in their own separate directions, because unlike how we've seen during the events of ROF or other events where the planet was invaded by said individuals, instead of everyone having to rendezvous and meet at one location, instead the criminals now are all over the place. So this prompts everyone in breaking up, as of course the first engagement then comes from Krillin having to fight off against Yumba first, with of course the assistance of Master Roshi. But the only key difference here is Krillin is paired off with Yumba, and Master Roshi now is paired off with 3 female criminal convicts, and this really sparks Roshi's interest only because he goes on to further suggest to Krillin, you can't go relying on your old master for everything. I'm betting you can handle this chump alone, in of course reference to Yumba, and as soon as Krillin notices how Master Roshi jumps away, he wants the females to follow him, as of course luring them away from Krillin, but Yumba goes on the attack quickly and having to punch Krillin directly through a temple, as of course we then go back to Gohan and Piccolo. Gohan went along to utter, there are fights starting all over the planet. Hang in there, guys. We've got company too, says Piccolo, as only then Shima Rekka winds up landing down and having to confront Gohan, Piccolo, and Jocko, as Piccolo asks, alone this time? You wish, Shima Rekka utters, as out of nowhere what winds up happening is, unbeknownst to Piccolo and Gohan, 7-3 actually winds up sneaking behind both of them, and what he ends up doing is he grabs both of them by the neck simultaneously, as even Piccolo shouts, when did he, as 7-3 goes on further ahead to copy both Gohan and Piccolo's abilities, with Shima Rekka uttering, that move came courtesy of an invisible race. You people are dumb as ever, I see, with Jocko uttering, idiot! You dropped your guard down! And with Piccolo and Gohan moving out of the way, Shima Rekka then continues, any training you might have done, all totally worthless now, since 7-3 copies you the way you are right now. Damn it, says Jocko, because this goes on to further confirm that the way 7-3 operates here is, no matter how strong you are currently right now, despite your level of strength, despite your abilities, he copies you as you currently are. And the second we get to see how 7-3 manages to jump behind them on top of a cliff, he ends up doing the exact same thing he had done prior by having to charge up for the special beam cannon, as Jocko shouts, Piccolo's technique again! Your own move is gonna send you to hell, shouts Shima Rekka, as 7-3 quickly follows by having to unleash the Makanko Sampo, but Gohan winds up stepping forward instead, and he creates a massive shield that prevents the special beam cannon from having to penetrate right through, and as soon as Gohan then goes on ahead to spin the shield, this creates the opportunity for Piccolo to then use his special beam cannon, as he goes on to shout, eat this! Demon Light of Death! As Piccolo winds up shooting his special beam cannon right through, that basically also is moving its way towards 7-3 with the assistance of Gohan's shield, but as soon as 7-3 is shown having to get hit, Shima Rekka is then shocked because he assumed that 7-3 was going to be the one that has the advantage, as even with Roshi and Krillin, Tien, and Chaozu, they then go on to look up and noticing how Piccolo's special beam cannon is seen even from a faraway place, as only then we get to see the recreation of what once was, with Vegeta's final flash and of course Perfect Cell, with 7-3's entire left arm having to be blown off his body. As a matter of fact, his pectoral, parts of his stomach, all of it is gone, as Piccolo goes on to shout, even with infinite stamina, it's not like he can recover immediately. But even then, Shima Rekka asks, but how? How is this happening? As seconds later, 7-3 goes on to quickly roll back his arm, with Gohan having to respond, we were totally ready for him to copy our abilities. Sounds like a bluff to me, says Shima Rekka. 7-3, that one guy is stronger. Switch over to him. Very well, says 7-3. As he goes on ahead to tear off his shirt, he then switches to using Gohan's powers and abilities. As he then goes on to fire and attack directly below, that's when we get to see how 7-3 switches to using Gohan's power, and he ends up fighting Piccolo and Gohan all at the same time, in which I will say, I cannot wait to see this be animated, only because Gohan and Piccolo's synergy is so well placed to where as Piccolo is assisting Gohan, with Gohan having to reflect off of all of 7-3's ki blasts, there's not a single blast that is actually able to make its way in having to actually physically hit Gohan, because Gohan is fast enough in having to move out of the way, and as of course Gohan gets close enough, he ends up rocking 7-3 so hard in the face that as soon as 7-3 goes down, Piccolo goes on to shout, good going, Gohan. Of course, combo move, says Jocko. 7-3 can only use one set of powers at a time, so there's no way he could dodge attacks from a duo. That can't be, shouts Shima Rekka. We'll never lose to some copycat, says Gohan, but then, as soon as 7-3 is shown having to rise up from the water, that's when we then go back to seeing what Yamcha is up to. Yamcha is shown having to battle a whole bunch of criminals all by himself, as Yamcha goes on to comment, seems like Gohan and Piccolo's training paid off. Damn it! You look so freaking weak, says one of the criminals. Aw, you think? Actually, I'm one of the strongest Earthlings around, which finally, we get to have some play from Yamcha in this manga, as of course we get to see how the rest of the Galactic Patrol members seem to be standing around, with Yamcha having to clean house. By the very end, Yamcha actually ends up beating up all the criminals, to where he winds up walking away by telling the Galactic Patrol, better round them up while you still can. And as Yamcha then begins to sense more criminals, he then comments, I'm sensing more rampaging convicts that way. Let's hurry. And as soon as Yamcha and the rest of the Galactic Patrol take off, we then go back to Piccolo and Gohan, who are just about to use the Special Beam Cannon and the Matsenko, as of course they end up firing both of these attacks at the same time directly at 7-3. 7-3 seems to be at such a disadvantage, as of course the attacks then make contact together. There is a massive explosion out in the distance, to where both of the attacks have seemed to have finally done enough damage to put 7-3 down, with of course even Piccolo having to ask, did we get him? No, not yet, says Gohan. If we don't finish him off, he'll resort to Moro's power again, says Piccolo, because after having to face off against 7-3 before, they both now begin to understand that of course outside of their own power, 7-3 still has Moro's abilities intact, and as soon as Shimoreka lands down, he goes on to tell 7-3, come on, just use it already, 7-3, it'll be nothing if we end up dead. And as soon as then 7-3 switches on over to Moro, that's when Shimoreka continues, get them, drain their energy till they're dry. And as soon as then we get to see how 7-3 is actually attempting to steal the energy of two mysterious individuals that land near the cliffside, 7-3 is unable to do so, as of course these beings then leap up. To 7-3 and Shimoreka's surprise, out of nowhere both Android 17 and Android 18 make their presence known by kicking Shimoreka and 7-3 directly in the face. That causes them to go sliding through the landscape, as of course they now have entered the battle. As soon as Shimoreka looks up, he then went along to question, who are they? With 17 responding, which one's that 7-3 guy? Was he the one I just kicked? With 18 responding, they said he's got no emotions, so yeah, probably. Weird. Seems pretty weak to me, says 17. You sure you even need us, Piccolo? As Piccolo responds, yeah, you're the only ones who can finish this fight since you androids don't have chi. And as soon as Shimoreka and 7-3 sit up, Shimoreka asks, no chi? What's that mean? Oh, duh, 7-3 can't absorb the energy from androids. Good thinking, Piccolo. Are Goten and Trunks doing okay, 18? With 18 responding, yep, they're having a blast over on Monster Island. Those two were thrilled when they heard that they could fill in for 17 as Rangers. Great, that's a relief, says Gohan. Now then, says 17, let's make quick work of this. I'm not a fan of ganging up on enemies, but I can't have them wrecking the Earth. As 18 chimes in, plus, Capsule Corp is giving us 10 million Zeni to fight. As soon as we mop up here, it's payday. Don't put it that way, 18. Makes us look like mercenaries, says 17. Listen, I don't fight for free, says 18. Which, interestingly enough, as Moro is beginning to observe from his ship, he then went along to comment, pathetic. These useless fools couldn't even meet my lowest expectations of them. Apologies, Lord Moro, says Sagambo. It seems like a whole bunch of tough fighters gathered on Earth somehow. And as Moro then went along to stand up and looking down, he then responds, no matter. There would be no meaning in coming all this way otherwise. Now, who will be first on my menu? As over on Planet Yardra, we get to see how Vegeta is once again attempting to learn of this technique that's going to aid him in this fight against Moro, as Vegeta went along to comment, damn it, it failed. One more time. As Pribara told Vegeta, wait Vegeta, can you feel the Earth spirit? With Vegeta responding, yes. The fighting started not long ago. Well, don't you gotta rush over there, asks one of the Yardranians? No point. Not until I've mastered this technique. Besides, Moro hasn't joined the battle yet, there's still time. Cutting it loose, huh? Now, one more time from the top, Rara, and with Goku also shown having to literally be lost in asking about where the Earth is, only then Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 56 then comes to a close. Now, this entire manga chapter basically focused on the Z Fighters getting together and doing what they had done, not only in ROF and having to battle against Frieza's army, but it was a huge callback to the original Dragon Ball Z days where everyone would get together in fighting against the common enemy, and what I really enjoyed about this was seeing the synchronization of Gohan and Piccolo to see how much of a threat 7-3 was, in the fact that now 17 and 18 have to get involved, and Gohan and Piccolo, after realizing that 7-3 cannot handle two opponents at the same time, they went along to further take advantage of this by having to put him down right before the androids showed up, but also seeing as to how everyone is doing their own thing and fighting in different parts of the world is something that I found to be very enjoyable and very different, that had to basically focus in on the secondary characters outside of the primary ones, as only then we enter Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 57 entitled Battles Abound, with Moro and Sagambo having to observe above the ship. It's really interesting and really ominous to see how Moro seems to be enjoying himself and having to smile down at the Earth, as of course Bulma is observing the entire fight involving Krillin and Yumba along with everyone else from this remote computer on top of the lookout, as of course Krillin is shown unleashing multiple Destructo Discs only for Yumba to literally bowl right through them, as of course Yumba then goes on to hit Krillin with enough force that causes Krillin to crash on down into the landscape, as of course Yumba begins to laugh. We then see how there was in fact one other Destructo Disc that Krillin had, and as soon as he goes on ahead to maneuver his finger forward, we get to see how the Destructo Disc actually lacerated the left side of Yumba's face, as of course Yumba then quickly turns around only to be met by 4 other Destructo Discs, and this was all because Krillin had formulated a plan to try and maneuver these Destructo Discs around Yumba, but Yumba is actually big enough, even with his size, to outmaneuver them to the point where all of them are shown having to head right for Krillin, but as soon as all of them seemingly enough pass right through Krillin's body, Krillin had used the after image technique only to get behind Yumba in having to fire a point-blank Kamehameha directly at him that sends Yumba crashing on down, and thus having to now declare Krillin as the winner of this fight, just barely enough by blasting Yumba with a point-blank Kamehameha. But even then, as soon as Krillin begins to overhear that Master Roshi seems to be having a difficult time, Krillin tries to go to his aid only to find Master Roshi down on the ground with all of the females then approaching him. It is only at that point where Krillin begins to talk to Master Roshi about clearing his mind, and the fact that Master Roshi had cleared himself from the overall effect of always wanting to chase women and having the thought of women actually hold power over him. It is at that point where Roshi begins to tell Krillin that these females actually have tremendous amounts of power and to not overlook them. Meanwhile, back with Tien and Chaozu, they're shown also handling business by having to fight a metal man-like convict, and even then, with Chaozu and Tien trying to figure out a plan, our heroes are scattered all throughout the landscape trying to do their best, as of course Bulma and Popo, Dende and Hercule begin to observe the battle with Tien and the Metal Man. What Tien ultimately does is he thinks back to Vegeta, and he thinks back of Vegeta's weaknesses and having to basically use this to his advantage in slurring out names that can get the Metal Man to get angry enough, or at least then to get the Metal Man upset, to throw him off his game, which of course inevitably what Tien does is he gets within the head by using Chaozu to also do the same thing by putting the Metal Man down by having to slur words at him, and eventually enough, as of course Tien and Chaozu manage to bring the Metal Man down. As we then go back to Master Roshi, he has a blindfold on, and the reason for this is because Master Roshi doesn't want to look at the females, only because he knows that if he looks at them, it's going to further distract Roshi from the goal of having to defeat them. So what the females do is they end up speaking about executing their plan, as of course Oolong goes on to point out that the females went along ahead to merge themselves into one body, very similar to Ani Laza during the Tournament of Power. And with this gigantic version of all the convict females having to stand over Master Roshi and Krillin, that's when Roshi and Krillin begin to panic, because this oversized female is so fast that she literally one-shots Krillin in the stomach, and then she pursues Master Roshi all at the same time. So now Krillin and Roshi are left to face off against this massive massive female convict, as of course we get to observe how Yamcha has fallen to the criminals as well. As everyone now is beginning to lose, Eska notices that Moro's ship is now beginning to descend, as Eska went along to tell Dende, Dende! Moro's ship is on the move! What? He's finally making for the surface, and that's exactly what Moro and Sagambo do, because as of course the ship now begins to descend, Moro and Sagambo now make their way down onto the battlefield. But meanwhile, we also get to see how the androids are beginning to beat down on 7-3 and Shimoreka, with Piccolo having to comment, yes! Wreck them 17, wreck them 18, wrap this up quickly. And 17 and 18 are shown not only having to be significantly far enough to hold the advantage over them, but then as soon as 17 goes on to tell them this is over, 17 winds up shooting behind him and accelerating himself far enough to stomp on 7-3's chest so hard that it sends 7-3 flying out into the distance until out of nowhere, Moro manages to catch 7-3 by the back of the skull. And with everyone having to observe this, we finally get to then see how Moro is now finally on the battlefield, and eerily enough, he's dangling 7-3's body by having to grab and hold on to his skull. And as everyone's surprised, Jocko went along to cry out, "It's Moro!" Moro finally decided to crash the party, so he's the big boss, says Piccolo. With Moro then having to turn towards 7-3, he then went along to tell him, 7-3, I told you not to employ my abilities so casually. Sorry, says Shimoreka, but we didn't stand a chance otherwise. As Moro then tosses 7-3's body to the wayside, he then went along to tell Shimoreka, there will come a time where I require his power once again. Help him to recover. Yes, my lord, says Shimoreka. As Sagambo also arrives, he then went along to tell Shimoreka, get back to the ship, Shimoreka. Sure thing. And with everyone then having to leave outside of Moro and Sagambo, 17 then inserted himself by commenting, hey, should we really let that one get away? So this is Moro. Yeah, he's on another level, says Piccolo. That's some terrifying chi he's got, says Gohan. Like the death cries of countless people. It's pure evil. Probably because he stole the energy from everyone he's killed, says Jocko. And with Moro then having to overhear this, he then comments, anyhow, it seems as though those two aren't here. As Gohan chimes in, oh, they'll show. As we speak, my dad and Vegeta are getting strong enough to beat you. So until then, protecting the Earth is our job. With Moro responding, you don't lack for boldness, but calm yourself. I'm in high spirits. Why is that exactly? Because I had the good fortune of coming upon this planet. There aren't many out there teeming with so many high-energy individuals. What a waste it would be to consume you all at once. How should I go about preparing this dish? As of course everyone then observes, Sagambo then steps forward and telling Moro, Lord Moro, why not allow me to cook these ones to your liking? What? Says Moro. Sagambo's Galactic Bandit Brigade isn't known for slicking off after taking a beating. Go on, says Moro. Thank you, Sagambo responds, but leave them alive. I intend to snack on their life energy. Understood. But right before Sagambo goes out there, Moro then went along to tell him, here, another gift for you. As Moro then embeds more energy into Sagambo, we get to then see how Sagambo's body then begins to transform, it begins to get bigger, his energy is glowing, and everyone then begins to realize exactly what Moro had done, with Gohan having to ask, oh, huh? His chi just spiked. I guess Moro can portion out his energy to his goons. Thank you, Lord Moro, says Sagambo. As right before he moves on in, Moro then went along to tell him, go. And that's exactly what Sagambo does, because now we have Android 17, Android 18, Jocko, Gohan, and Piccolo battling against Sagambo all by themselves, and Sagambo proves, even with the upgrade that Moro had given him, to be that much of a problem only because what Sagambo does first is he smashes into the MVP of the Tournament of Power by punching him and dragging his body all throughout the landscape that forces Android 18 to literally try and hold 17 back, only because Sagambo is charging at them with such force that they literally can't do anything to hold him back. And that's when Gohan and Piccolo try to do the exact same thing by charging in and having to prevent Sagambo from moving on closer any further, and that's when everyone begins to realize that Sagambo at this point is simply too strong. And I absolutely love how Piccolo is holding on to Sagambo's arm, Gohan and Jaco are clinging on to Sagambo, so everyone's trying to do their part until Sagambo winds up powering up in such a way to where he grabs 17 by the head, to where he grabs Gohan by the head, and what he does is he uses Gohan and 17 as sort of like battery rams to swing them around and knocking away 18, Jaco, and Piccolo right before having to toss them up in the air, and then following up by slamming both of their skulls right down onto the ground in basically having to immobilize both of them. And with Jaco looking on, he then comments, "This is nuts! Definitely not the Sagambo I know. Of all the, we still have to deal with this one before Moro," says Piccolo, because even Piccolo now is beginning to acknowledge the fact that Sagambo just may in fact even be too much for them to handle collectively together, as we then notice how Tien and Chaozu are noticing how Yamcha is on the receiving end of a beatdown. Yamcha gets thrown right into Tien's arms, as of course they then begin to fight off an opponent that's seemingly even too much for them to handle, as of course Roshi and Krillin are shown hiding from this gigantic female convict, all while Goku is so far off in space that he's trying to do everything he can to get back to Earth, as Goku went along to ask, "Am I there yet? Jeez, pretty sure that this is the way, right?" As he then begins to feel out how Gohan, Tien, Yamcha, Piccolo, everyone's at a point where now they're all beginning to get beat down. As Goku now feels this, he then comments, "I could just barely feel it. Their chi down on Earth." As he desperately then tries to use instant transmission, he then responds, "No good. Their chis are shrinking by the second. I can't get a solid hold." As Krillin then goes on to elevate himself and powering up, that was the leverage that Goku needed in order to lock onto someone's chi to get to Earth, because that's when Goku feels this and responding, "I know that chi. It's Krillin. Woohoo! I found it. Earth." And the minute we see how Krillin is now about to face off against this massive convict by himself, this was everything that Krillin had in order to even remotely stand a chance against such an opponent. And with this female having to charge on in, out of nowhere, she is then hit directly in the stomach that sends her flying out into the distance. She's crashing through all the landscapes, and Krillin doesn't know what just happened, as of course she lands flat on her back, KO. That's all she wrote, as only then out of nowhere, Goku then settles on in, as Krillin is surprised to see him, with Goku then turning his head. He then went along to tell him, "Sorry, I got a habit of showing up late, Krillin," as right then and there, Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 57 then comes to a close. Now, what I really enjoyed about this manga chapter was actually seeing our heroes work together to fight off against the common enemy, even though some people may argue that Sagambo is strong enough to contest against anybody now post-TOP by himself, which ultimately he did, but not without the assistance of Moro's power surge having to run through him that gave him that additional boost he needed to contest against such people. But now that Goku is here, it's only going to set the stage for Goku's training to come into play, in having to now finally reveal to Moro the fruits of his training, as we then jump into Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 58 entitled Son Goku Arrives, with Goku having to oversee all three females now having to defuse. Goku looks down eerily quiet, and with Master Roshi having to then also acknowledge him, he then comments, "Sheesh, took you long enough to show up. We've been missing you, Goku," says Krillin. "Picking up your chi signature was a breeze, Krillin. Where's everyone else?" "Fighting with the escaped prisoners all over the globe," Krillin says. "I see. I think we're good here, so you should go on and check the others," says Krillin. "Got it. Wait, Goku," says Krillin. "Did your training go well? Do you think you can beat Moro now?" As Goku responds, "Yeah, and we really need to beat him. That's what my training was all about." "Right. Sounds like this Moro guy is really bad news," says Krillin. "Yeah, I still don't know much about him myself. He could still be hiding some of his power," Goku responds. "I don't like the sound of that," Krillin says. "Are you actually worried?" "Nah, it's more like I'm super excited." As Goku then uses instant transmission and then completely vanishes, we then see how Goku interrupts the fight between one of the escaped prisoners, Yamcha and Tien, as Goku so casually jumps in by grabbing onto the convict's punch, and as Goku then uppercuts the convict straight into the gut, once again, Goku knocks this individual out. So no, Goku isn't really fighting to kill, but instead, he's knocking everybody out and thus having to leave them in the hands of the Galactic Patrol. As Tien even commented, "He was giving us a run for our money and you just... wow, some things never change. And the second we get to see how Goku then asks them, did you guys beat the other prisoners? Yeah, even we can handle those weaklings. Great, Goku says, as Yamcha tells him, but I'm thinking Gohan and those other guys might need you. Got it, says Goku, and that's exactly what Goku does, because back with our heroes, 17 and 18 are observing Sagambo having to battle against Gohan and Piccolo, as 18 and 17 go on to comments, they're not paying us enough. Damn it. I didn't expect this, because now Gohan and Piccolo are being put in a situation to where as Sagambo gets angrier, he begins to increase his power so much so that Gohan and Piccolo have to bounce back and falling back for a second just to charge back in, because they're trying to synchronize their attacks just like they did against 7-3, and they're trying to normalize the idea of working together to throw him off, but instead, as they even combine their attacks and having to level Sagambo completely, Jocko went along to shout, "Yeek! Too much oomph, guys! You're gonna break the earth!" Because Gohan and Piccolo are trying to do everything they can to put Sagambo down, as of course even Moro himself is looking down and smiling because he really doesn't have any care in the world about this fight, because he wants to simply marinate his quote-unquote food, and with Sagambo shown having to walk right through Piccolo and Gohan's attack, what he ends up doing is he clocks both Piccolo and Gohan directly in the face so hard that they go flying backwards, with Jocko having to ask, "Are you kidding me?" Because now Piccolo and Gohan are at a point where they're beginning to lose power, and they really can't do much to stand up to Sagambo, as 17 and 18 comment, "That brute is something else. This may be more than we can handle," and with Sagambo slowly approaching and having to smile, that's when Jocko went along to shout, "Sagambo! I always knew you were a no-good criminal scum, but don't you have any pride?" And this catches Sagambo's attention as Jocko continues, "Why are you taking orders like Moro's lapdog? Shut up, Galactic Patrol. Lord Moro saved us from that dingy hole you call of a prison, and he's given us enough power that we'll never get caught by the likes of you again." That explains how the convicts got so strong, Jocko says. Lord Moro's making sure that we never gotta feel pathetic again. So yeah, we'll do it, he says. That's what we decided, as Jocko responds, "If you ask me, what you're doing now is way more pathetic than being locked up." "Say what?" says Sagambo. It's just a joke, because now Sagambo had shifted his focus from Gohan and Piccolo in having to, eerily enough, now begin to approach Jocko, with Jocko telling him, wait, stay back. But then out of nowhere, Sagambo begins to feel something as he asks, "What the?" because there seems to be an entity looming around him that's causing his body to shake, as out of nowhere, Sagambo gets struck directly in the face so hard that Sagambo wasn't even able to see what the heck had just happened, as of course Sagambo had fallen down to the ground. He then asks, "Who's there? Who kicked me?" With Piccolo having to chime in, "Someone sent him flying on their own." And once again we get to see how Sagambo is literally getting torn up on the battlefield, but nobody can seem to notice on who the heck this is that's beating Sagambo up. And with Moro looking down, eerily enough, and having to put his hands down, he also now begins to observe how Sagambo is literally getting leveled on the battlefield. With of course Sagambo standing up, he then asks, How is this happening?" "It's Dad!" Gohan shouts. "He's here at last, huh?" "I can't see or sense his chi," Piccolo responds, as of course Sagambo once again is getting leveled on the battlefield. He's getting smacked left and right, and even Jocko goes on to ask, "Really? You guys can't see him? Goku's fighting while zipping around at super duper hyper speed. You mean you can see him?" says Piccolo. "Yeah, my vision's actually one of my strong suits, but just because I can keep track doesn't mean that I can fight like that, so don't think that." As Piccolo asks, "But why can't we sense Goku's chi?" With Gohan responding, "Maybe he's moving too fast for us to lock onto it." "What new heights has he really reached?" Piccolo asks, because as Moro is observing this with a sharp eye, he then goes on to grin and commenting, "One of them is finally here. The one who employed instant teleportation on Namek, yes? Go ahead and reveal yourself." "Son Goku, was it?" "Moro can also see him," says Piccolo, as of course he can, because the minute we get to see how Goku grabs onto Sagambo's leg, he then throws him directly up at Moro, with of course Moro smiling, and what Moro does as a response is he goes on ahead to stick his arm out, and with his two fingers, he shoots Sagambo away, but not without having to also give him a small portion of power as well. And with Gohan and Piccolo observing, that's when Gohan went along to ask, What did he do? As only then, Goku makes his presence known by appearing behind Moro and telling him, I was hoping to go right ahead and beat you too. And with Moro then turning around and smiling, Goku then continues, I guess it won't be that simple. Goku, says Piccolo. Ha ha ha. You've grown far stronger, says Moro. Yep, I'm not the same guy I was when we first met. Is that so? Glad to hear it. As only then Sagambo then stands back up on his feet, very angry at the fact that Goku had done this to him, and with Sagambo then having to power up yet again, Gohan and Piccolo quickly get out of dodge with Goku asking, he's still up and running? Lord Moro, says Sagambo, I can still fight for you. You heard him, says Moro. Well, would you prefer to fight me or him? And that's when Goku went along to redirect his focus at Sagambo by telling him, listen, your buddies all got recaptured, so just give it up and go back to the galactic prison. Back to the Slammer? No way! And that's when Sagambo then goes on ahead to raise his power even more and prompting Goku to go on ahead and finish the fight against him, with Goku commenting, he's not leaving me much of a choice. Stick around, Moro, cause after him, you're next. And Moro kind of shrugs off Goku's threat by kind of having to just imply, okay, do what you gotta do, and Goku does what he has to do because from there, he ends up teleporting in between Gohan and Piccolo as he then went along to tell them, sorry you had to start fighting again, Gohan, as Gohan responds, I'm the one who's sorry that we weren't enough to protect the Earth on our own. What do you mean, says Goku? I barely recognize you two. You must have been training hard. Not much point in training when we still can't defend the Earth, Piccolo says. When was it, I wonder? When did you get so far ahead of us? With Sagambo shown smiling, Goku then comments, let me handle this one. And as soon as Piccolo and Gohan leave, that's when Moro went along to also comment, go on. Show me the extent of your power. And that's exactly what Goku does because from there, Goku ups it up to Super Saiyan Blue as Moro asks, what's this? Blue hair? But this doesn't prevent Sagambo from charging on in because the minute Sagambo does, Goku went along to stick his arm out and so casually, he is able to deflect and block off all of Sagambo's punches, so much so that Goku's cognitive awareness is so sharpened that he immediately ducks on under and delivers striking blows to Sagambo's body that really do heavy damage, as of course Goku is shown kicking Sagambo, punching Sagambo. Despite Sagambo being inferior to Goku, you still have to give him credit for wanting to keep fighting back even while at a disadvantage because even after Sagambo went along to throw a thunderous knee at Goku, Goku went along to actually give him praise by telling him, you're pretty sturdy, huh? But with Goku ducking on down, he then went along to kick Sagambo right up at the sky as of course Goku kips up. He then speed blitzes right behind Sagambo and having to knock him down, but before he does so, he then went along to tell Sagambo being sturdy isn't enough to beat me. And with one double axe handle to the back of Sagambo's neck, Sagambo ends up hitting the ground with such tremendous force that even Piccolo comments, way stronger than the last time we saw him in his blue form. Looks like his training really paid off. And the second Goku lands on his feet, he then utters, it's over. He won't get up again. Are you ready, Moro? With Moro responding, ahem. What's over exactly? Look behind you. And as he does, Sagambo then once again bursts out of the ground as Goku asks, how's that possible? Is he somehow even stronger than before? With Jocko responding, maybe Moro gave him another power boost when he whacked him away a minute ago. Oh no, with Moro asking, still able to fight Sagambo? Of course, Lord Moro, Sagambo says, in a very crazed-like state. That's when Moro responds, is that so? Then I shall grant you a bit more power. And that's exactly what he does because Moro keeps channeling more and more and more power into Sagambo. As Goku notices this and seeing exactly what Moro's doing, Goku went along to shout, Moro! His body hit its limit! You gotta stop pumping him with energy! But Sagambo's not wasting any time because, like a true savage, he ends up getting behind Goku again in his attempts of attacking him, but with Goku blocking off, he then tells him, you two, cut it out! Any more and this will wreck your body. But Sagambo doesn't care. He would much rather die than go back to prison, as of course Moro went along to tell Goku, Son Goku, I wish to see that technique again. Show it to me. It wasn't in that form that you just employed those high-speed moves, correct? And with Goku silent, Moro then continues, until you show me your earlier form, I will force Sagambo to continue fighting. And that's exactly what Moro does, because Moro is pumping more and more and more power into Sagambo to the point where Sagambo's body is really starting to overflow itself, but Goku's not having it, because Goku then from that point teleports right behind Moro, and right before he actually attempts to attack him by stopping, Moro winds up blocking Goku's attack as Goku went along to tell Moro, "Enough! I'll show you what you want to see. Up close and personal." And with Sagambo shown staggering on his feet, he then utters, "Lord Moro, he is mine to defeat." But then, right then and there, Sagambo absolutely loses his mind. His body actually implodes within himself, and right then and there, Sagambo winds up dead. And he died due to the overwhelming amount of energy that Moro had given him, and with everyone shocked, Moro then responds, "He couldn't even withstand that smidgen of energy. How pathetic. Wasn't he your friend?" says Goku. "My friend? I have no friends. Those were my soldiers. They may be gone, but I can always collect more." With Goku responding, "You total scumbag," Moro says. "Think what you like. Fine. I'm ready to show you," Goku says. "The power I've gained just to beat you." And with Moro smiling, he then responds, "That's exactly what I wanted to hear." And as soon as Goku then goes back down to base form, he then quickly closes his eyes as his energy begins to glow, and with everyone left absolutely amazed, including Moro who looks on, he then goes on to respond, "This is no mortal ability," as Goku right then and there is able to reactivate the powers of Ultra Instinct Ultimate, as only then Goku responds, "That's right, the initial stage of the technique of the gods, Ultra Instinct Sign," as only then Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 58 then comes to a close. Now, what's parallel is this is a direct reflection on Goku's training with Maris, because Maris had already known that this was the power that Goku desperately needed in order to defeat Moro, and what I really enjoyed about this is, ironically enough, we get to see how Sagambo collapses under the weight of all of the overwhelming power that Moro had given him, which is very ironic considering how this arc actually ended. But what I really enjoyed here was seeing how Goku was able to utilize his powers in fighting Sagambo, to see the overwhelming confidence that was on Moro's face every single time he saw Goku fight, and to actually see the way this went down in Piccolo and Gohan having to fall back, and observing how Goku now had reactivated the powers of Ultra Instinct with complete and utter ease. We then jump into Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 59 entitled Activate Ultra Instinct Sign, with Goku having to stare off with Moro. Gohan and Piccolo are left baffled as Piccolo went along to ask, "Is that Ultra Instinct? Looks like he can activate it at will." And with Moro looking on, he then responds, "To think that such a lowly life form could achieve such a divine technique. How surprising." And with Goku getting into fighting position, he then tells Moro, "Let's do this, Moro. As you wish, Son Goku." And with everyone looking on, Piccolo then responds, "It's finally starting for real. The fate of the Earth, no, the fate of the entire universe is riding on this fight." As Goku is the first person to make a move here, because he ends up hitting Moro with a punch that was so fast that as soon as Moro looks on over to his left shoulder, he notices that Goku had used pressurized wind punches to actually connect thunderous shots to Moro that seems to rattle his body, because Moro seems confused. He seems to be asking himself as to what the heck is going on, because Goku's speed is so rapid that the second we get to see how Goku unleashes a fury on him, that's when Piccolo asks, "Huh? Is Goku attacking?" With Jocko responding, "He is with air blasts, I think. He's whipping his fists really fast to fire off blasts of air." And as Moro is shown blocking, he then responds, "What a pesky attack," before raising his hand up in the ground and using the energy of the core of the earth to get the better of Goku. Goku is actually smart enough to fly up in the air, and that's when Moro begins to then unleash several ki blasts up at Goku, but Goku is so fast that he ends up going right through them, and this surprises Moro because he was not expecting for Goku to improve this much. With Goku raining down on him, he connects a punch as of course Moro blocks, and Moro here is visibly shown getting annoyed as of course Goku then flips away and having to connect a really good shot to Moro, Goku now is shown being on the offensive because as soon as Goku begins to attack Moro rapidly, left and right and left, Moro's shown surprisingly enough holding his own as he then goes on to ask, "This technique boasts heightened agility? So be it." And that's when Moro then begins to increase his agility as well because he then goes on ahead to counter Goku's attacks by locking his hands and locking his feet in these little spherical energy balls that then go on ahead to push Goku back and holding him in place. That's when Moro went along to tell him, "I need only to immobilize you." And that was the opportunity that Moro needed to get right in and attacking Goku because Goku really couldn't do anything to protect himself, being the fact that he was bound. But then as soon as Goku ends up breaking right through this, he quickly then vanishes before hitting the ground, with Moro noticing that Goku is so fast that he ends up getting behind him as Goku went along to ask, "Was that your magic?" With Moro responding, "That was but only a single example out of a number of techniques," Moro says. As meanwhile back on planet Yardrat, Vegeta then is beginning to feel out the battle between Moro and Goku as Vegeta comments, "Moro is finally making his move, and the one opposing him is Kakarot?" As we then go back to Earth, Goku is shown ducking and dodging, bobbing and weaving because Moro is then unleashing these laser-like attacks that are very similar to what Kefla did during the Tournament of Power, and Goku knows that if he were to actually get anywhere near these electricity zaps, that it's really going to hurt him because from there, as soon as Goku is shown having to bounce away, one of these lightning rods actually end up hitting Sagambo's dead body and it absolutely fries him to bits. And as soon as Goku gets in front of Piccolo, Jocko, and Gohan, Goku then went along to tell them, "You guys back off some more." As Gohan responds, Sure thing, go all out and don't worry about the Earth. We've already gathered the Earth's Dragon Balls. They're at Dende's place. That means we can always put everything back to normal," with Goku stating, "Got it." And as soon as Gohan and Piccolo then flee, Goku goes back on the attack as of course once again he's ducking, dodging, bobbing, and weaving while charging up for the Kamehameha, and as soon as then Goku gets up close and personal with Moro, he then winds up completing the charge to fire this Kamehameha, but Goku then notices that the Moro that's standing in front of him really isn't the Moro he was fighting because this was an illusion, and as soon as Goku then spins around, he fires the Kamehameha directly at Moro, and with Moro left absolutely baffled, he goes on to grab the Kamehameha in his attempts of pushing it back, and Goku is trying to force this Kamehameha on him, and with Goku pushing, that's when Moro states, "You saw through my illusion? How perceptive," with Goku responding, "Yeah, I've seen that trick before," and with Goku pushing more and more and more, that's when Gohan, Piccolo, and Jocko land next to the androids as 17 asks, "Goku's here, I take it? Well, did he come back stronger than ever?" "Hard to say," Piccolo says. "We aren't able to read his chi," with of course Goku then having to push the Kamehameha even more. Eventually enough, Goku ends up teleporting out of the way, and Moro sees this because once again, Goku is the one that's on the offensive, and he is really bringing it to Moro to the point where as soon as they end up fighting upwards, Goku is throwing shot after shot, punch after kick, and he's really then beginning to get the better of Moro because Moro is showing signs of aggravation as only then Goku goes on to headbutt Moro. He then quickly follows up by kicking Moro right back down onto the earth, but Moro doesn't want to seem like he wants to go down by himself, so instead, he uses his magic and influence to bring and pull Goku right towards him, so even as Moro is hurtling right back down onto the ground, he wants to take Goku with him. So what does Goku do? Once again, pressurized wind punches by having to punch Moro deliberately even harder that causes Moro to stumble even further back down than how he was. So even as Goku is flying down, Goku is making sure that he hits Moro fast enough and hard enough that Moro ends up hitting the ground before him. But even then, Moro goes on to use his magic to once more pull Goku even closer and closer and closer until both of them are within striking range to where Goku ends up punching Moro in the stomach and Moro ends up uppercutting Goku in the gut. So this fight in and of itself is a testament of strength, but also durability, because despite what Goku is doing to Moro, and despite what Moro is doing to Goku, to some extent they're both able to actually hold their own, and as soon as they both land on their feet, once again, they go charging right back at each other with everyone observing. That's when Gohan comments, "Seems like Dad and Moro are on equal footing," with Piccolo responding, "Not quite. Goku's clearly faster. So he can win, says 17? Well, Piccolo responds, Moro still hasn't tried absorbing energy, and with Moro on the ground, that's exactly what he attempted to do, with of course Goku making his way towards him. That's when Jocko shouted, "Aw crap, here we go, the energy absorption thing!" But Goku quickly realizes this as he then goes on to up his speed, so much to the point where Moro is looking on absolutely baffled, and he's turning left and right. He's trying to figure out where Goku had went, with Gohan even commenting he vanished again. And vanished he did, because Goku is so fast that he ends up getting right behind Moro, but with Moro being Moro, he wasn't going to go down so easily, so instead, he figured out where Goku was going to be. Goku grazes his face, but then Moro grabs onto Goku's punch and he chucks him out into the distance, as once more, he goes on to stick his arm out in trying to steal Goku's power again, but as responsive as Goku is, once again, he vanishes, and Moro stops as once again he looks around as he comments, "Ah, as I thought," with Gohan chiming in, of course, he's moving at top speed to dodge the energy absorption, with Piccolo responding, "I didn't realize that was possible. That basically takes care of Moro's main move," says Jocko, and that means Dad won't get his energy stolen and he's already got the advantage in this battle, with Piccolo responding he can win. If he keeps it up, Goku can win this thing. And with Goku once again shown on the offensive, Goku is not letting up because he's attacking Moro to the point where Moro is actually trying to sideswipe and scratch Goku's face, but Goku is simply so fast that he's not allowing Moro to touch him, with of course Goku kicking Moro directly in the ribs. Moro shown taking visible damage, as of course his face is that of concern and agony, and with Goku attacking Moro over and over and over, and eventually having to knock Moro down onto the ground. As soon as Goku is shown having to stand over him, that's when Piccolo responds, "Classic Goku. Who knows what hellish training he's been through, and he probably still has that Ultra Instinct form left," Gohan says, "the one with the silver hair." As we then go back to Beerus's world, in which we get to see how Maris and Whis are overseeing this fight, with of course Beerus and the Oracle Fish having to be shown fishing for fish, we then get to see how Whis comments, "Marvelous. Well done indeed to train Goku to this extent. I sing your praises, Maris." "Thank you," says Maris. Yawn. "I'm so hungry. Hey kid, you spent a good time in the mortal realm. Know any tasty recipes?" With Maris responding, "I was enlisted with the Galactic Patrol, so I'm afraid not." With Beerus responding, "What a waste of space," as Whis chimes in, "Has Goku mastered Ultra Instinct then? Can we expect to see that silver hair?" With Maris responding, no. About that, as we then go back to Earth, in which we get to see how Goku once again is dominating. Moro is trying to use his magic left and right and using the core of the Earth and the Earth's energy to basically stop Goku in his tracks, as Moro then smiles and asking, "What's wrong? You seem so eager to be done with this. You believe you found a way around my energy absorption, but you've made a grave error. I only consume energy to fill my stomach. Weakening my opponents and strengthening myself are only fortunate side effects, not the primary goal." And with Goku overhearing this, Moro then continues, "As such, I will happily devour your energy after you're defeated." "Defeated?" Goku says. "How?" With Moro responding, "You thought this was all I can muster? You fool." And with everyone shocked, Piccolo then asks, What did Moro just say now?" Jocko says. "Moro hasn't been fighting at full strength," Piccolo responds. "The heck?" And that's when we get to see how Moro powers up in such a way to where it's frightening, because even Goku himself can't seem to believe the amount of energy that this being has, to where the entire landscape is rocked, in which I love the bottom left-hand panel of Moro having to smile so evil and so sadistically at Goku, as only then Moro goes on to tell him, "I have consumed countless planets since our previous encounter, all of which had filled me with enough power to transcend the very gods." With Gohan commenting that chi, it's enormous to a terrifying extent. And as soon as Goku then is even showing signs of concern, Moro lets out an energy blast to where Goku goes on ahead to deflect the blast with one hand, but then he wasn't expecting for Moro to be fast enough to then get behind Goku because he does. And the second Moro gets behind Goku, he goes on to then grab Goku with his massive arms and having to squeeze him in place as Goku tells him, get off me! As Moro tells him, now I understand why you didn't employ this form during the entire fight against Sagambo. And with Moro then shown zapping Goku literally out of Ultra Instinct Omen, with Goku shown collapsing, Moro then grabs him by the head and telling him, it's because you can't maintain it for long. With Moro then shown throwing Goku into a pile of rocks, as we then go back to Whis and Maris, that's when Whis went along to ask him, so he was only able to achieve the sign level? Yes, Maris says. He never managed to activate the true Ultra Instinct form. I see. That doesn't bode well. Sign serves as the gateway to Ultra Instinct, but it isn't stable. Maintaining that stability consumes an enormous amount of stamina. Were you aware? I was, says Maris. The battle hinges on Son Goku's ability to manage that energy drain while keeping up Sign as long as possible. And as we then go back to Moro and Goku, Moro then went along to tell Goku, you hoped to bring our bout to a hasty conclusion while you still had the stamina for it. Too bad for you, I've been waiting for your inevitable decline, with Goku responding, I should have realized you already figured out my weakness. But still, if you are just stalling for time, that means you don't think you can beat me when I'm at full power, huh? And with Moro eerily quiet, that's when Goku responds, and if I can keep hitting you with all I've got, I can win this. As only then once again, Goku channels back up the powers of Ultra Instinct Sign as Goku utters, sorry Maris, but a stamina balancing act during battle just isn't my style. And with Moro laughing, he then responds, so you still had some power left, good. Now I'm intrigued, as only then Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 59 then comes to a close. Now, what I think was really critical and really great about this manga chapter was seeing how Ultra Instinct Sign Goku was literally going head to head against Moro, and surprisingly enough, just like Jiren did, we saw how Moro was able to hold his own. So this was, without question, a testament to how strong Moro was, because even after all of the training that Goku had done, Moro was still able to rival Goku to such an extent to where he was able to zap him out of his Ultra Instinct form and still continue onward. But then from there we enter Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 60 entitled Maris' Miscalculation, with both Moro and Goku getting into fighting position. With Maris and Whis looking on, Maris went along to utter, wait just a moment, what's Goku doing? Oh my. It seems as though he's changed his strategy, Whis says. Both combatants will be fighting at full power, and with Goku and Moro shown powering up to such an extent, they're literally shaking the entire landscape because Goku's putting out a lot of power, Moro's putting out a lot of power, and their auras then begin to unleash themselves upon each other, as only then we see how both of their auras are clashing, and this is a testament to how strong they are, which, mind you, Moro is relative to Ultra Instinct Omen, and with Goku pushing, Moro pushing, it is a back and forth contest with everyone having to look on. That's when Gohan went along to utter, look at those clashing auras. Neither one is backing down, says Piccolo, but then, slowly but surely, Goku begins to slowly make his way towards Moro, as only then Moro begins to do the same. You can only imagine the amount of force and the amount of pressure that's emanating from both of their auras, because as soon as then we get to see how they're both up close and personal, the sheer power that's pushing both of them back then erupts in such a way to where Goku then is shown having the upper hand by powering up with so much fury that it literally ends up blowing Moro back, because even then Moro can't seem to believe that Goku was outputting this much power, and with Moro shown flying up in the sky, that's when Gohan went along to shout, "Dad pushed him back!" But even then, Moro creates an energy blast up in the sky, and as soon as Goku then speed blitzes right past him and kicking the energy ball away, that's when Goku proceeded to elbow Moro directly in the ribs by then having to pursue after him. So even then, both of them, it has been confirmed by Whis that Moro and Goku are fighting at full power. Goku is shown literally getting right in front of Moro and stomping him right down on the ground. He's kicking him with such fury that Moro is coughing up spit, and Goku is really ruthless, but then Moro winds up grabbing Goku by the leg, and he proceeds, as of course both of them are shown hurtling back down onto the ground, to grab Goku and slamming him back and forth just as he did on New Planet Namek. He grabs Goku, he's flinging him around, and Goku is shown in pain, but then as soon as Goku backflips out of this, he ends up kicking Moro's arm away, as of course Moro stabilizes himself in having to charge right back at Goku. So even then, with Goku firing multiple ki blasts and having to keep Moro in place, to Moro's credit, he is able to hold his own and stabilize himself even after Ultra Instinct Omen is shown just continuously unleashing blast after blast after blast upon him. But Moro's had enough, because from there he winds up actually tanking all of the attacks, and he gets right in front of Goku's face, to the point where as soon as he attempted to grab him, Goku countered by having to move his arm away, and of course from there the two are shown having to battle back and forth and having to grab each other in a test of strength, to where you can tell based on the overall detail that their veins are popping out, their eyes are expressing such tension, because this is a very ferocious battle for both of them. And even as they're trying to best one another in strength, Moro smiling, Goku smiling, so both of them are having a very enjoyable fight session here, because this is what Moro wanted out of Goku, and this is what Goku wanted out of Moro. But then, as soon as we then go back to Maris and Whis, that's when Maris went along to shout, "No, Goku, you can't! How long can he keep up that form while fighting at full power?" With Whis responding, "Well, even if he had followed your advice and conserved stamina to maintain Sign for longer, I have my doubts that he could have made much of a headway against Moro." And this shocks Maris only because he basically confirms that even as he's at full power while using Sign, it still may not be enough. But Goku then is shown punching Moro in the face, he knees him in the stomach, he punches him once again as he then shouts, "Eat this!" And as soon as Goku then rocks Moro out into the distance, we get to see how Goku is huffing and puffing because he's burning right through his stamina, but through the smoke we also get to see how Moro steps right through and having to comment, "Perhaps I approached you too cautiously after all. If this is truly the extent of your power, then I will not fall to you." "Damn it," Goku says. "What is your body even made of?" As we then go back to both Whis and Maris, who are still overseeing this fight, Whis went along to ask, "Does Moro's strength exceed your expectations, Maris?" "Yes," Maris says. "To think that he grew this powerful. I expect that Goku sensed that as well. Hence this gamble of his, tapping into his full potential. Saiyans are known to exhibit untold power when their backs are against the wall, especially Goku and Vegeta." As we then go back to Planet Yardrats, where we get to see how Vegeta had managed to bring down several Yardrats by himself by using a very special technique, that's when Vegeta went along to ask, "Well, I finally did it this time." "Well done indeed, Vegeta," Paibara says, "and to master it in such little time." "Great," Vegeta says. "Earth is still in one piece. It seems like I'll make it in time. Now transport me to Earth, Paibara." "Huh? I can't go to Earth," Paibara says. "What? We Ardranians are forbidden from using instant teleportation to travel off our own planet." "Seriously?" Vegeta says. "Furthermore," Paibara adds, "we can only teleport to the location of someone we've met before." "Like Kakarot, for instance?" Vegeta asks. "You've met him, haven't you?" "Yes, I do know Goku's spirit signature, but for some reason, I am unable to detect it at the moment. Do you happen to know why?" "Right," Vegeta says. "That fool must be using Ultra Instinct, and only gods can sense that godly chi." "What now, Vegeta? Getting to Earth in my spaceship would take at least 10 days. "Teach me," Vegeta utters. "Teach me how to perform instant teleportation." "Now," as Paibara asks, right now?" "Get to it," Vegeta screams. "I will master it faster than any before me." Which basically indicates that Vegeta wants to get to Earth by himself by using instant transmission. As we then go back to Goku and Moro, we get to see, based on Whis' self-proclamation, that Goku still, even while using his full power, is unable to bring Moro down, because Moro is doing everything in his ability to duck, dodge, avoid, and fight Goku relatively, to where as Goku winds up missing one of his punches, Moro then winds up connecting a thunderous knee shot to Goku's stomach that not only knocks Goku down on his back, but that's when Moro went along to ask, "Oh? What happened to your trademark speed? Dad's attacks aren't landing anymore, Gohan says, and as soon as Goku lands back on his feet in his attempts of attacking Moro again, it's fairly evident that even right now at this point, Goku can't do anything to match Moro, because Moro winds up kicking Goku out into the distance as of course Goku does land on his feet. He's exceedingly tired as of course he's huffing, he's puffing as he went along to utter crap, with Moro responding, naturally, you have reached your limit. That said, consider me shocked that you amassed such power. You don't get to decide when this is over, Goku says. I'm not done yet. And in typical Goku fashion, he then winds up powering up even more, which basically kind of contradicts the narrative of what Ultra Instinct is, especially when looking back during the events of the Tournament of Power. And with Goku having to then amass even more power, he winds up charging ahead as of course he attacks Moro directly by elbowing Moro in the face. Maris then goes on to watch and commenting, "This won't work. By relying on sheer power alone like this, he can't make the most of Ultra Instinct's strength." As of course Goku does, Moro winds up unleashing a mouth blast from point blank range, which ends up overtaking Goku entirely. As of course Whis notices that Goku is now down on the ground, Whis then chimes in, "Sadly, it doesn't look like we'll be witnessing any miracles today." "It wasn't meant to go like this," Maris says. "Hey Whis," Beerus utters, "I said I'm starving. I want to chow down on something tasty." "Very well," Whis says. As he then carries on and walking away, Maris then clears his throat as Whis goes on to ask, "Yes? Can I help you?" "At this rate," Maris says, "the Earth and so many other planets, they'll Maris. The birth and death of planets is simply a part of the great and long cycle of the universe," Whis says. "Excessive meddling on our part would affect the natural flow of these matters, which is not necessarily a good thing. I understand that much, but," as Whis continues, "what's more, only the likes of Lord Beerus and the Lord of Lords can decide such things. It is not for us angels to intervene. Never forget that." As Maris concedes in stating right, we then go back to Goku and Moro, in which Goku is shown having to be literally tossed up against the floor, in which it was at that moment where we get to see how Goku is slowly vanishing out of Ultra Instinct, and in typical fashion, Moro capitalizes on this by having to swoop down and stomping down directly on Goku's stomach, which completely negates Ultra Instinct in its entirety, and with everyone looking on, Gohan shouted he lost the Ultra Instinct aura! With of course Moro looking down on Goku, he then went along to tell him that's quite enough fun for now. Yes, it's about time to consume your energy. And that's exactly what Moro was about to do, because Goku at this point was defeated because Ultra Instinct Sign simply wasn't enough to get the job done against him, and with Moro sticking his hand out and just about to devour Goku's power, out of nowhere, Moro was able to sense that the androids were hot on his tail, and right before they were actually able to connect their attacks on him, Moro gracefully was able to actually hop over them and allowing the androids to miss their attacks completely, and as they land on the other side, that's when 18 went along to ask, "Looking to snack on some life energy, monster? How about a taste of ours?" Spoiler alert, 17 says, "We don't have any." "Artificial life forms," Moro asks, "to think this planet possessed such advanced technology." All the while, back on planet Yardrat, Vegeta is trying to do everything he can to learn instant transmission in making his way back to Earth, but instead of actually successfully being able to do it, he ends up using instant teleportation and winding up literally inside of a trash can. And as Vegeta pokes himself out, he then utters, "Damn it, it failed." "You're doing it all wrong, Vegeta," says one of the Yardranians. "You gotta lock onto the target's spirit." "Ugh, I only needed to work just this once. I'm fine if I could never do it again." And that's when Pybrawra goes on to sense something and uttering, "That's Goku's spirit. Why did it suddenly show up again? Huh? What's going on? He's no longer in Ultra Instinct?" Vegeta asks. "The fool must have lost to Moro. Fine. This is an emergency, so I'll break our planet's rule to get you to Earth." "Not so fast," Vegeta says. "I have a feeling I can pull it off." "Huh? You mean it, Vegeta?" "Yes." And as Vegeta slowly tries to concentrate, he then comments, "I appreciate everything, Hatsuka, Pybrawra. Good luck, Vegeta." And with Pybrawra sticking his hand out and then having to change Vegeta's clothing right back to the Galactic Patrol Saiyan outfit he had, Pybrawra then tells him, "Well done enduring our brutal training. may you fight with confidence. And that's when Vegeta comments yeah, and slowly trying to do his best in locking onto Goku's spirit. That's when we finally get to see how Vegeta successfully uses instant transmission in having to vanish from the planet completely, as the Yardranians go on to ask, that Vegeta must be some kind of a prodigy, right? As Paibaro responds, his achievements are the product of all of his training. In that sense, he may be a prodigy, yes, one born of hard work. And as we then go back to planet Earth, the androids are trying to do their best in synchronizing their attacks and attacking Moro, but Moro's body actually ends up blowing both of them back, as of course they try to do everything in their ability to attack Moro with, but Moro is treating them like absolute casuals, because despite what they're trying to do in synchronizing their attacks, in striking him by using energy, nothing seems to work, because as we get to see the smoke coming off of his body, Moro then tells them, I see such power. It's almost a shame I can't steal it. What the heck, 18 asks? It's like we're fighting a lump of steel. Our heaviest attacks barely make him flinch. Piccolo, should we join them, Gohan asks? And what? Let Moro absorb our energy? Diving into this battle recklessly would only feed Moro more power. And with Goku slowly sitting up and watching Moro fight the androids, he then comments, darn, I didn't think it'd turn out like this, as only then, out of nowhere, Vegeta winds up using instant transmission and teleporting right in front of Goku, with Goku asking of Vegeta! Hello, Kakarot, with Vegeta having to acknowledge Goku. With, of course, Vegeta now being the saving grace in this battle, he then went along to ask, well, don't you look pathetic? What? Did Ultra Instinct prove to be useless? And with Goku quiet, he then asked, Did you just use instant teleportation? Worry not. I have no intention of using your signature move. I likely wouldn't be able to pull it off again, and I won't be learning it after this. Besides, I've learned a far superior technique of my own. And as Vegeta looks out, he then screams, hey, 17, 18, that's enough. My turn. And with everyone ceasing their battle, Vegeta then continues, that one is mine, with Moro uttering, Vegeta, you finally arrived. I see that our time apart hasn't done a thing to fix that joke you call a face, Moro. Do you enjoy tormenting the weak? As Moro asks the weak. You aren't wrong. While you worms were hiding, I may have gone and become too powerful. And I've grown weary of planets I cannot provide fighters to match me. Oh, no cause for concern there, Vegeta says, as he then quickly transforms into Super Saiyan Blue evolution. Moro takes interest in this as Vegeta continues, you want someone stronger than you? You found him. And with everyone looking on intensely, that's when Gohan utters, that's the Super Saiyan Blue form he used at that Tournament of Power. What's changed? Not sure, Piccolo says. And with Goku looking on intensely, as does Moro, that's when Vegeta wastes little time in charging directly at Moro. With Moro welcoming this challenge, Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 60 then comes to a close. Now, what I really appreciate from this manga chapter is the fact that we get to see another fight between Omen, Goku, and Moro, which is arguably going to be looked at in the community as being a little better than the initial fight between Goku and Moro later on. However, this is the first time that Vegeta makes his presence known by coming back to Earth and asserting himself in this battle in reassuring Goku that he is going to be taking the fight from here on, and that he promises Moro that he's going to give him the fight that he had been looking for against seemingly the strongest, which the strongest is, based on self-proclamation, Vegeta. However, from there we enter Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 61 entitled Vegeta Reborn, and Vegeta wastes little time in dashing on in and punching Moro directly in the stomach, which you get to see based on his reaction that Moro seemed to have had taken a little bit of damage and having to fall back a bit, with of course Vegeta looking on. Everyone was absolutely shocked that Vegeta was able to do this, including Moro. However, even with the smoke having to resonate from his abs, that's when Gohan went along to notice and commenting, damn it, that barely had any effect. With 18 chiming in, what the heck? He sure talked a big game, but he clearly can't deliver. And with Moro looking on, he then went along to address Vegeta by telling him, yes, you have gained a considerable amount of power, yet you are still not able to contend with me. But Vegeta once again wastes little time in once again doing the exact same thing and being on the offensive and attacking Moro, with Piccolo commenting, Vegeta has gotten stronger. I barely recognize him, but Moro is still more powerful than him. It's a level that can't be overcome with training alone, and with Moro having to catch on to Vegeta's punch, he then went along to tell Vegeta, "Submit, Vegeta," before kicking Vegeta so hard in the face that Vegeta went flying right past Goku and into the same cliff that everyone just so happened to be standing on. And with Moro looking on, he then addressed Vegeta by telling him, "I do commend you for elevating your power to such heights. You will make for my finest meal yet." But Vegeta isn't having it, because once again, he dashes on in directly in having to fight Moro, and Moro seems to once again be struggling a bit by having to clench his teeth, and Vegeta is not letting up because sure enough, he does have a plan in this fight against him, and with everyone looking on, Gohan asks, "What's gotten into Vegeta?" With Jocko responding, "Maybe he can't accept losing and is going berserk?" "I doubt it," Piccolo says. Vegeta's never been one to misread an opponent's strength, which is objectively wrong when looking at the narrative of Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super, and etc. And with Moro having to take on Vegeta's hits, he then tells him, "Enough of this nonsense, Vegeta," before having to wind his hand back and going right for the kill. But with Vegeta being so cognitive and so aware of his overall surroundings, Vegeta was able to effortlessly dodge Moro's grab, with Goku having to look on in absolute shock, and that's when Vegeta went along ahead to wind his hand back and having to backhand Moro right across the face. And even then, as he had done so, Moro is absolutely baffled because he went along to utter "you," as once more Vegeta had went along to kick Moro directly in the stomach, with everyone looking on in shock. It was at this point that Moro became so enraged that he charged on in literally grabbing Vegeta by the arms and the shoulder, by having to then lift him up over his head and slamming Vegeta right down into the ground beneath him. And it was because of this we get to see for the first time that there's something wrong with Moro. He's huffing, he's puffing, he's very agitated, he's very angry, but more importantly, right after he proceeded to look down on his hands, with Vegeta having to stand right back up, Vegeta didn't seem to be damaged at all, because he went along to wipe his face, with Goku having to respond, "Thought so." And with Moro once again attempting to attack Vegeta, something's wrong. Every single one of his attacks aren't connecting, they seem to be missing, and Vegeta now seems to be holding the upper hand, because Vegeta is retaliating by kicking Moro, punching Moro, elbowing Moro, and because of this, every single time Vegeta seems to land an attack, there seems to be a portion of energy leaving Moro's body that Moro catches onto, so as a result, he tries to finish off Vegeta early by blasting him in the face, trying to claw his eyes out, but despite Moro's efforts, Vegeta is once again showing his superiority over him by escaping Moro's grasp and having to bounce back, with Goku commenting, "Vegeta, this new move of yours, it's forced spirit fission," Vegeta says. As once again, with everyone observing, Vegeta went along to charge right back into the fight, with Gohan asking, "More of his attacks are landing. Is Vegeta somehow getting stronger?" "No," Piccolo says. "It looks like Moro is actually getting weaker," as indeed he is, because every single one of Vegeta's attacks are taking away all of the powers that Moro had either absorbed or had consumed within his body, as right up above, even Piccolo asks, "What in the world?" As for the first time, what Vegeta ended up doing was he ended up releasing and taking away all of Moro's power that he had stolen from other people, other creatures, and having to condense it all in the form of one massive energy ball in the sky, with Vegeta then kicking Moro so hard in the face that he ended up releasing such a large portion of energy that he further reverted back to his goatee form, with Moro looking absolutely horrified. That's when once again Vegeta had proceeded to knock Moro down onto the ground, and with Moro slowly standing back up, he then proceeded to ask, "What have you done?" And that's when Jocko chimes in, "He's back to his old self." Literally. How could that be? With Vegeta having to smile and telling Moro, "All of that spirit you stole for yourself, those souls, that life energy, I've simply liberated it." As he then went along to raise his arm up in the air, the massive ball that was shown hovering is then split into so many pieces, as of course Vegeta had went along to take all of the energy he had collected and giving it back to all of the life forms that Moro had taken from. As an example, the people and creatures from planet Namek, the people and creatures all throughout the cosmos, as even Paibrara is able to sense this, with Paibrara commenting, "The spirit energy stolen by that Moro guy is returning to the planets it came from." "Vegeta did it," says one of the Ardranians, and with Gohan and Piccolo having to aid Goku, Gohan asks, "You doing okay, Dad?" Yeah, thanks Gohan, with Piccolo asking what's this move he's using. Explain. Forced Spirit Fission, Goku says. It tears apart things that were combined through fusion or absorption. I've never actually seen it used before. With Vegeta still remaining in control of this fight by having to punch Moro away, that's when Piccolo continues, you mean, this is the life energy of those he's killed? Yes, Vegeta says. I could even extract those other Namekians you combined with ages ago. Care to try? With Goku telling Vegeta, good going Vegeta, that wasn't a move I managed to learn. Of course it wasn't, Vegeta says. We underwent the same training, but I am more talented than you. Victory is mine this time, Kakarot. And with Goku smiling, Moro then emerges from the ground in such a furious way to where Moro now knows that he's losing, right? So he's trying to do everything in his ability to make sure he kills Vegeta, so he ends up unleashing these thunder strikes down on the ground, but Vegeta once again is faster. He's beginning to weaken Moro even more by kicking him and liberating even more energy from his body, as of course Moro once again is trying to do his best to claw Vegeta's face off by trying to kill him and grabbing him, but once again Vegeta is too fast for him, as Vegeta went along to tell him, to be honest, this never sat well with me. Absorption, fusion, all of that stuff. It doesn't reflect one's inherent power. All I crave is a fair fight. Even as Moro winds up knocking Vegeta down, Vegeta went along to grab onto Moro's punches by then telling him, so why don't you stop relying on strength stolen from others and simply fight with your own power, as once again, Vegeta ends up kicking Moro directly in the face that causes even more energy to exit his body, with of course Moro having to be shown falling down after standing back up and visibly having to notice that Moro is once again getting older as Vegeta attacks him. That's when Vegeta went along to ask, or is your own power barely enough to keep you standing? And with everyone having to help Goku up, that's when Piccolo asks, was Vegeta training on Yardrad? Yeah, Goku says. Seems like it, as back on planet Yardrad, one of the Yardranians goes on to ask Pybrara, Elder Pybrara, when those planets get back their life energy, will the inhabitants be revived? No, says Pybrara. Too much time has passed for most of these alien races to come back to life. However, revival should be possible for tribes with potent life force. Like which ones? Like, let me think. The ones on New Namek, as of course we get to see how the Namekians that Moro had slaughtered many chapters ago are then beginning to stand back up and have all of their life energy be bestowed upon them once again, and having to pick them up from the ground and bringing them back to life. And even Dende goes on to acknowledge this along with Eska in understanding the fact that Vegeta had brought life back to New Planet Namek, with of course Vegeta once again kicking more energy out of Moro. That's when Vegeta went along to tell him, you're going to cough up every single bit of energy you've stolen since your little prison break. Hey Goku, Piccolo says, did you ever think he could grow this much? Nah, can't say I did. I didn't expect him to learn that new move or get this strong. Not just in that sense, Piccolo says. I can't get over on how much he's grown as a person. Have you forgotten how once upon a time he showed up to invade the Earth? And now look, he's fighting to protect this planet. More than that, it's like he's trying to atone for the sins of his past. Sins, huh? Goku asks, with Piccolo continuing, like the mass slaughter on Namek, or all the terrible things he's done as a part of Frieza's army. I think he means to wipe the slate clean by saving our universe from Moro. Is he really thinking about all that stuff, Goku says? It's all because he met you, Goku. You've changed him. Who, me? Goku says. I just wanted to fight the strongest guys out there. Huh, Piccolo says. And that works for you. You haven't changed a bit from day one, and you don't need to change. So you're saying that's a good thing, Goku asks? I wonder. It looks like Vegeta had managed to one-up you this time. Yeah, says Goku, but I'll surpass him again. Just you wait, with Jocko asking, wait, you're gonna keep training even with no baddie butt to kick? Talk about obsessive. Hey Jocko, Vegeta asks. What? With Vegeta asking, do you want this one captured alive, or should I eliminate the problem altogether? Crush him, says Jocko. Please, I mean, duh. We're only keeping him locked up because there was nobody who could kill him. If you could be that executioner, be my guest. And with Vegeta then turning towards Moro, he then tells him, you heard him. Sadly for you, I'm no naive fool like Kakarot. You'll regret ever breaking out of that prison once you're in hell. And with Moro, who is now back to his older state staring back up at Vegeta, he then asks him, so, you believe you aren't going to hell? When I die, Vegeta asks. Naturally, I'm bound for hell. At the end of the day, I am a villain. I've been prepared for this consequence for quite some time. Right, says Moro, but you first, says Vegeta. Wait for me down there. Once I'm dead, I'll pop by to say hello, Moro says. What could possibly be so funny? I have no intention of going to hell, says Moro. I'll be too busy ruling over the galaxy for all eternity. What did he just say, Goku asks? Resorting to nonsensical babbling, are you, Vegeta asks? You barely have a scrap of power left within you. I still have my magic, says Moro, as he then proceeded to once again use the planet's core as a means of shielding himself. This literally caught everyone off guard because nobody expected for Moro to actually do this, and as soon as the energy then vanishes, Moro is gone, as Vegeta utters, damn it! Moro just vanished, Gohan says. Up there! Vegeta, he flew up into the sky, and with Vegeta looking up, he then notices how Moro is desperately trying to get away, and as soon as Moro then gets back to his ship, he is then met by both Shimareka and OG-73, with Shimareka uttering, Lord Moro, you don't look so good, but before Shimareka can actually continue, Moro winds up completely vaporizing Shimareka in one single attack, and getting rid of him completely, with 7-3 having to utter his name. That's when Moro went along ahead to stick his hand out and freezing 7-3 in place, with of course his grand plan having to now be revealed. That's when Moro went along to tell him, fortunately for me, I planned ahead and kept a backup inside you just in case. And as soon as Vegeta then ends up arriving on Moro's ship, he is then met with the horrors of having to witness how Moro is literally eating 7-3 alive, with Vegeta asking, what the heck are you doing? And as soon as Moro then goes on to completely swallow 7-3 whole, Vegeta wastes little time in having to create an energy blast and throwing it directly at him, and as soon as then we get to see how everything in the sky literally explodes, including Moro's ship, everyone looks on and wondering what the heck happened. As Piccolo went along to ask the same thing, that's when he also begged the question, weren't his allies still up there? As only then through the smoke, Vegeta looks on and having to meet a version of Moro that he had never come across before, that literally had went as far as to instill fear within him, and with Goku looking up, he then utters, no, Moro's chi is back to normal, wait, no, it's bigger than ever. Where's 7-3, Piccolo asks. Don't tell me, as only then down from the sky we get to see how Vegeta's body is descending down onto the ground and having to smack the floor with such force that it literally causes Vegeta to go back down to his base form, and with everyone looking on in absolute horror, that's when Goku asks, are you okay, Vegeta? Dad! It's Moro, and as soon as Goku looks up, he is only then met by a new version of Moro who is seemingly more powerful and much deadlier than how he was before, and with Moro slowly making his way down towards the earth, as soon as he does, we are only then met by a version of Moro that is now titled Moro 7-3, and with Moro having to look on, Goku utters, darn you! What did you do? Why'd your face change? With Piccolo uttering, he did something to 7-3. With Moro responding, it wasn't only my magic that I had 7-3 copy. What's that mean? What else was in him? My combat abilities, Moro says. I was able to create a complete backup within him. And you just absorbed 7-3, Gohan asks? Yes, including his ability. This has restored me to my former glory and more. Alas, you people came so very close. And with Jocko, Gohan, Goku, and Piccolo looking on, the manga chapter special then comes to a close. Now, what was compelling about this manga chapter was the fact that manga chapter number 61 basically focused on Vegeta proving his superiority over Moro and using, for the first time, the Force Spirit Fission technique in ripping away all of the magic and all of the power and all of the energy, everything that Moro had taken from other beings, had taken from other races, in having to give that back to them. However, Moro was still one step ahead of everybody else because he had anticipated this in creating a backup within 7-3, in not only having to restore all of his abilities and all of his magic, but also having to take all of the abilities from 7-3 as well, as only then we move on to Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 62, entitled Edge of Defeat. With everyone looking on, that's when Piccolo asks, has 7-3's power been added to your strength? Indeed, says Moro, and basically having to confirm this, with Goku responding, crud. It's one thing after another with this guy, but then Vegeta, in a burst of anger, rises up from the ground like a phoenix, with everyone having to utter his name. Vegeta looks down in absolute anger and having to utter, is that so? I'll tear you apart once again, only this time, Moro doesn't seem to be concerned because as soon as Vegeta rushes on down, Vegeta is the one that's trying to attack and get the better of Moro, but this time, Moro is simply too fast for Vegeta to catch. So as soon as Vegeta acknowledges this, Moro is making Vegeta out to be sort of like an amateur because despite Vegeta having to kick Moro, despite Vegeta having to attack Moro, nothing seems to be landing, with Moro having to then tell him, your new technique requires you to inflict damage first, yes? I won't make the same mistake twice. Damn it, Vegeta utters, with Gohan uttering, Vegeta! He might have absorbed 7-3's abilities, but the rule says that it only lasts 30 minutes. Right, Piccolo says. He'll be back to his former strength if we run out the clock. But that's when Moro overhears this and responding, ha! This power has returned home. There is no time limit. In fact, and as soon as Vegeta tries to punch Moro with Moro having to vanish, that's when he ends up demonstrating this for the first time in using this to get behind Vegeta and grabbing him by the back of the neck, and with everyone shocked, that's when Vegeta went along ahead to slap Moro's hand away and having to tell him, unhand me, only for him to notice then that an image of Vegeta is then shown having to reflect off of the crystal in his hand, with Vegeta asking, what's going on? With Moro telling him, I've gained his copy ability. Moro, that scum! Did he just copy Vegeta, Gohan asks? What's this copy thing you guys keep talking about, Goku asks? 7-3 could copy a person's abilities by grabbing their neck, Gohan responds. And I think he managed to copy Vegeta. Abilities, huh? Goku asks, as Moro once again goes on the attack and having to beat Vegeta down by punching him in the face, and then proceeding to headbutt Vegeta right down onto the ground. As soon as Vegeta lands down, he then goes on to rub his head because the force and the impact of the headbutt was so severe that literally it hurt Vegeta to the point where he was struggling to get up, and as soon as Vegeta then looks up, he notices that Moro is standing in a very familiar pose, in a very familiar position, with everyone looking on as Gohan shouts, that's Vegeta's move! The Big Bang attack, Moro asks. Isn't that what you call it, Vegeta? As he then goes on to fire this attack directly down on him, there is a massive explosion that overtakes the entire landscape to where, by the end of it, there is absolutely nothing left but a giant crater and a body that's inside of that crater, and that body belongs to none other than Vegeta. And with everyone looking on in shock, that's when Moro went along to ask, was that supposed to impress anyone? Such a grandiose name for such an ordinary chi blast. This is worse than we realized, Piccolo says. If he's got Vegeta's abilities, that means he can use Force Spirit Fission. You guys always had the fusion dance, the Potara earrings, and other means of combining as last resorts. But those would be rendered useless now, and with Goku overhearing this, that's when we get to see how Bulma is overseeing this entire battle from her computer, and everyone on the lookout is seemingly panicking only because they know now that the gravity of the situation has become that much worse that Dende actually volunteers in wanting to go down himself in restoring everyone's energy to begin with, and as soon as he does, we also get to see how not only Dende is trying to go out and assist our heroes, but Krillin is also low-key trying to make his way onto the battlefield as well, as Krillin comments, not good, not good. Everyone's chi signatures keeps getting smaller. If only I had given Goku some senzu beans before we left, damn it. I hope I make it back in time. And as we go back to Piccolo and Gohan, I absolutely once again love their synergy because they power up in charging Moro directly, and even with their synchronized attacks, Piccolo and Gohan can do absolutely nothing because Moro ends up kicking Piccolo away, he ends up kicking Gohan up in the sky, and even as Moro winds up firing these ki blasts directly up at Gohan, Gohan is trying to shield himself. All the while, Piccolo goes on to extend his arms and grabbing Moro by the ankles and holding him in place, and as soon as Moro realizes this, he then goes on to turn around and blasting Piccolo, all the while Piccolo is still latched onto his ankles, and as soon as the dust settles, Piccolo goes on to tell him, "I won't let go, even if you kill me." You haven't realized that I'm keeping you alive? You people are my meal, you know, but as soon as the smoke settles in the sky, Gohan ends up creating this little spherical ring that seemingly also resembles that of the Galactic Donut, and as soon as Gohan launches this down, what this energy ring does is it ends up tightening around Moro and having to basically immobilize one of his arms, with Gohan having to shout "nice." That's when Piccolo also shouts, "Unleash it now, Goku!" As Goku ends up teleporting right next to Moro, he ends up charging up for the Kamehameha and blasting it directly in front of Moro's face, but given the fact that Moro's left arm is free, he is actually able to hold back the Kamehameha, all while still being bound by Gohan's attack, and even with Goku having to push more and more and more, which led Goku into ultimately using his full power and unleashing this blast with all of his might, that literally ended up connecting and overtaking Moro completely, and as soon as then we get to see how the dust settles, Moro is still standing in front of Goku. However, this time, the only thing missing is Moro's left arm, and weirdly enough, as Goku is huffing and puffing, there is a moment of silence because Moro is looking at his arm. He can't seem to believe that Goku had completely blown it off, so what he ends up doing instead is he ends up slowly walking towards Goku, and as soon as he looks down by staring him right in the face, he ends up impaling Goku directly in the chest, while at the same time regrowing his arm and having it regrow, mind you, straight through Goku. And this was the first time that Moro had impaled Goku throughout this entire battle because he had wanted to kill the Saiyans from the start, so this was the perfect opportunity to do so. And with everyone looking on, Goku is shaken, his body is trembling, he's on the brink of death because this guy's entire arm, which is massive mind you, is literally shown going right through his body, and as soon as Moro then removes his arm and having to admire the fact that Goku's blood is on it, he then went along to tell Goku, yes, Piccolo's regeneration. Did I fail to mention that the abilities 7-3 copied are now mine forever, with no pesky time limits? Dad! Gohan utters, and that's when Goku ends up collapsing right in front of Moro by dropping down and literally having to bleed out in front of him, and with Moro looking down, he then asks, huh? Don't go dying on me just yet. As he so casually kicks Goku away, he then went along to tell him, I need to devour your energy before you pass on. That was the point of this all, but then Gohan ends up stepping in as of course he just witnessed his father nearly die by the hands of this creature, but despite Gohan's efforts in attacking Moro clean, there is nothing that Gohan can do that's even gonna remotely put a dent in this dude, because as soon as Moro then clinches his fist, he so casually goes on to backhand Gohan across the face, and this one singular strike to the face is so powerful that it not only winds up breaking Gohan's teeth, but it literally renders Gohan immobile as he then winds up dropping down on the floor and having to be right next to his father. And as soon as Moro sees this, he then comments, it seems that Saiyans receive a power boost when enraged, but hardly enough to fill the chasm between us, and Piccolo is pissed because from there, he went on to try to attack on his own until he gets a telepathy call by Dende, as Dende comments, Piccolo, I'm headed your way. Is that you, Dende? Yes. If nothing else, I can restore everyone's energy, but then as soon as Piccolo notices that Moro isn't moving, he isn't talking, but his ears seem to be perking, that's when Piccolo immediately realized that this guy can actually hear them, as Piccolo cries, Stop, Dende! No more telepathy! And with Moro shown putting Gohan down, he then utters, I see. Another one of your Namekian abilities. Damn it, Piccolo utters. Keep away, Dende. He was listening in. Listening in, Jocko says, with Moro then turning around and asking, restoring energy, he said. The Namekian moving towards us has such an ability? Curse you, Piccolo utters. Such a being could hardly pose a threat, but just to be on the safe side, what Moro does is he ends up shooting this energy beam up in the sky, and it ends up creating this barrier around the battlefield in preventing anyone from getting in and preventing anyone from leaving. And with this barrier now having to touch down and settling in, that's when Moro went along to utter that barrier should keep out any unwanted nuisances and prevent you from escaping. And with everyone looking around, that's when Dende actually made his way to the barrier and having to ask, what? Because he's trying to get in and he can't seem to figure out how, only because this barrier came out of nowhere. As Krillin also sees the same thing, he then utters, oh come on! What is it this time? As only inside the barrier we get to see how Moro is so casually blowing away Piccolo and Jocko into the rocks near them. As the androids also move in to try and attack Moro themselves, Moro ends up so casually having to tilt his arms back and creating these little pistol-like symbols and simply having to unleash 2 little ki blasts on them, which was enough to blow them back and literally having to one-shot the androids by simply having to do this. And with Piccolo looking on and grabbing onto his arm, that's when he utters, sorry Jocko, sorry for roping you into Earth's battle. With Jocko responding, knock it off, Moro broke out of our prison, and besides, Earth is my jurisdiction. If this planet's doomed to die, then it's my duty to go down with the ship. Oh yeah, Piccolo says? Then I won't feel as bad about this. And as soon as Piccolo then is charging up his energy for what seemingly looks like the Hellzone grenade, that's when Jocko asks, what's going on, buddy? With Piccolo responding, that barrier is a blessing in disguise, since it'll keep any destruction contained. There will be nothing left in here when I'm done, huh? Blowing yourself up? Could you just hold off for a minute? I haven't made my peace. But then, out of nowhere, a special beam cannon attack is shown having to go right towards Piccolo's direction, as of course, just like Goku, this attack ends up going right through Piccolo's stomach and having his own attack used against him and literally resulting in a giant hole having to be blown through his stomach. And as soon as Piccolo hits the ground, that's when Moro comments, no more nonsense from you, okay? Just lie there. And with Jocko being the only one remaining, that's when Moro continues, and now, you are the only one left, Galactic Patrol, as everyone, Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, 18, 17, Vegeta are all shown defeated. The only person left to hold their ground is none other than Jocko, as of course Dende is trying to do his best to get within the barrier. Dende utters, this is awful, I was completely useless. I couldn't defend the planet or keep anyone. Just some god of Earth I am. But right then and there, Dende ends up going right through the barrier as a hole is created, and as soon as Dende looks behind him, he went along to ask, the barrier just opened up? As a mysterious individual is then shown being the one responsible for opening up the barrier, wearing angel clothing nonetheless, and having to then tell Dende, this isn't over yet, god of Earth. It's you, Dende utters. As back with Jocko, Jocko went along to aim his gun at Moro by telling him, stay back, I'm warning you. To be blunt, Moro says, I've zero interest in your life energy, such a small portion, and probably foul tasting, which means I have no need to keep you alive. Farewell. But Jocko tries to shoot anyway as he goes on to tell him, buzz off, scumbag. And as soon as Jocko ends up firing this attack, Moro really isn't too concerned with his blast, because instead he notices a second blast right next to Jocko's, as of course this blast went along to make contact and resulting in a massive explosion out in the distance. Jocko was absolutely shocked because he had assumed that it was because of his gun that resulted in this happening, and as soon as Moro is shown shielding himself, that's when he utters, you embedded that shot with your own energy. As right next to Jocko we witness how Agent Maris is now finally on the scene, with Moro then uttering, but you aren't really a galactic patroller, are you? And with Maris shown smiling, Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 62 then comes to a close. Now, what this manga chapter basically encompassed was the fact that it was supposed to be a chapter where it showcased the element of desperation and mostly the element of defeat and tension, only because even with the Six having to directly pose somewhat of a challenge to Moro, Moro accepted the challenge by picking everybody apart one by one, beginning with Vegeta, then resulting in having to take down Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, the androids, and then finally having to be saved by Maris, what I really enjoyed about this manga chapter was also the element of violence, because there was a lot of violence showcased in this manga chapter to where there was lots of blood, there was lots of engagement, and there were so many impactful moments to where it really resonated in the idea of making Moro stand out as a legitimate threat to our heroes, as we only then move on to Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 63 entitled Maris's Resolve. With Maris having to be shown standing there and nearly drawing his gun, that's when Jocko went along to shout, "Agent Maris! Where the heck have you been?" Apologies, Agent Jocko. I was tied up with other matters. And with Moro eerily silent, that's when Jocko continues, "Sorry to be all, we're totally doomed, just after you finally showed up, but Moro is definitely too much for the Galactic Patrol to handle, so we're totally doomed." "I'm aware," says Maris. "I've only come to finish up some training." "Who's training?" Jocko says. "Son Goku's." "Huh? Speaking of, where'd everyone go?" Because this had also garnered Moro's attention in the fact that everyone has indeed vanished, and with Moro catching on to this, he then asks, "You, what are you? And where did you send them?" "For the moment, somewhere safe and far away from here." "Do not trifle with me," Moro says, as he then proceeded to raise his hand up in the air and having to take down the barrier. It was at that moment where Moro realizes this, as Jocko went along to ask, "Hang on, can he track people?" "I'll have to buy them some time," Maris says, as he then wastes a little of it in charging directly at Moro. What Maris ends up doing is he ends up unleashing the same staff that he had used to train Goku with as a means of attacking Moro by having to use weapons first, and as soon as Moro blocks, he then went along to tell Maris, "I sense no life energy in you, yet I did earlier. Was that mere camouflage? Are you some manner of deity?" And with Maris eerily quiet, that's when we get to see how Maris is using this staff as a means of attacking Moro, which is very important because notice how Maris is never using his actual hands, he's not really actually using his feet, but instead, he's relying more on this staff, with Moro of course trying to attack Maris. What Maris ends up doing is he ends up leaning back and extending the pole directly and making contact with Moro's face, and as soon as Moro flies back, he seems to be flabbergasted at the idea that Maris is able to get the better of him, so he breaks his fall by creating a barrier and having to stand directly in front of Maris by wiping the blood from his lips, and as he does so, he then utters, "I see." And with Maris eerily calm, Jocko is puzzled as he goes on to ask, "What, was Agent Maris always this strong?" As the two of course waste little time, they then go back head to head and colliding against one another, as over out into the distance we get to see how Dende is with Gohan, the androids, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Goku, and as he looks up, he then also notices how Beerus and Whis are there, with Whis having to utter, "I left the Galactic Patrol agent behind." "What do I care?" Beerus says. "Getting kinda sick of doing favors for these guys. They are indeed a handful, but the God of Earth can save them now, right?" Beerus asks. "Yes." "Okay, time to go," Beerus utters. "Where?" "To Bulma's place. You said we'd be coming to Earth to eat some delicious stuff. Preserving Earth's gourmet goodies is the only reason I ever saved those idiots." "Ah, but of course," Whis says. "Off we go then." "Hey, I feel like we're missing someone." "Where's Maris?" Beerus asks. "Oh, it seems he got separated from us," Whis utters. "No harm in leaving him behind." "Whatever. One less mouth to feed means more for me," Beerus utters. As they then end up taking their leave, Dende is attempting to heal Goku, with Gohan having to then tell him, "Dende, is he going to live?" "Goku's wound is deep," Dende says, "and since his chi itself has reached God level, healing him could take time. I can heal you too in a moment, Gohan. Leave me for last," he says. "Take care of Dad, Piccolo, and Vegeta." And as Dende does so, he then finally manages to help Goku sit back up, and with Goku now recovered, Dende utters, "Great, you seem to be healed. Dende, where's Moro?" "He's battling the Angel." "The Angel?" Goku asks. "You don't mean Maris?" "I'm afraid I don't know his name," Dende says. "Darn, what could he be thinking? Any angel who fights for real outside of training is doomed to disappear. Dende, take care of these guys, okay?" I will," Dende says, as right before Goku leaves, Goku then tells him, "Thanks as always, Kami-sama." And as soon as Goku ends up going back onto the battlefield, Maris is in fact able to hold his own against Moro, as of course Moro is shown struggling, and because of this, Maris is trying to do everything he can to hold Moro at bay, and as soon as Moro then ends up kicking Maris' staff away, he then follows up by having to headbutt him directly in the face, followed by unleashing multiple ki blasts at him, but with Maris being so fast, he is able to quickly bounce back in dodging all of Moro's ki blasts, as of course Moro once again is focused enough in having to charge directly back at Maris. Maris sees this, and because of it, he ends up grabbing back his staff, as of course he uses it to defend himself against Moro's punch, and as he does, that's when Moro asks, "Are you concealing your true strength? What's the meaning of this? And why rely on a tool?" And as soon as Goku gets there, Maris utters, "Ah, Goku." "Him," Moro utters. "You gotta stop. Keep fighting and you're gonna vanish." And as soon as the two separate, Maris then continues, "It would seem I am still intact for now. Well, fall back. It's my turn to fight." And Goku jumps right into Ultra Instinct Omen by doing so, and as he does, Moro goes on to ask him, "Were you saved by the Namekian's healing abilities?" But Goku refuses to answer, so instead, he ends up charging directly at Moro, and because of this, Moro is able to sense and feel out Goku's power, so he ends up dodging his kick by simply having to move his neck, and in typical fashion, Goku is shown literally making contact, but even Ultra Instinct Omen is proven to be insignificant in this fight, because even then, as Goku is able to hit him, there is no damage done on his body, because as soon as Goku tries to punch Moro, Moro is even able to dodge the powers of Ultra Instinct Omen, and because Whis is able to feel this out, he then goes on to tell Beerus, "Goku is having another go at it with Sign." "Can he win?" Beerus asks. "I very much doubt it," Whis continues, as Moro then, mind you, ends up one-shotting an Ultra Instinct Omen Goku out of his form. He punches Goku with such power that he ends up flying right towards Maris and is saved by Maris. As he's end up being brought back to the ground by him, that's when Goku tells Maris, "Thanks for that, Maris. That form of yours already failed to defeat me once," Moro says. "Did you think this time would be different? Damn it. You spent all that time teaching me Ultra Instinct," Goku says, "and I still can't get the hang of it." "Not quite, Goku," says Maris. "Your training worked. One last push should trigger it." "A push? What do you mean?" But right before Maris can answer, what Moro ends up doing is he ends up using Piccolo's abilities and having to extend his arm through the ground and finally having to latch himself on the back of Maris' neck, and with Moro laughing, he then utters, "I can't claim to know who you are, but copying your abilities sure would prove useful." But Maris goes on ahead to quickly cut this short because he ends up unleashing his staff and having to sever Moro's arm, and with Moro completely taken back, he not only goes on to regrow that same arm that Maris cut, but in typical fashion, the same arm that was just used to copy his abilities with still remains on the ground. And with Maris then having to aim his staff directly at Moro, he then utters, "That copy power is a hassle, so I'll have to seal it off." And with Beerus and Whis having to feel the depths of what's going on the battlefield, that's when Beerus went along to ask, "Feels like Maris just started using those angel powers. You sure about all this?" "As you know, Lord Beerus," says Whis, "I do not act except under your direct command." "You sneaky little... So the Grand Priest is gonna be pissed at me. Let's get back there and stop him." And as soon as Moro ends up charging directly at Maris, Maris goes on to then tell Goku, "I was born as an angel, meant to maintain a neutral position outside of good and evil." And as soon as Moro misses his attack, what Maris does is he binds Moro on the ground, and after having to reverse his staff, he then goes on to shatter the first crystal on Moro's left hand, and as soon as Maris bounces back, he then continues, "So even if the universe is ravaged or destroyed, I'm only supposed to sit back and watch." As Moro asks, "A sealing technique? How could you possibly," with Jocko uttering, "an angel? That's what Maris is, an angel? Am I hearing this right?" As Maris continues, "However, throughout my time working alongside the Galactic Patrol, something blossomed inside of me. A sense of justice." And Moro is pissed because once again, he charges back in his attempts of attacking Maris, and with Maris blocking everything off, he then continues, "Now, the Galactic Patrol agents may be the elites of their own homeworlds, but on the universal scale, they're helpless. many of the criminals willing to violate the galactic law are stronger than those agents. Even so, the agents act in accordance to their convictions and ideals. Valiantly, they struggle to protect the galaxy, and making this speech more or less about the protection of the universe and those that act to serve it. And as Maris once again is showcased having to just toy around with Moro and having to toss him up in the air, he then aims his staff, sort of like a gun, in shooting the right gem on Moro's right hand, and then having to continue. Seeing those agents in action, I came to realize that peace in the galaxy is worthy hanging on to, as he only then begins to disappear. With a sense of uncertainty, that's when everyone looked on as Jocko went along to comment, hey Maris, it looks like you're not all there, with Maris telling them, especially after meeting you and your people, Goku. That strengthened my resolve further. No, Maris, Goku says. What's the plan here? Cut it out. This next attack is most likely my last. As Maris then begins to charge up his power, that's when Beerus and Whis actually end up arriving and having to oversee this fight, with Beerus having to yell out, "Jeez, his body is already see-through?" Sadly, it would seem we are too late, Whis says. You left Maris behind knowing this would happen, Beerus utters. Who? Me? Not at all, Whis says. What kind of excuse are we gonna feed the Grand Priest, Beerus asks. We shall have to think about that, Whis replies. As Maris then goes on to power up even more, that's when Moro went along to look down and uttering, "Why you?" because Maris now is actually preventing Moro from getting any stronger than how he is now, and with Maris acting on his sense of resolve and having to charge directly up, Goku went along to shout his name, as of course there was a brief flashback of Maris shown having to speak with Goku inside of the Rosad, as Maris went along to tell him, "You've saved this universe so many times over, Goku." Huh? I guess so. It's not something I think about much. It's just the strongest guys out there tend to be villains, so... Yet, despite their wicked deeds, Maris says, you prefer not to end their lives? Why is that? Because if they rise up to do bad stuff again, I just have to become stronger by then, right? I'll fight them as many times as it takes, and at some point, just maybe, they'll decide to join the good side, reforming villains then. The Galactic Patrol takes the same approach. Putting it that way, Goku says, I guess that gives me too much credit then, man. I just think that way is much more exciting, I guess. Exciting, you say? You are a fascinating specimen, Goku. And with Maris moving on in, Moro charges up an attack and launching it directly down at Maris, but with Maris shielding himself, he ends up going right through Moro's blast, and this angers Moro to the point where he's about to create an even bigger blast to launch down at him, but Maris is coming in with such precision and such speed that he ends up getting right in front of Moro's face, and with one defining punch, Maris ends up clocking Moro directly in the forehead, and not having to only hit him with enough power to shatter the crystal, but it sends Moro flying out in the distance with such force that he ends up crashing all over the place. And clearly enough, Moro is very hurt, he's very damaged, but because of this, Maris had placed everything on the line, as he then went along to look at his hand and noticing that he's now beginning to vanish. And because of this, Jocko went along to utter, "Slow your roll, Agent Maris! You're vanishing off the face of the earth!" Maris, Goku says. And with one last breath within his body, Maris then slowly turns towards Goku and telling him, "Goku, should you achieve Ultra Instinct at your current strength, it would be far more stable than ever before. You will not fall to Moro, nor to anyone else for that matter." And with Jocko looking on over towards Goku, he then asks, "Hello, Goku! Care to fill me in?" And right before Maris vanishes, his final words towards Goku are, "I've come to love this galaxy, this universe, full of excitement. Please protect it all." As only then, Maris had now officially been erased and had been wiped out from the face of existence. And with everyone acknowledging this, even Beerus puts this into question by asking, "Just gone? Poof?" "Yes," Whis says. "Sadly." "Right," Beerus responds. "He was an awkward little brother," Whis utters. and with Goku shown having to emanate an aura from his body with his head down in a very desperate and angered position, Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 63 then comes to a close. Now, what was fascinating about this specific manga chapter was the fact that we actually for the first time got to see an angel go against the law of the angels and having to use their full power as a means of a constitution for a fight, and even though he did what he had to do in reassuring Goku that this was the part of the training that he needed in order to push himself into mastering Ultra Instinct, he went as far as to kind of give Goku the advantage by allowing Moro's crystals to be sealed off and shattered, not really having to check in and investigate Moro's severed arm that just so happened to have had the gem in which he had copied Maris to begin with. But either way, what I really enjoyed about this was the fact that Maris was utilized in having to remind Goku that it was because of his influence and his actions that allowed him to change and become a better person in having to strengthen his resolve in fighting for what he believes in, as we only then move into Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 64 entitled Son Goku the Galactic Patrol Officer, with all of the Galactic Patrollers now having to make their way towards the Earth and understanding the fact that Earth needs them, as over back on the battlefield, Jocko went along to ask, why? Is Agent Maris really dead? But Goku is very, very angry. His fists are clenched, and Jocko looks on as he asks Goku, "Are you okay?" "I learned another important lesson from Maris," Goku says. "Oh yeah? And what would that be?" "That I'm not fighting alone," Goku utters. And with Beerus curiously looking down, he then responds, "Well, let's see it, Goku. It is imminent," we says, "but can he properly control his emotions?" With Goku having to tell Jocko, "I was saved by Vegeta, Dende too, and in the end, I made Maris give up his life." "Oh, okay," Jocko says, "so Agent Maris is really gone," with Goku telling him, "But he didn't do it for me. He did it for our universe." And with a smoke-like substance having to be shown coming from Goku, it's interesting how Goku went from clenching his fist to now becoming eerily enough relaxed. As he went along to take a deep breath in, he then asks Jocko, "Can I ask you something, Jocko? Why'd you join the Galactic Patrol?" "That's your question?" Jocko says. "Do we really have time for this? Come on, tell me." Well, I wanted to help preserve peace in the galaxy, duh. Also, the uniform is just the awesomest." "Right," Goku says. Maris felt the same way. "Right now, I am a Galactic Patrol agent just like you, so protecting the universe is my duty too. I can't let Moro have his way with our home." And speaking of Moro, Moro then bursts up from the ground and having to hold on to his gem and uttering, "Curse you! You and your insecurable techniques!" "Stand back, Jocko," Goku says. And with Moro looking on, he then touches down and asking, "Where did that Maris run off to?" "Maris doesn't exist anymore," Goku responds. "Which means that beating you is my job." You're still spouting that crap? Maris may be gone, but he lives on in me." And that's when Goku then begins to channel his inner power, in not only channeling it in a different way versus how he did before, but because of this sudden burst of power, this goes on to literally create shockwaves all throughout the world itself, because with Moro looking on curiously and with Jocko taking aid and having to fall back behind a rock, we get to see how Goku is channeling his inner power with his eyes closed in a very calm-like fashion. Piccolo and Gohan also see this as Piccolo comments, "Look! Who's that?" "It's Dad," Gohan says. "He's finally ready to do this." "Seems to be going well enough," Beerus says. "Yes, it would appear so," Whis responds. "We are about to witness Ultra Instinct perfected." As only seconds later, the massive aura that Goku had been channeling suddenly then disappears, and with Moro looking on in confusion, that's when we get to see a sense of calmness as everything then dies down. And as soon as Piccolo oversees this, he then goes on to comment, "The ground stopped rumbling. I don't feel a thing. It's so quiet. It's as if those storms a second ago had never happened," Gohan says. And with Moro then observing, that's when Goku goes on to stare back up at the sky and having to lower his head. Finally, at long last, Maris' training is now complete, and Goku had now finally mastered Ultra Instinct for the first time in its entirety without any setbacks. And with Moro having to see this, he then asks, What now? What's that form? Silver hair, Jocko says. New color in my book. And with Goku then slowly approaching Moro without even a word having to be said, Moro then is beginning to take a step back and understanding the fact that for the first time, Moro is the one that's now cowering in fear because he doesn't know what to expect from Goku's newly found power, but at the same time, as he then goes on to step back, he notices right next to him how there's something that seems to have caught his attention, and with Goku once again slowly stepping forward, Moro is not taking any chances because he went along to raise his arm up in having to charge up for an energy blast and shouting, Stay back! But right before he could do anything, Goku ends up speed blitzing right beside Moro and grabbing his hand before he could do anything, and with Moro absolutely puzzled, Goku once again is even doing this without acknowledging him because as Goku looks away, he then tells him, you won't harm the earth anymore. But with Moro being Moro, he goes on to try to attack Goku anyway, and that's when Goku went along ahead to demonstrate the fruits of his training along with his newly found power because as soon as Moro tried to attack Goku with such finesse managed to not only dodge the attack, but with one simple flick of the wrist, Goku manages to hit Moro with such calm and such precision-like maneuvers that Moro winds up spinning and flying out into the distance, once again mind you, with one simple flick of the wrist. And with Moro shown in pain but yet very agitated, he then went along to ask, how? What did you do? You worm? As Moro once again decides to go back anyway, Goku without even looking is so casually deflecting and blocking and guarding himself from Moro's attacks in a sense to where as Moro is unleashing a fury of punches, Goku is proceeding to block each and every single one of them without even having to pay any mind in acknowledging Moro by looking at him, and as Moro then once again shifts in having to kick Goku, once again Goku is not affected by any one of his attacks because as Moro was attacking him, Goku's blocking, Goku's dodging, Goku's ducking, and as even Moro then proceeds to kick Goku, Goku once again is dodging every single one of these attacks, and mind you, Moro is attacking Goku with the intent to kill, right? Because we get to see how as Moro was attacking him, there is a massive wind gust that is created from this, and with Beerus and Whis looking on, Beerus then comments, he's fine-tuning his moves more and more, and Moro is beginning to get very agitated because once again, he tries to attack Goku as Goku vanishes, and with Goku stepping back, Moro is absolutely baffled by this as he goes on to ask, but how are you dodging like that? Not thinking, Goku says. What? With Goku continuing, my body's acting on its own and deciding how to dodge, which is why your attacks can't hit me. And Moro becomes very angry as he went along to ask him, acting on its own, you say? Stop spouting nonsense! And that's when Moro, for the first time since fighting Ultra Instinct Omen Goku, went along to fully power up and using his full power. That's when Piccolo even went along to comment, that's Moro this time. He's charging up to full power again, and with Moro having to unleash such energy, and which I will say is in a spectacular fashion, even then Goku looks on and is not budging because even though Moro is about to unveil his full power, Goku further went along to move his hands forward, and with Moro noticing this, Moro takes initiative in charging right in at Goku, not knowing the overall repercussions of what is about to happen, and as Moro moves in, all of a sudden, just like we've seen go down against Broly in the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie, Goku winds up freezing Moro in place with his hands in using, for the first time, an Ultra Instinct version of the God Bind, and with Moro locked in place, that's when Goku went along to slowly raise his hands up in the air in positioning Moro in such a way to where Moro has absolutely no control over his body, and with Goku leaning on down, he went on to take initiative in clinching onto his fist and leaping directly up in the air, and in a spectacular fashion in what is regarded to be one of the best shots that Toyotaro had created within the Moro arc, Goku winds up uppercutting Moro so hard in the stomach that the overall effectiveness of this attack not only shakes the entirety of the landscape itself, but it creates such a wind gust that it forces Whis and Beerus to close their eyes, it ends up blowing Jocko back, and this shockwave is felt literally as it echoes throughout the entire planet. Everyone up at the lookout is feeling it, Piccolo, Vegeta, Gohan, everyone feels the depth and magnitude of this attack, because as we then go back to Moro, Moro's eyes are literally covered in veins, his blood vessels are popping, he's coughing up blood, all while Goku is remaining so calm, cool, and collected during this, it sends Moro flying up at the sky with Whis and Beerus having to observe. Beerus then goes on to pay Goku respect by having to tell him, "Perfectly done." "Oh, a rare bit of respect from you." "Respect where it's due," Beerus says. "The way he fights is godlike." And with Goku then seeing this, he then asks Lord Beerus, "Whis, you guys are here?" "Don't stop now," Beerus says. "Finish the job so we can eat." And with Goku then acknowledging this, he smiles as of course he then turns back to notice that Moro had hit the ground in such a way to where Moro looks like he's literally paralyzed and crippled from this attack, because we can see blood coming from his abdominal section, there's blood coming out of his mouth, and with Goku having to see this, he then asks, "You realize that you can't beat me, right?" And with Moro once again scratching and clawing and trying to make his way back up on his feet, he does, as of course he's trying to catch his breath, he's trying to stabilize himself following this vicious attack. As Goku then continues, "Are you starting to understand the pain and suffering of everyone you've killed? Do you get how that feels now?" Silence! "How dare you presume to lecture me? You must think yourself a god." And with Goku calm, Moro then continues, "Know this, I do not fear divine power. I am Moro, consumer of worlds. The gods' creations are mine to devour. I am this galaxy's supreme life form." And with Moro once again powering up in such a way to where he's creating an echo of energy from the planet itself, very similar to what we've seen go down on New Planet Namek, the planet's energy is then rising up from the ground and having to use this sort of like a distraction in getting Goku's attention. And with Moro having to see this, he then tells Goku, "Whether this planet lives or dies is up to me. Which would serve me better? Think hard on that." And as he then vanishes within the energy itself, Moro assumed that by concealing himself behind this wall of energy that it would serve him a purpose in getting the better of Goku, and as soon as he ends up popping up behind Goku and thinking that Goku wasn't going to expect him, that's when Goku goes on ahead to so casually back kick Moro right in the jaw that sends Moro flying right into one of his walls of energy, as of course he is literally getting fried by the same energy that's coming up from the planet. As of course he then proceeds to fall right back down. It was the end result of Moro's carelessness and his anger that literally had just resulted in him getting barbecued by the planet's energy, with lava having to surround him. That's when Goku tells him, "You're done, Moro. Earth isn't your plaything anymore." And with once again Moro shown standing back up with his left arm severed, his horn is severed, he then goes on to ask, "You care for this planet to that extent? Then my next act will be to consume it." And Goku once again is not taking any chances, because as soon as Moro says this, Goku goes on to once again kick Moro in the abs once more, that once again sends Moro hurtling across the landscape and having to land on a rock. And as soon as this massive boulder then comes tumbling down on Moro, the only thing we get to see is Moro's right hand having to stick out as Moro went along to utter, "Help me." And with Jocko hearing this, he then asks, "What did he say? Please, please don't kill me." And with Goku hearing this, he then asks, "Hey Jocko, he was sentenced to death, yeah?" Yeah, he was. "So do you mind doing the deed for us then, Goku?" "I see. In that case," Goku says, as he then proceeds to tear off his gi, he then responds, "Let me fight him as an Earthling from here on." "Huh? What does that mean?" And with Beerus taking notice, that's when Whis asks, "Oh? Has he gone and quit the Galactic Patrol?" With Beerus then uttering, "I've got a bad feeling about this," as only then Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 64 then comes to a close. Now, what was most iconic about this manga chapter was actually seeing Goku master Ultra Instinct, because he hadn't technically done so during the events of his battle against Jiren in the Tournament of Power. So now, because of Maris' death, Goku had not only mastered this power, but also according to Maris, it was stated that because he had done so, he will not fall to Moro or anybody else. And I love the overall demonstration of the butt kicking that Goku had given Moro here, because despite Moro's level of power in being arguably Goku's toughest opponent, Goku was able to so casually put Moro in check. As of course right now we are about 5.5 hours into this video, it's absolutely amazing to see the roller coaster and the journey that we had to take to actually get here in seeing Goku come this far. But Goku had made a mistake in wanting to kind of reform and spare Moro by the end, as we then move into Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 65, with none other than Krillin having to now finally make his way onto the battlefield holding the senzu beans that he had planned on giving Goku this entire time, and with Krillin then having to be met with an entirely ruined landscape with lava having to flow around the area, and with Goku having to be shown standing there wielding Mastered Ultra Instinct, Krillin then went along to comment, "Goku's mopping the floor with him. I guess he doesn't need any senzu beans after all," not knowing the fact that Goku was indeed mopping him, but Goku did not finish the job. And as we then go to Goku, who seems to be staring very intensely over out into the distance, he then proceeds to stick his hand out, and interestingly enough, through the sheer force of his influence and power, the giant rock that was pinning Moro down is then immediately turned to dust, as of course Moro is then shown having to breathe. He's buried beneath all of this dust and all of this debris that was seemingly pinning Moro down in such a way to where instead of finishing the job and having to take Moro out, what Goku does instead is he tells Moro to stand up. And that's exactly what Moro does, because you can only imagine the pain, the frustration, the pride, the ego, everything having to now kick in the fact that Goku now is in such control of this fight to where Moro doesn't seem to have any edge over him. And as Moro begins to stand up and dusting himself off, he then went along to quickly notice how Goku was no longer standing right in front of him, but instead he had completely vanished. As Moro went along to comment, "Where did he go?" As Goku then winds up teleporting right next to Krillin, Krillin wasn't even expecting for Goku to do what he had just done, and with Moro having to notice this, he then asks who's that, because Moro had never seen Krillin before, and that's when Goku went along ahead to take Krillin's senzu beans and telling him, "I'll take those senzu beans." "Huh?" Krillin says. "But how'd you?" And that's when Goku winds up vanishing again and having to this time teleport right in front of Moro, and as he did so, he then went along to tell Moro, "I'll spare you if you agree to go back to the galactic prison and promise not to break out ever again." And Moro's taken back as he went along to respond, "Yes, of course, I swear it. You'll have no more trouble from me." And that's when Goku naively went along ahead to flick the senzu bean over onto Moro. As Moro went along to grab it, he then asks, "And what might this be?" With even Krillin having to cry out, but why?" That's when Goku went along to then tell Moro, "Eating that will instantly restore your stamina. Eat it. Then Jocko will escort you back to prison." And even as Jocko overhears this, he went along to put this into question and asking, "Say what?" And even Moro himself cannot possibly believe what Goku had just done by giving him this bean that can restore his energy to full strength. And with Moro then shown eating the senzu bean, Krillin is catching PTSD as he went along to shout, "Oh, come on! Are you sure about this, Goku?" And as soon as Moro winds up eating the bean, he then utters, "Oh, with his arm then having to be restored, his horn restored, all of the battle wounds having to then disappear, Moro then comments, "Amazing, far superior to even 7-3's healing ability." And with everyone else panicking, that's when Jocko went along to shout, "You didn't have to heal the scumbag!" With Goku then telling Moro, "And now you'll keep your promise." With Moro responding, "Naturally. I'm grateful, Son Goku, but I'm afraid I'm not going anywhere. At least not until you die by my hand." And as soon as Moro recovers, without even having to waste any time, what he tries to do is, with the same arm he had used previously to impale Goku with, he tries to do the exact same thing with Jocko freaking out. He's excited at the idea that he's back to full strength and that he has this opportunity now to finally impale Goku once again in his hopes of having to finally put him down. But Goku is remaining eerily calm. He's not even moving at the idea that Moro is on the offensive now, and what ends up happening is the second Moro makes contact with Goku's body, instead of having to have his arm go right through Goku's pectoral, what ends up happening instead is Moro winds up breaking his entire arm on Goku's body, in the idea that Goku's body is so hardened and so sharpened after having to use Ultra Instinct that even now at full power, having to have his power restored to him by the courtesy of the sense senzu beans, Moro can't even willingly, with Goku allowing him to actually punch him, can do anything to affect Goku. So at this point, when comparing Moro 7-3 to Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku, Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku by comparison is seemingly indestructible. So Moro is cowering, he's screaming in pain, Goku's just simply standing there, and mind you, this is Goku after he just gave him the senzu bean. So Moro winds up collapsing down onto the ground, and with Beerus and Whis having to then further observe, Whis went along to comment, when Ultra Instinct is honed to this extent, the body will automatically grow sturdier as necessary, with Beerus having to then shout, "Why is that idiot messing around like this? I told him to finish the job." And with Moro collapsing, Goku went along to tell him, "You're just a sneaky coward." And with Moro looking up, Goku then continues, "At your current strength, you could never hope to defeat me." But then Goku goes on to make one of the biggest mistakes possible as he powers out of Ultra Instinct right back down to base form. He goes on to kneel down and asking Moro, "Have you ever trained?" With Moro responding, "I have not," obviously, with Goku responding, "You might have wound up even stronger if you just train instead of eating planets and stealing lives." With Moro responding, "Silence! Training is a crutch for the weak," as Goku tells him, "That's a real shame, cause I never came across anyone as tough as you." Wink wink, nudge nudge, Broly, Jiren, etc. As Goku continues, "If you were a decent guy, I'd love to fight you again after you've gone through some training." And this really irritates Moro as Jocko went along to shout, "Hey Goku, he just went back on his word, yeah? Stop expecting some magical change of heart, and for the love of all that's good, just finish him off already." And with Goku standing up, he then acknowledges Jocko by telling him, "I know, I will, but let me talk to him a little longer." And Moro is pissed, slamming down on the ground and commenting, "Damn it!" And with Goku showing him pity, Moro then continues, "To think that I would be brought down by a tribe that emerged only a few million years ago." With Goku telling him, "Moro, you'll never enjoy freedom again. Let me ask you this one last time. Will you come quietly and go back to prison or not?" And with Goku asking this question, that's when Moro observes right next to Goku's leg, ironically enough, on a small piece of rock that seems to be floating above the lava, is Moro's severed hand. With Goku asking, "Which is it? I need an answer." And Moro is trying to stall for time as he proceeded to stand back up and responding, "I will never return to the galactic prison. In fact, I will continue to consume planets as I please." And this was the answer that Goku was looking for, because from there, Goku went along to respond, "Okay, you leave me no choice. Because I promised Maris I'd protect this galaxy," as he then quickly jumps from base form all the way to Mastered Ultra Instinct. Moro then asks Maris, who really was that Galactic Patrol agent? As once again, he takes another look at the hand, Goku then went along to respond, "A teacher of mine. He taught me how to do this." With Moro responding, "Intriguing. I suppose that means he could use that technique as well." As Goku responds, "Yeah." And with Goku putting Moro's demeanor into question and trying to figure out as to what exactly he's thinking, Moro can't seem to get his eyes off the severed arm that seems to be hanging, ironically enough, right by Goku, as we then get a flashback of the same severed arm we've seen go up against Maris and having to grab him by the back of the neck. And that's when Moro realizes that this hand was in fact used to grab onto Maris successfully, mind you, and so that there is a likely chance that Maris's data is embedded within that arm. And so by given the current situation of Moro having to be outpowered and completely outmatched by Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku, as we then get to zoom in a bit closer to see what exactly is on the gem on the severed arm that's lingering around near the lava, we in fact do get the confirmation that indeed the hand does possess Maris's data. And Moro couldn't be any more excited to know the fact that this is a revelation. This was the miracle that he had been hoping for in his attempts of surviving and besting Goku. So what Moro winds up doing is he goes on ahead to stick his arm out and forcefully having to pull the severed arm towards him. And with Goku having to put this into question as to what the heck he's doing, I think in my opinion at the bottom left panel, Goku should have been cognitive and well aware to have been able to grab the arm that's literally having to fly right next to him, but of course, plot-induced, we get to see how Moro now finally had retained the severed arm that still has the gem that possesses Maris's data, and with Goku having to wonder as to what the heck Moro's about to do, we get to see how Moro's arm is beginning to morph, sort of like Play-Doh, in creating an opening for Moro to literally just snap his arm back on as he went along to then tell Goku, so the body moves on instinct, does it? I'd love to try that. And with Moro then taking the severed arm and snapping it back in, that's when Beerus went along to observe this by asking, what's all this now? And as Moro begins to change, he went along to then comment, oh, yes, here it comes. Just as I imagined, with Jocko shouting, Goku! Wasn't that hand the one that Maris sliced off? And with the wind having to blow right through Goku and having to observe on what the heck is happening to Moro, we then get to witness how Moro's body is beginning to change. His black fur now becomes silver, we get to see how the fur extends, and the side pieces on Moro's face also change color as well. They go from a darker color on over to a lighter color, as only then we finally get to bear witness to Moro Maris 7-3 copied, or in this case, Angelic Moro, because now Moro possesses all of the data and all of the abilities that Maris possesses, including the technique of the gods, that being none other than Ultra Instinct. And given the fact that Moro now had willingly tapped into this power, he went along to stare at the gem that is on his left hand, and then proceeds to slap it back on his forehead, thus showing the reflection of Maris within it. And this becomes a huge problem, because now Moro has the ability and the power of an angel trainee. And with Moro then staring off into Goku, with Goku shown intensely having to stare back, Moro went along to smile and thus having to tell Goku, those abilities are mine now. And with Goku staring off intensely, Beerus went along to ask Whis, care to explain, Whis? With Whis responding, it would appear that Maris's power were copied before he ceased to exist. With Beerus responding, that dope can't stick to landing for his life. And Krillin is shook because he went along to shout, we're done for, with even Jocko having to scream out, are you kidding? That's why I told you to finish him off. And as soon as Moro's body then begins to lift on up and having to levitate up in the air, we get to then observe how in the quickness, Moro is now so fast that he managed to attack Goku with such precision and with such speed that nobody else outside of Goku's own cognitive rationality was able to be the saving grace in responding fast enough for him to defend himself with. And because of this, we get to see how Goku's body is getting pushed back against the rocks, and we get to also notice how Moro landed a solid punch from such a far distance to where as soon as Goku slowly then begins to lower his arms, he doesn't seem to be worried, he doesn't seem to be scared, he doesn't seem to be concerned, but instead, he seems to be a tad bit annoyed, but still very heavily focused on the overall situation, with Moro on the other hand having to respond much differently than Goku. He seems to be smirking, he seems to be full of himself as he went along to then comment, prepare yourself, son Goku. But what Goku winds up doing is Goku takes a step back and having to close his eyes, take a deep breath, and as Goku opens his eyes back up and further getting into fighting position along with Moro, despite Moro's comments, despite Moro's increased power feats, despite the fact that now Goku is placed in a much more difficult position than how he was before, he is not by any means going to allow this particular circumstance to get the better of him, especially now that everything is riding on Goku having to finish this fight against Moro, being the fact that right now, among his entire team, he is the only person that can seemingly get the job done. And as soon as we get to see how Goku is focused and Moro begins to laugh, they then charge on in. So now for the first time, one can argue that we have two Ultra Instinct level characters having to go at one another, with Goku having to master Ultra Instinct and Moro now having to present the threat level of being a low tier angel level to Goku's mastered Ultra Instinct, and they move in with such speed and such focus that they're really not looking to hold anything back against one another. And as we then get to see how Goku moves on in, which you have to give Toyotaro credit for in improving his art and making Goku look very intense and very sharp looking, as of course on the bottom panels we notice how Whis then begins to tap his staff and having to take Jocko and Krillin away from the battlefield. As over out on the other side, we also see how Moro is moving on in, which you have to also give credit to Toyotaro for in making Moro look really glossy and really clean here, in the idea that his fur is spiky white, his demeanor is very aggressive, and he looks to be very full of himself in the fact that now he does possess the technique of the gods, which he does plan on using and having to destroy Goku with. And as we then get to see how both of their fists then make contact, the entire landscape around them is then completely destroyed. And this is a little interesting in the idea when going back to Battle of Gods, when they originally spoke about Goku and Beerus having to do the exact same thing, how they were fearful that only 3 simple punches like that could potentially destroy the universe. I was only expecting more from this, in the idea that they were going to allow the impact to have that much more of an effect versus what we're seeing now. But needless to say, as they make contact, there are spikes of electricity surrounding their bodies, and as everything is then completely shattered, Whis had to actually use his barrier to protect Beerus, to protect Jocko, and to protect Krillin, only because the sheer force of this impact was strong enough to literally level everything. And with everyone having to be shown hovering up in the sky, Krillin then went along to comment, "Much appreciated, Whis," with Whis telling him of course. And as we see both Goku and Moro then begin to separate, Goku looks on over and notices how the lava then is beginning to overtake the landscape, in the idea that both Goku and Moro now are beginning to inflict more damage on this side of the planet than Goku wants there to be. And with Goku realizing this and not wanting to damage the earth any further, he goes on to tell Moro to follow him as he then takes off, which is quite interesting in the idea that Goku does not want the earth to feel the effects of this battle. So instead of continuing to do what they do here, Goku wants to take the battle elsewhere. As of course Moro then looks up, he sinisterly then goes on to smile in telling Goku, "Wary of scarring the planet, are you?" And that's when Moro wastes little time in having to go right after him. And it's really interesting to see how, despite the quickness of Ultra Instinct Goku, Moro is able to easily catch up to him, because as soon as Goku notices this, what Moro winds up doing is Moro goes on the attack. But once again, I need you guys to pay very close attention to Goku's demeanor, because throughout this entire engagement against Moro, Goku never seems to change the expression on his face. He's always focused, he's always calm, but by no means does this make Moro any less aggressive than how he was, because now Moro is beginning to get even more aggressive than how he was before, and even to the point where Goku now is going on the offensive. Goku attempted to strike Moro, with Moro having to quickly vanish, and then as soon as Goku winds up punching Moro again, Moro now is able to block off fully without suffering any pain. So you can clearly see the difference now between Moro 7-3 and Moro 7-3 Maris, in the fact that before he was getting absolutely trucked by Goku, and there was no way that Moro could even ever hope to get one single shot in on Goku, but now they seem to be fighting at a stalemate to where both of them are going back and forth. And with Moro having to be shown smiling yet again, he then went along to shout, "Ha ha ha, incredible, fascinating how my body now moves," before once again attempting to punch Goku yet again. But this time Goku is so fast that he immediately dodges Moro's attack, with Moro having to catch on. He then spots Goku once again flying deeper out into the distance, and once again Moro follows him. So despite Goku's quickness and despite Goku's plan on trying to get Moro as far away from the rural parts of the world they were fighting on as possible, and once again Goku seems to have a plan, he seems to be focused, but Moro here cannot be slept on, because as far out as Goku is, Moro is creeping up on him little by little. And as we then get to see how Moro chases him, he then went along to comment, "A contest of speed? Unless our abilities are evenly matched now." As he quickly then begins to pick the pace up, what he ends up doing is Moro winds up splitting his consciousness into 2 separate beings, kind of creating sort of like a clone for the time being, in having to split into 2 bodies, as of course one body is shown having to follow Goku directly, while the other one quickly goes on ahead to make a right turn in having to cross the entire world and meeting up with Goku on the other side, which is a great tactic for Moro only because he knew how fast Goku was, he knew that to get to him was going to be a hassle, so what he ends up doing instead is he completely outsmarts Goku, as of course we get to see how the other Moro comes dashing up from the other side, to where he was successful enough in landing a solid kick to Goku, which causes Goku to go flying out into the distance. But Goku being Goku, he doesn't fall to this, but instead he breaks his fall by having to land on his knees and land on his feet. So even though the kick delivered by Ultra Instinct Moro was in fact effective, it really didn't seem to do that much damage to Goku, considering the fact that Goku now is still at peace with himself, he's still focused, he's still calm, and with Goku shown having to finally maintain himself, Moro winds up coming down and meeting up with Goku and then having to tell him, "I also have my magic, which gives me a leg up," with Goku responding, "You think so? Then try a little harder," with Moro asking, "How are you still calm? I want you quaking in fear." And that's when Goku proceeded to charge on in delivering a bone-rattling shot to his arm, and the second we get to see how Goku does in fact make contact, there is a massive gaping hole that seems to be coming out of his forearm, with Moro having to tell Goku, "Pointless! My body becomes tougher to compensate, all on its own." And with Moro's arm then shown having to shake as he tries to regenerate himself out of nowhere, his arm then grows double its size, as of course he aims to attack Goku with, so clearly now Moro is having somewhat of a difficult time in trying to use his regeneration to his advantage. But then, as soon as he attempts to strike Goku, Goku so cognitively and so quickly moves out of the way and double stomps right down on Moro's spine, which effectively has a great impact on Moro's body because you can see the veins visible from Moro's neck, Moro's forehead, Moro's eyes. This attack here had such an effect to where even though Moro's arm, as soon as Goku made contact with it, had grown double in size, as soon as we get to see how Goku lands back on his feet, there is a gaping hole that seems to be coming from Moro's back, and then, just like Goku had done with Moro's right arm, Moro then once again increases in size, he becomes huge, and there seems to be a disproportion going on with Moro's body, and this comes from the imbalance that he seems to be going through while trying to balance Maris's powers, as he slowly but surely then begins to mutate, as of course he then looks behind him and acknowledging Goku, he then went along to utter, "It's no use." But Goku doesn't seem to be concerned, he doesn't seem to be amused by this. Instead, once again, he's heavily focused and he's heavily serious on the situation at hand. While up in the sky, Krillin, Jocko, Whis, and Beerus further then observe, Krillin and Jocko went along to then comment, "Yeesh, what's with him? He's growing huge," with Whis responding, "His body is swelling in an attempt to contain the angel power that now courses through it," with Beerus chiming in, "Sure, makes sense. Godly power like that is nothing to sneeze at." But as soon as we then go back to Moro, he begins to change again and again. He's mutating, he's getting bigger, his body is mutating in such a way that he seems to be losing all forms of control to his body, as of course Goku is shown dashing on up, very similar to what he did during the events of Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 64. What Goku ends up doing is he dashes on up and kicking Moro directly in the stomach with such force that once again, it not only rattles Moro's entire body, but it clearly goes as far as to show that Goku has such an effect on Moro's body that at this point, the clear-cut winner of this battle is obviously leaning more towards Goku, and with Moro having to be shown coughing up blood and simply getting bigger in size, as of course Goku lands back on his feet and observing how Moro is getting bigger and bigger, Goku then went along to comment, "I only mastered this technique after honing my body to withstand it. It's not something you can just wield cause you feel like it. Abandon Maris's abilities or be destroyed by them," with Moro responding, "Ha ha! How laughable that you believe I have limits. Surely you recall how many planets I've consumed? How much life force," with Goku telling him, "Everyone has a limit, and this is yours." But Moro doesn't want to hear it as he went along to cry out, "Silence!" But even then, in a fit of blind rage, what Moro winds up doing is once again he attempts to attack Goku, and he's getting desperate at this point because he knows that his body is beginning to fall apart. He can't maintain, where he can't seem to balance out Maris's abilities, and the angelic power he possesses, so he's trying to do everything in his own power to get a hold of Goku. He's trying to grab him, he's trying to punch him, he's trying to throw his weight around, but of course Goku here knows exactly what he needs to do, and he follows through by having to quickly avoid Moro's grab. And as soon as Goku creates enough leeway to find an opening, what he ends up doing is Goku ends up kicking Moro down on the ground with such force and such pressure that as soon as Moro hits the ground, the fight is seemingly over. Again, his head and his body are just beginning to fill up with veins, he's shaking, he's bloody, he's clearly damaged, and as he's on the ground, he then went along to utter, "Body, I require a body that can endure this power," with Krillin then having to cry out, "Good going, Goku!" It was touch and go for a second, as Jocko utters, with Whis then having to chime in, "Goku, if you intend to defeat Moro, kill him this instant. Backing him into a corner past this point is unwise." And with Goku overhearing this, he then responds, "Okay." And as he then proceeds to touch back down, Goku then follows through by sticking his hand out and telling Moro, "Say goodbye, Moro." But Goku also then begins to notice how Moro's body is jiggling, his body seems to be moving, and that's when Goku went along to feel something and asking, "What are you up to now?" But right before Goku could make his next move, the earth beneath Goku then begins to shake very violently, as out of nowhere we get to see how Moro's gigantic skull then comes bursting up from the ground, as Moro now had gone to mutate so far enough to merge with the earth itself. Goku was completely taken back and not expecting for this outcome to happen, and with Moro then shown opening his gigantic mouth from the earth, Goku is absolutely confused because he doesn't know what to expect. He did not expect for this outcome to happen, and with Moro then having to be shown blasting Goku from point blank range with a gigantic energy beam that came from his mouth, Krillin, Jocko, and even Beerus are looking on in absolute confusion, as of course Whis seems to have a very stone cold serious look on his face because he had informed Goku that, look, you have to finish this, you should have finished this, and now this is the end result of the mistakes that you have made. But as soon as we get to see how the dust settles, Goku really isn't injured, he really isn't hurt, but more or less still confused on what the heck is going on, as he then went along to comment, "You, but how?" And with Moro shown having to extend his arms out, he then tells Goku, "I have become one with this planet of yours. Behold, I've done away with my limits." With Krillin having to cry out, "Is this seriously happening?" And Whis is really disappointed because Whis comments, "So, it's come to this." And as Krillin then turns his head, he then asks, "What do you mean?" As Whis responds, "In order to withstand angel power, he's made the earth into his own body, which means that your planet now shares Moro's fate. Killing Moro will mean destroying the earth itself." And with Goku shocked, Whis then continues, "And beyond that, his swollen energy will detonate, possibly obliterating the entire galaxy." And as Moro is shown laughing, he then tells Goku, "Ha ha ha! Try me if you dare, son Goku." And with Goku looking on in absolute horror, that's when Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 65 then comes to a close. Now, the carelessness and arguably one of the most disastrous manga chapters here, only because Goku had given Moro the Senzu Bean, which was something that nobody had wanted Goku to do, only because they understood the threat level that Moro was, so why not get rid of him right then and there? But instead, Goku wanted him at his best, and he got what he had asked for. And the only cool factor about this specific manga chapter was the fact that we got to see for the first time, even for a moment, an Ultra Instinct wielding enemy, that being Moro with angelic powers, going toe-to-toe against MUI Goku. Even though it was very brief, it was still one of the most awesome moments that came from this manga chapter in its entirety, as we then move into Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 66, with our heroes having to oversee the fight involving Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku and Moro. It would appear as though all of our heroes are now back to full strength courtesy of Dende, and with everyone observing, Piccolo went along to chime in, "The battlefield seems to have gotten farther away. Something about the planet seems off," Dende says. "What's going on?" With Gohan looking at his hands and responding, my body hurts all of a sudden," because it was at that moment where Vegeta began to understand exactly what was going on, because this had happened to them on planet Namek, with Vegeta asking, "Is Moro absorbing our energy? All of you, get up off the ground, damn it Kakarot! You've managed to screw up again because Vegeta now knows that Moro is in fact not only draining their energy, but he's taking the energy of the entire planet, which includes people, animals, plants, and he's using this to fuel himself, as of course we get to see how Moro is consuming all of the planet's energy by laughing. Moro then went along to shout, "Ha ha ha! The Earth's energy is mine! All mine!" with Goku shouting, "Quit it, Moro!" And as Moro oversees Goku by looking down on him with this very crazy look in his eye, it's as clear as day that Moro at this point had absolutely lost his mind, because as soon as Moro winds up then creating a massive fist that comes rising up off the earth, he then goes on ahead to try and attack Goku with that exact same fist, because at this point Moro is not only gathering all of the energy around the planet and having to get stronger, but at the same time while doing this, he's smart because he wants to do everything in his ability to make sure that Goku dies in this battle. So as soon as he goes on to attack Goku, Goku being the superior warrior that he is, goes on to effortlessly block Moro's punch with just his forearm, but this doesn't stop Moro from continuously charging in, because it's not as though Moro just creates one arm, but instead he creates two, and as soon as he tries to then grab Goku, Goku is so cognitively aware of his environment and had honed Ultra Instinct to such an extent that Goku quickly responds by not only kicking Moro's hand, but he holds his hand in place until he realizes that Moro had completely lost his mind, because as Goku continues to stare back at Moro, Moro is staring back with such a crazy look in his eye that he then follows through in creating a third arm that winds up catching Goku from below, which is very visible based on Goku's demeanor that he seems to be very annoyed at the fact that Moro is doing this, because it's not as though Moro can attack you from one singular place, but instead now Moro can attack Goku from literally anywhere, considering the fact that he is the planet now. And with Goku having to stare back down at Moro, Moro goes on to quickly taunt Goku by then having to tell him, "As I said, my body is now the planet itself. You have nowhere left to run." And as soon as Goku then realizes that of course Moro had created not just 3, but 6 arms that have now surrounded him, he is doing everything in his ability now to basically survive, only because now Moro is now going to extreme measures to secure this victory over Goku. As of course Krillin, Jocko, Whis, and Beerus look on, they're beginning to observe how Goku is fighting for his life and not only having to block off and deflect all of Moro's attacks, but even then as the deities look on, Whis went along to then comment, "This is bad. Simply dodging those attacks may avoid the detonation, but Moro's energy continues to swell," with Krillin chiming in, "Is there any way to keep him from exploding? One method, yes. The question is, can Goku manage it?" And with Beerus looking on, Beerus went along to comment, "Sir, looks like I have no choice. It's a special case, so I'll lend a hand. Losing Earth would be troublesome, you know." And as soon as even Jocko realizes this and having to ask, "Oh, you mean it?" Beerus had then stepped out of the barrier that Whis had created and then having to comment, "I'm in big trouble if those other gods of destruction see me do this. So let's make it quick." And as soon as then Whis gets a signal on his staff, there is a very surprised look on his face, with Beerus having to ask, "What now?" With Whis responding, "Terrible news, Lord Beerus. You've received a summoning from the Grand Priest," and with Beerus having to be absolutely shook, he then asks, "What the heck?" With Whis continuing, "I dare say it involves the matter of Maris. They already found out he poofed," with Beerus then having to shout, "This is no time to be hanging around here. Let's hurry back, Whis." "Very well," Whis says. But right before Beerus goes on to leave, he then went along to shout at Krillin and Jocko by telling them, "What? You thought I'd give a crap about what happens to your precious planet? Solve your own problems," as only then Whis himself steps out of the barrier and having to address Goku by directly having to tell him, "Goku, the only way to defeat Moro is to once again shatter his forehead crystal, thereby releasing Maris's power." Shatter the crystal, Goku says? Just like Maris did? Indeed. Done properly, that will destroy Moro and leave the Earth intact. "You think I can pull it off?" Goku says, without even having to realize that Moro is just within striking distance of hitting Whis. As soon as Moro attempts to do so, Whis so casually goes on to not only stop Moro's punch with simply a finger, but he then goes on to continue by telling Goku, "You have already acquired divine power. Have faith in your own strength." And with Goku shocked by hearing this, he then looks on and noticing how Moro is just a giant muck of what he was, and that this was the only opportunity he had to finally close this battle off once and for all, Goku then went along to tell him, okay, if that's the only way, it is, Whis says. We must return to the Angel Realm now. And as soon as Beerus overhears this, he also then goes on to tell Goku, listen up, Goku, if the planet dies, you'd better save some Earth food, you hear me? And with Goku looking back at Beerus and smiling, Whis and Beerus then take their leave, as of course this call is very important to the Grand Priest, and as Whis and Beerus leave, everyone looks on, as of course the situation now is more dire than it ever was before, with Krillin then having to comment, they're gone! What the heck? But even then, as soon as Goku manages to escape and lands back on his feet, he then goes on to overlook the landscape, which is that of Moro, because Moro looks as if he had overtaken an entire mountain, because he's beginning to rise up off the ground, his horns are getting larger, his face is becoming bigger, so Moro now is manipulating himself in literally having to rise up from the ground now in what is a very beautiful landscape shot to see how Goku is staring up at this mountainous monster, with the sole knowledge given to him by Whis in knowing the fact that Moro's weakness now is the only thing that remains on his body, which of course is the crystal on his forehead, and with Goku acknowledging this, he then went along to comment, he just keeps getting bigger and bigger. If I don't act soon, it'll be too late. But then Goku realizes that Moro's crystal is now beginning to sink within his own head, with Goku having to comment, dang it, I can barely see the crystal anymore, as only then out of nowhere, as Goku's beginning to strategize on what to do, a voice then goes on to shout, stand aside, Kakarot! And with Goku turning around, he is only then met by Super Saiyan Blue Evolution Vegeta, who is descending down on him with tremendous amounts of speed, that Vegeta now has asserted himself in this fight only because Vegeta now possesses the necessary abilities and techniques that's going to be useful in this fight to help aid Goku, and as Vegeta quickly descends down right in front of Goku, he then proceeded to punch down directly on the ground in using his Force Spirit Separation technique in drawing out the power that Moro had stolen that's now within his body, which just so happens to be within the earth, and as Vegeta then is shown punching the ground over and over and over again, it does have an effect in preventing Moro momentarily from doing anything, because Moro's body is beginning to shake, because once again, just as it was before, Vegeta is drawing power away in creating an opening for Goku to go on in and finally get the job done, as of course Vegeta's assistance is what's going to give Goku the edge here, because Vegeta knows that this could be the only opportunity they have to finally put Moro down for good, and as Vegeta is screaming at Goku and telling him that he has to go on in, he has to do what he needs to do to crack the crystal, we then get to see how as Vegeta is continuously using the Force Spirit Separation technique, the little crystal that was now just about to disappear in Moro's forehead then begins to resurface as it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So as Vegeta is attacking the Earth, the crystal is now coming back out onto the surface, and this is the opportunity that Goku was looking for to finally get the job done. And because of this, Goku went along to tell Vegeta, nice going Vegeta, with Vegeta responding, his body's deflating, enough yapping, destroy that blasted crystal, I can only rip away spirit energy from him for so long. You got it, Goku says. As he then goes on to clench his right hand, Goku then went along to respond, everything's riding on this fist of mine, because now he knows exactly what he needs to do, and this is the only opportunity he has to do it. Goku then quickly follows up by having to directly charge in leaving Vegeta behind, and as soon as Moro then realizes that Goku is after him, Moro is trying to do everything in his ability to extend his arms from the planet in grabbing Goku, in punching Goku, in trying to stop Goku and preventing him from actually getting close enough to make contact with the crystal. So what Moro does is he spawns arm after arm after arm, but even as Goku is ducking and dodging and avoiding all of Moro's grabs, eventually enough, as Goku shouts, take this, he winds up charging directly through Moro's hands in a very visually pleasing way, to where Goku isn't only tearing through one or two or even three of his hands, instead, he is tearing through each and every single one of Moro's attempts to block off Goku from actually getting to him, and you can only imagine what this is going to look like once, of course, Toei Animation goes on ahead to animate this and bring back the Dragon Ball Super anime, because Goku is charging in with such force that eventually enough, Goku actually gets close enough to make contact with Moro, but then Moro ends up stopping Goku in place by using all of the hands that Goku had just sliced through, in literally now having to trap Goku only a feet away from having to reach the crystal, which you can see the look on Goku's face because now he can't move because Moro has Goku exactly where he wants him. Vegeta now just so happens to see this as he went along to shout, "Oh, come on! Enough nonsense! I'm already at my limits, so do it already! He's draining me faster than I can strip him of his spirit!" With Goku shouting, "Darn, Maris did it, so why can't I? I guess I still don't have enough God power," with Krillin having to chime in, "No, he couldn't reach the crystal." But that's when Jocko overhears the term God power by having to comment, "God power. Ah, Krillin, I gotta run an errand." And with Jocko leaving, that's when Krillin asks, where's he off to? And when we go back to Goku, we get to see how Moro is literally squeezing Goku to such an extent, and also draining his power on top of that, that Goku goes from Mastered Ultra Instinct right back down to base form, with Vegeta shouting, No! Don't power down, Kakarot! But Goku can't help it as he comments, Sorry, my power, it's getting sucked away." And Vegeta is pissed, but then Piccolo, Gohan, Tien, Yamcha, and Chaozu come to the aid as Piccolo shouts, "Vegeta! You," Vegeta says, "you're spirit efficient. Can you do it in reverse?" "What? I'm asking you if you can gather chi and give it to Goku." Yes, it's possible. It's the same principle." "Great," Piccolo says. "You need to give our chi to him then." With Vegeta then extending his hand and telling him, "Fine, hand it over. Hopefully it's a gift worthy of giving. Take mine too," as everyone then sticks their arms out and having to give Vegeta their Genki. Piccolo then goes on to telepathically also connect to Dende by telling him, "Dende, gather up the chi from everyone at the sanctuary and send it our way." Right, I can do that. "Everyone, lend me your power." And with everyone agreeing, we get to see how over on 17's island, little Trunks and little Goten also do the same thing, with Trunks asking Goten, "Did you hear Mr. Piccolo's voice too, Goten?" "Yeah, he wants us to send him our chi. Are Dad and them in some kind of battle? Nobody told us." And with everyone having to then pour their energy to Vegeta, Vegeta went along to comment, "Chi from the sanctuary." And from Goten and Trunks, "I'll add my own chi to the mix too then. Take this, Kakarot!" And as soon as Vegeta then goes on to throw this ball of energy to Goku, Goku sees this as of course the energy ball is then infused with Goku. Goku then suddenly gets a surge of power as he then goes on to power up in such a way that he's trying to use all of the necessary force given to push himself directly into Moro, as of course he only is just about a few feet away, and we get to see how Goku's feet are kind of like rockets at this point because he's trying to push himself further and further in, but Moro isn't letting him as everyone shouts, "Go! Do it!" And with Goku now powered back up to Super Saiyan Blue, he's desperately trying to connect that one singular shot that he needs to end Moro with. I love the visual of Goku having to struggle because no matter what he does, even as a Super Saiyan Blue, he still can't seem to get close enough in having to make contact, with Piccolo having to shout, "That's just his blue form. Why doesn't he use Ultra Instinct?" "Not won't," Vegeta says. "He can't. Not even with chi from all of us." And with Goku shouting, "Come on!" Everyone else on the sanctuary is shown exhausted as Dende comments, "I'm sorry, Goku. My own divine power is still developing, so it didn't do much help." "I don't know the whole story," Bulma says, "but I guess ordinary chi doesn't cut it," as only then Jocko's ship comes rushing on in, and with Jocko having to throw himself literally out of the ship, he then went along to ask, "Where's Majin Buu? We need his power," with Bulma responding, "Huh? He's sleeping in there." As we then go back to Moro, who is shown having sort of like a mountainous form with his giant belly, his giant arms, his horns are coming out of the ground. He's squeezing the life out of Goku as he's going on to laugh, and with Goku suffering, he then utters, "Sorry guys, this is all my fault," with Piccolo then responding, "It's over then." But that's when Yamcha chimes in and commenting, "Couldn't we just leave the planet for now and use the Dragon Balls to fix everything? If the ones on Earth are lost to us, therefore we still have those gigantic ones in space, right?" "It won't work," Krillin says. "When Moro explodes, the whole galaxy goes with him. So even the Dragon Balls in space will be dust," says Tien. "Darn, there's no time left," Vegeta says. "Not even for that. Just look. That monster has already gone insane. He'll explode on his own soon. no matter what we do. With Krillin then responding, we at least gotta get Goku back. We can't let him die like that. I'll come with you, Krillin, Gohan says. Us too, Tien utters. Better than sitting back and waiting for death, Tien says, as everyone then comes to a consensus in having to fight, even with knowing that the Earth is literally moments away from exploding. Out of nowhere, there is a massive surge of energy that comes in, with everyone being taken back because nobody at the Sanctuary nor at the team there had given that much energy in creating such a massive sphere of power up above them. Even Goku himself went along to slowly turn around and asking, where did that come from? God power. I feel divine strength, as Vegeta looks on and even having to respond, but how? This ridiculous amount. Who sent this? As over out at a very far away place, we get to see how in a remote village, the Grand Kai, the Daikaio, had found Oob and convincing Oob to raise his hand up in the air and having to contribute his god power within having to help Goku and Vegeta. Dende is the first person to realize this as he went along to shout, it's Oob! Oob had that power all along! Of course! The great Lord of Lords' divine power must have still gone to the evil half of Majin Buu during the split. Yep, it sure did, Jocko says. Then that means Oob inherited that same power. Evil Buu's reincarnation was born on Earth, Jocko says. What a lucky break. What are they talking about, Hercule asks, as only then even Oob himself went along to ask the Daikaio, is this right? I don't know what I'm doing, with the Daikaio responding, yes, that's perfect. Thank you. And I'm sorry for the sudden trouble. As we then go back to Moro, Goku, and Vegeta, Vegeta is shown holding this massive ball of energy up above him, sort of like a reverse spirit bomb, and having to give all of this energy to Goku. And with Vegeta looking down, he then went along to shout, whoever's chi this is, take it and use it for another round of Ultra Instinct. And as this gigantic ball of energy then begins to descend down on Goku and Moro, this massive sphere of power then comes directly in contact with Goku and Goku only, to where it then begins to ignite itself in bursting out and creating a massive flash that seemingly enough blinds everyone, including Moro, as this transfer of power is shown having to be so intense that it's also seen visible from space. There is no doubt that Vegeta had done the right thing in collecting energy from all around the world, including those that have the necessary power in providing it to aid Goku in this situation, because as soon as Moro is shown squeezing Goku in his hand, Moro's hands are visibly enough shaking, as out of nowhere what ends up happening is Goku manages to create a gigantified version of himself by using pure energy and ki within himself to create this massive embedded version of himself that clinches onto Moro's hands in separating them and creating enough space for Goku that is shown within the middle to finally get the job done in doing what is necessary to break and destroy the crystal on Moro's forehead. And with everyone looking on in absolute shock, Moro is literally shaking because there is nothing that he could do at this point that could gain him any sort of leverage against Goku now, who seems to have him pinned, as only then Goku's ki hologram is showing pushing Moro down, as of course Moro is trying to do everything he can to stabilize himself, but despite the overwhelming power that Goku had gotten, it's simply proven to be too overwhelming enough for Moro to do anything at this point to stop what Goku has become. And as Moro then is willing to risk it all by having to take himself out along with everyone else, that's when we get to see, in the middle of this giant ki hologram, Goku is standing there in all his glory, with Mastered Ultra Instinct now having to be at its literal peak, and with Goku shown having to hover over Moro with his eyes closed. It was at that moment where Goku then opened up his eyes, and with a very intense look on his face, that's when Goku knew that he had to do what he needed in having to finally rid Moro from the Earth and the universe once and for all. And that's exactly what Goku does, because with Goku staring down intensely at Moro, Moro is visibly shown getting nervous, he's sweating, his eyes are popping out of his head, and Goku wastes little time to slowly wind his fist back, and the second Goku charges in, that's when he knew that this was it, and that there was going to be no other opportunity that he was going to have to finish this. So Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku then takes initiative in having to step out of the ki hologram that he had created and put every ounce of power that he had in the form of his one singular punch, and as Goku then proceeded to finally make contact with Moro's crystal, everyone observing, which is Tien, Chaozu, Krillin, Yamcha, Piccolo, Gohan, and Vegeta, are left watching and wondering in desperation as to whether or not this is going to work, because this was the only opportunity, the only chance that Goku was going to get in finally ending Moro once and for all. And as we get to see how Goku's massive ki hologram is hovering over Moro, Goku went on to strike Moro with such pressure and such intense force behind his punch that it not only sends shockwaves all throughout the landscape, including Moro himself, to where you get to see how Moro's cross-eyed, there are veins just bursting through his eyes, through his forehead, through his entire body. You can literally feel this from the depths of space, as of course Whis does. What's even more remarkable is as Whis and Beerus are making their way to the Grand Priest, Whis goes on to turn around and smiling and having to acknowledge his students in not only being able to once again master Ultra Instinct, but now finally get the job done. And with a very intense look on Goku's face, we can see how the crystal that he just made contact with is now beginning to shatter. And shatter it does, because from there, not only does the crystal shatter in literally a billion pieces, but Moro's body that is now one with the earth also now shatters into a million pieces, as of course he is then ripped apart, because the main source of energy that he had, which was the crystal on his forehead, is no longer there. So because of this, Moro is blown into a million pieces, and whatever remains from Moro within the earth is then absolutely obliterated from the landscape, as of course we see how power, pure energy is rising up from the ground that goes on to blow everybody away, because the amount of pressure and the amount of force behind this explosion is so intense that everyone had to shield themselves, only because with all the power that Moro had embedded within himself, and having to copy Vegeta, and having to copy Piccolo, and having to copy Gohan, and having to literally copy for Maris along with all the people on Earth, including Goku, who he had went along to zap Master Ultra Instinct from, had literally exploded and igniting a massive flame up in the sky that basically shakes the entire landscape, which from there, once everything begins to calm down and the dust settles, we get to observe how members of the Z team finally rise up from the rocks, as of course Krillin does. And as Krillin then looks up and noticing Piccolo and Vegeta, that's when Krillin went along to ask, what happened? Did he really do it? Did Goku win? And with Piccolo pointing at Vegeta and basically acknowledging the fact that it was all because of Vegeta, everything that had transpired right now in Moro being obliterated all came down to the help and the assistance of Vegeta. And with Goku having to oversee the horizon and then having to slowly turn towards his friends, he then so casually goes on to give everyone a thumbs up, as only then Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 66 then comes to a close. Now, this was a massive revelation in having to finally see Ubi inserted into the story and passing along his God Ki that he had be passed on to him by the Daikaio after his reincarnation, and then to see how Planet Moro was such a threat to where he was even able to grab onto MEY Goku, zap him out of that power, and even go as far as to still pose a threat even after Goku was trying to push literally as far as he could to try and crack Moro's crystal. And I absolutely love how there was a sense of teamwork, because this time around nobody actually stood back and having to watch Goku do this by himself, so instead they still tried to help by any means as they could. And to see Goku literally kind of mimic the Susanoo from Naruto and create this massive body of energy that was able to hold Moro in place and giving Goku leverage and having to crack the crystal right then and there, as only then we move on to the final chapter of the Moro saga, which is Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 67, entitled A Miraculous Conclusion. And then with our hero shown having to oversee the crater that Moro was once in, with Goku standing on top, Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Chaozu, everyone storms on in thanking Goku, and not only saving them along with the entire planet, but also having to thank Goku for finally being able to put Moro down once and for all. And with everyone having to storm Goku, that's when Krillin went along to shout, "You're the best! That was a real nail-biter," says Yamcha, with Gohan having to respond, "Glad you're still with us, Dad." But what's even more are Piccolo and Vegeta's reactions, because just as we've seen go down in Dragon Ball Z and for the most part in Dragon Ball Super, these two are the type of characters to really stand back and admire everything from a distance moments instead of doing what everyone else is doing and gather around and celebrating. And with this, Vegeta, interestingly enough, does seem to have a very serious look on his face, as of course Piccolo's is of a different expression. He seems to be glad, he seems to be happy that this is all over with, and as we then go back to Kame's lookout, everyone is celebrating. Dende, Mr. Popo, Bulma, the Ox King, everyone is celebrating at the idea that Moro is finally gone, as Dende went along to also shout, "Moro is completely gone! He won! Goku won!" As even Roshi comments, well, it's finally over, as even the Yardranians also go on to party as well by shouting, "Woohoo! He won!" As Paibara comments, "Well fought indeed, Vegeta and Goku," with Iriko chiming in, "Great, I can finally leave." And as we then get to see how Vegeta touches on down, he then goes on to ask Kakarot, "Care to tell us where that final massive burst of power came from?" "Oh yeah, I'm not really too sure myself. Guess there's still someone amazing here on Earth," with Vegeta responding, "Don't give me that. Surely you know who they are. Tell me now, Kakarot," with Goku responding, "I think we'll find out in due time probably." Because Vegeta is really annoyed at the fact that this power seemed to have come from an unknown source, and as we then ironically go back to that mysterious source, we then get to observe how the Daikaio is talking to Oob, as he went along to tell Oob, "Thank you. You are the savior of the universe," with Oob having to tell him, "I still don't have a clue what you're talking about. Who are you anyway, mister?" "Think of me as your kin, I suppose," which is relative, with Oob telling him, "No way, we don't look alike at all." But that's when the Grand Kai went along to tell Oob farewell. As he then vanishes, Oob is left absolutely baffled as he went along to respond, "He flew and went poof? Was all of that a dream?" Because Oob had never witnessed anything like this before, and as we then get to see how the Daikaio then makes his way back up to Kame's lookout, that's when Dende responds, Great Lord of Lords, it's an honor to meet you. Thank you for working to save our planet." But then, that's when the Daikaio suddenly changes back into Majin Buu, with Hercule having to be happy. That's when Buu tells Hercule, "Hi Hercule, welcome home buddy. Thank goodness you're safe." And that's when Buu's confused as he asks, "Huh? I was always here, just sleeping, but now I'm really hungry," with Popo chiming in, "He has no memory of his time as the Great Lord of Lords. There's no better time than for now. A homecoming feast," says Hercule. "I'll have my chef whoop out a whole feast. Hooray," says Majin Buu, "and you're all welcome to join us." And because of Hercule's announcement, I absolutely love how everyone is gathered together, and everyone seems to be at ease and at peace with themselves, knowing the fact that Moro is gone and that they're all about to celebrate. And this includes everybody from Videl to Little Bulla, Chi-Chi, Eska, Marin, the androids. And as we then venture into Hercule's place, in seeing everyone get together, in seeing everyone eat at these tables and having a good time, we haven't seen a slice of life moment or a very peaceful and celebratory moment like this in quite some time, because our heroes were constantly at war, with Merge Zamasu and Goku Black participating in the Tournament of Power, having to battle against Broly, and then getting themselves sucked into the Galactic Patrol, in which resulted in them having to fight Moro. So I love how Goku's eating food, Hercule's feeding Pan, Gohan is talking to Goten and Trunks, Krillin is with Marin, Yamcha, Puar, Chaozu, and Tien are doing their own thing, as are the Namekians along with Popo, which includes Piccolo, Dende, Eska, along with Vegeta and his family, who he is shown drinking, eating some good food, all while towards the end Eska bids his farewell because Eska needs to go back to New Planet Namek, and everyone is thanking him from Bulma to Dende, Piccolo, Vegeta. And as soon as Eska then bids his farewell, what Goku ends up doing right then and there is he takes Eska and uses the instant transmission technique to get to New Planet Namek, and as soon as they end up getting there, they then use the Namekian Dragon Balls in wishing everybody back to life. As the narration then went along to state, after saying his goodbyes, Eska returned to Planet Namek. The power of the resurrected Dragon Balls restored the planets caught in Moro's wake and revived the beings who were killed. As over on Planet Zune, we see how this is just the case as it continues, and so the universe was back to the way it is, except for a certain angel trainee. And as we then get to see how back on Jocko's ship, several days later, Goku went along to ask, "What's all this about some celery? Got any meat instead?" "I said ceremony. They're honoring us with medals," Jocko says, "for being the crew that showed Moro who's boss." "Doesn't sound like any kind of thing," Goku says. "You idiots," Jocko shouts. "There's no greater honor. Medals are the mark of a true elite." "Oh, So how many do you have, Jocko? This'll be my first. And as soon as Jocko and Eriko make their way back to the Galactic Patrol HQ, we then get to see how the ceremony then begins, with everyone having to basically gather around the Galactic King as trumpets are sounding, so everyone seems to be acknowledging the fact that Jocko, Goku, Vegeta, and Majin Buu have done their due diligence in being the MVPs in this battle, in this war against Moro and his cronies. And as soon as everyone then congratulates Majin Buu, Vegeta, and Jocko, we then get to see how the Galactic King then goes on ahead to place these medals on everyone's neck, including Buu, Vegeta, and Goku, and because of this, the Galactic King then went along to tell them, well done indeed, one and all. Goku, I thank you for slaying Moro. No problem, as Goku goes on to shake his hand, assumingly that's his hand. That's when the Galactic King went along to tell Goku, you're grabbing my junk on purpose, aren't you? As one of the Galactic officers goes on to announce, and now to name the honorees: Son Goku, Vegeta the 4th, Majin Buu, Jocko, that's me. Psst, Goku says, why is your name so long? Why does it matter, Jocko says. And finally, with Goku wondering, there's someone else? Maris, now known as Maris with an incredibly long name, Goku is baffled by this because as Goku hears his name, it's almost as if he's seen a ghost because he can't seem to believe it, and with Goku then suddenly taken back, he then observes with his own eyes, as of course he can't seem to believe, that out of nowhere, unbeknownst to Goku, unbeknownst to Vegeta, unbeknownst to everyone, behind one of the Galactic Patrollers, we then witness how the once elite agent of the Galactic Patrol is now still here among them, as only then, right then and there, to the shock of everyone, Maris is alive. And with Maris standing there, he then went along to tell everyone, right here, and with Goku gasping for air, nobody can seem to believe that Maris is still alive, with Goku having to utter, Maris, it's really you! Goku, Vegeta, I'm so glad to see you again. How are you alive? Vegeta asks. Didn't you cease to exist? Yes, I did cease to exist. As an angel, that is. And with everyone left baffled, that's when the narration went along to tell us a few days earlier. As over at Zeno's palace, we then witness how Whis and Beerus are bowing down before the Grand Priest, and unlike Whis, Beerus is trembling in fear. He's sweaty, he's nervous, and that's when the Grand Priest went along to address them by stating, you two should have some idea of why you've been summoned. Yeah, says Beerus, but I had nothing to do with this mess. This was all Whis' doing. I certainly did not expect Maris to violate our angel laws, says Whis. Alas, I was wrong to place him under your care. My deepest apologies, says Whis, and the Grand Priest is incredibly angry as he then continues. Ordinarily, it is the fate of the law-breaking angels to vanish from existence forever. That said, I personally eradicated Maris temporarily before resurrecting him as a mortal. What? Beerus says. He now has a lifespan and his angel powers are gone. There was simply no other way to save him, and with Beerus baffled, Whis then went along to ask, what moved you to such mercy? With the Grand Priest responding, actually, it was this one who came to me, willing to sacrifice his own life to save Maris's. As out of nowhere, Shin, the Supreme Kai, then appears and having to tell the Grand Priest, thank you for reconsidering the matter, and Beerus is absolutely shocked as he then says, Kaioshin, when did you get here? It was all I could do, I'm afraid. How dare you put our lives on the chopping block, Beerus shouts. You and I are two sides of the same coin, remember? And with Whis smiling, the Grand Priest continues, in any case, for your involvement in this trouble, I will have to impose a penalty on the three of you, huh? What kind of penalty? As we only then go back inside Zeno's palace, we only then learn that Zeno's attendees are in fact on vacation. They're in a jacuzzi, they're relaxing, they're drinking, laying back, as the Omni King instead is riding Beerus like a horse and having to shout, go, go, faster, faster, faster! And with Beerus racing Shin, they're racing all around Zeno's palace, as Whis is calculating how many laps he's doing, with Whis having to comment, Horsey Beerus, 121.9 Jinx, Horsey Kaioshin, 134.04 Jinx. As Beerus collapses, the Omni King then tells him, you have to galley up faster. Yes, sir. As you wish, Beerus utters, with the Grand Priest then stating, I've been meaning to give their two attendees some time off. So this is perfect, and with the Omni King literally bashing on Beerus' skull, Beerus went along to say to himself, damn it, this is all Goku's fault. Maris only broke that dumb law because of him. Whis, what's Goku up to right now? Goku, Whis says, as he then looks inside of his staff. He then tells Beerus, my. He appears to be partying it up with Maris and the others at the Galactic Patrol HQ, and with the Omni Kings literally gouging out Beerus' eyes, he then utters, you're kidding me! And with Whis having to observe within his staff, he sees how Goku is so happy to finally see Maris, as is both Jocko and Vegeta, and I absolutely love how they're all getting together and having to take pictures with each other, because this is a grandiose moment in the fact that these guys have went through so much. They have gone through so much training, so much pressure in holding the responsibility down in having to defeat Moro, because they knew every single time they went on to engage Moro would do something to counter their attacks and negate their plans of stopping him. So as everyone then gets together, I absolutely love how they're all standing around and taking this one picture together as all of the Galactic Patrollers, including the Galactic King, Majin Buu, Maris, Jocko, Vegeta, Goku, and Iriko, everyone's together holding out their medals and taking this picture all at once, all the while inside of the Omni King's palace, Beerus is getting stomped out by both of the Omni Kings as they're jumping on his spine, bouncing back and forth, and the Omni Kings are torturing him, as of course one of them went along to shout, faster, faster, galley up, faster, with Beerus having to then utter, you'll pay for this, Son Goku. As the narration then states, with that, Goku and his friends' time in the Galactic Patrol was over. Peace returned to the universe, as inside the Galactic Patrol, Jocko is yawning and having to utter, man, just another peaceful day in the universe, as one of the officers walks by and having to ask, Jocko, shouldn't you be out on patrol, huh? Well, I just got back from that, so for the rest of my shift, I'm on Cyber Patrol duty. Cyber Patrol looks like an auction site to me. I've got some business at the Galactic Prison. You've clearly got time on your hands, so you're coming with me. But, you see, the thing is, I'm about to head out, the patrol again. You just said you were finished. And with Jocko and the officer having to walk by the prison, that's when one of the female prisoners goes on to tell Jocko, hey ya boys, it's been a while, how's it hanging? Lots of peace and quiet, that's what. No thanks to you, Jocko says. Is that so? You so sure you don't want to play with us? As if. You're never busting out of here again. I've got some questions for you guys, says one of the officers. My squad's radar is detecting something resembling a faint distress signal coming from the crater left by Moro's explosion. Got any idea on what that may be? As Yumba responds, couldn't tell ya. You know what he's talking about, Coordinator? With the Metal Man not having a clue, that's when the officer continues, right. Well, after an explosion that size, it couldn't have just been a general interference. Hey, forget that crap. Tell them to up my rations. They're barely feeding me anything in here. As the officer responds, sorry, but your food portions are predetermined. We can't change that. Then just let me out of here. I want to eat till I'm stuffed. And that's when Jocko shouts, you punks are not seeing the outside of that lockup as long as you live. Just be grateful that you don't get the death penalty. Why I oughta, hey. Galactic Patrol guy, says one of the prisoners. We haven't forgotten that you killed our pals. It was Moro who did that. Your grudge is misplaced. And Moro literally ate 7-3, Jocko says. Huh. I said killed. You can't kill what ain't even alive. Destroyed then? I don't see what difference it makes, says the officer. And as we then eerily enough go back to Earth and overseeing the massive crater in which Moro once stood in, it's quite fascinating to look deep within the crater itself to see little specks of what once remained of the OG 7-3 body itself and having to slowly be shown moving. And as the prisoner then continues, he then went along to comment, 7-3 was just another thing we stole. He was empty at first, but as time went on, we filled him with data and turned him into a powerhouse. All that hard work's gone now. He's that dangerous, huh? I'm glad he was obliterated. To where, interestingly enough, when going back to the little pieces within that massive crater, all of a sudden, they begin to move. Sort of similar to how Majin Buu back in the day would get blown into pieces and then reformulate by having to put himself together. We get to see how these little gum-like substances are then bouncing back and forth and having to make their way down, and with Yumba then having to address Jocko, he then went along to tell him, "Did you make sure he got trashed for good?" "Make sure," Jocko says. "There was nothing left of him, just like Moro, so why waste our time?" "You mean you're not sure?" Yumba says. And as we then pan back into the crater itself, we get to see how these little specks are then having to reach on down to where at the very bottom we get to see how 7-3's head is still remaining at the bottom of the crater, with half of his cranium having to be blown off completely. It's not as though 7-3 was killed off completely, but instead a portion of his skull actually still remains. So as this little blob then goes on ahead to attach itself onto 7-3's head and go inside of it, that's when 7-3 then reanimates himself, as of course his eyes begin to glow, and that was the indicator that was suggested that OG 7-3 is still alive after all. As the officer then continues, "Ridiculous. 7-3 is gone. Quit being sore losers. If you can't answer my question, then this conversation is over. We're leaving, Jocko. Think hard on your crimes, Kay?" says Jocko. "You did examine the inside of the crater, right?" says the officer. "What? Sure did. From above, at a glance." "Then we'd better do a thorough check, just in case." And as they then make their way back to Moro's crater, the officer then asks, "Well, anything?" "Nope, nada," says Jocko. "No trace of Moro or 7-3 down here. See, like I said, I checked. Well, the distress signal stopped. I guess it really just wasn't interference. Huh, since we came all this way to Earth, want to snack on some cheese?" Jocko says. "What is this cheese?" And as the two have this conversation, we get to then observe how these two scavengers seem to be holding 7-3's head inside of a jar. With the two, of course, then having to make their leave, it's as clear as day that they didn't check thoroughly enough to make sure that 7-3 was completely obliterated. And as Jocko and his galactic officer then leave, the scavengers then make way in having to take 7-3 along with them in boarding a ship that seems to be far away out into the distance. And as soon as they get on the ship, they already know where to go to, because as soon as they end up blasting off into space, they were clearly sent here for a specific mission and having to do so. And with Jocko and the Galactic Patrol officer then having to be shown outside in buying groceries and buying food, Jocko then went along to comment, "Okay, I got my souvenirs, so let's head back. Do you buy that much cheese and milk after every visit? I can get it online, but then it's like 3 times as pricey, so, that explains your cyber patrol." A few months later, in a far-flung corner of the universe far from Earth, we get to see how there is this spaceship, and inside of the spaceship, there is this boss, or this collector, that is seemingly enough on board the ship himself, as one of his servants goes on to tell him the data has been copied into all the other units. "Good, good, well done. All should now have equivalent capabilities. Excellent," he says. "We've never expected OG 73I to be powered up to this extent. A pleasant payoff for our efforts. All seemed lost when Sagambo and his goons stole that one, but it seemed as though our luck is now on our side. Indeed. And now most of those rotten bandits are gone. The time has come for us to rule this universe," because it only then appears as if these people were the original creators of the OG model. But interestingly enough, unbeknownst to the collectors within their own ship, there is another ship outside of theirs that is shown eerily enough creeping on in, and with this mysterious pilot having to be shown locking on, he then went along to radio in with his partner and telling him, "It's that ship, right, Oatmeal?" "Correct, Granola. But do be careful, because there could be many on board." "Gotcha. Prepare to provide support." "Roger that," says Oatmeal. And as soon as the ship then crashes on in, that's when the boss went along to utter, "What was that? We've been boarded by an intruder. Send the guards," utters the boss. And as the doors then go on to open, Granola is then met by a hailstorm of gunfire, because as soon as Granola walks in, all of the remaining soldiers on the ship then begin to open fire directly at Granola. However, Granola is completely unfazed by their attacks, as of course he stands ready with his gun out. He winds up shooting back at all of the soldiers within the ship, in using this electrical-like attack to zap his opponents down onto the ground. And as soon as they try to once again open fire directly, Granola goes on to slowly and sort of like a Western cowboy put his gun behind his holster and literally watching all of his targets drop down on the floor like flies, and which goes on to further shed more light on the way Granola is moving here, because I'm getting heavy Maris vibes from Dragon Ball Super manga chapter number 42 when Maris first came onto the scene and having to put everyone down for the sole purpose of extracting the Daikaio from Majin Buu's head. So that's exactly what this reminds me of, as of course we get to see how Granola is moving through the corridors of this spaceship and trying to find his target. That's when the big boss went along to shout that he demands for the other OG soldiers to now be released from their vials, and of course having to not only protect himself but also protect the ship as well alongside OG-73. And as soon as then we get to see, sort of similar to how it is in Resident Evil when we get to see how the tyrants burst out of their captivity cages and they're all having to pop out and standing right in front of Granola, Granola goes on to further acknowledge this as we get to see how all of these OG clones look just like 7-3, and as Granola acknowledges this, Oatmeal went along to then comment, "They're finally here. Those? I see," says Granola. "So which one's the target? Run a scan, Oatmeal. Currently scanning. That's OG-72I. Not the one we want," says Oatmeal, and as soon as one of them charges on in, Granola is ready because he was completely prepared for the overall circumstance and situation of coming across such beings perhaps maybe similar to these OG models, as once Granola goes on to point his fingers forward, he ends up shooting OG-72 directly in the middle crystal that's on his forehead, and as we get to see how the middle crystal then shatters, OG-72 is now dead, which further kind of goes on to shed more light on the OG's weaknesses, because it looks like if you fully destroy the crystal that lies in the middle of their forehead, then they're no longer able to attack you, because from there, they're rendered obsolete. So as of course the other OG soldiers then notice how OG-72 goes down, they all charge directly at Granola at the same time, and with Granola using such precision in taking down each and every single one of them, that's when Oatmeal tells Granola OG-11, OG-20, OG-31, OG-51, and having to register each and every single one of the OG soldiers as they're beginning to come on by, and Granola uses both hands this time in blasting all of the middle crystals on their forehead and killing each and every single one of them before they even had a chance to get to Granola. So from there, as soon as Granola is shown having to run through the corridors and trying to find, with the assistance of Oatmeal, the whereabouts of OG-73, once again, Granola then comes across two more OG soldiers as once again, he points his finger and blasts the crystal on their forehead and having to push them back far enough near the gate, as of course from there, Granola actually went along to shoot the little pad that's on the door and opening the door completely, and as soon as Granola steps on forward, he is only then met by another set of OG soldiers, and beyond them we see in this one container how of course he's rejuvenating, how OG-73 is still alive and kicking, but the only problem here is that it's taking a very long time for his body to recover, and as Granola sees this, Oatmeal goes on to then tell him, "There, in the middle, that is OG-73, as only then the story of Moro and the Galactic Patrol prisoner arc then comes to a close. Now my personal take on this is that I genuinely feel the Galactic Patrol prisoner arc started off very good. We had this ominous, bloodthirsty, vicious, brutal, soul-devouring, sadistic enemy with absolutely no empathy or emotions towards anything outside of just consuming and destroying any and all life that he could simply get his hands on, and I think that the way this started, it set the precedent going forward in the fact that Goku and Vegeta were going to have to figure out a way to combat this guy a different way versus how they did with Mert Zamasu, Broly, Jiren, Frieza, and everyone else before Moro, and I think that the concepts that I really enjoyed from the beginning carrying on over to the middle and ultimately towards the end was Moro's cunningness, his willingness to always do what he could and find a way to get leverage over his opponents, and the fact that I've often said this before, and a very dangerous Moro is a very desperate Moro, and every single time he was placed in a dire or desperate situation, he found a way out, but not just finding a way out, he found a way out by superseding his opponents tenfold, i.e. when he first consumed 7-3, having to gain such momentum and leverage over his opponents that it literally took everything. It took an angel having to perish for Goku to master the power of the gods, the technique of the gods, to not only match Moro but also supersede him. So in terms of the overall quality of Toyotaro's writing, that's subjective on whether or not you guys believe that the writing was good or if you guys believe that Toyotaro's writing was bad. Either way, I can't wait to see what this overall direction is going to look like once Toei Animation follows through in having to animate this entire story through the form of the Galactic Patrol Prisoner arc in the Dragon Ball Super anime, because we've seen the difference between the Universe 6 arc in the Dragon Ball Super manga versus the Dragon Ball Super anime. We've seen the difference between the Future Trunks arc in the manga by comparison to the Future Trunks arc in the anime, the Tournament of Power. So they are going to take said concepts and ideas and adapt that differently through the form of the anime, but I think that when looking at the overall narrative objectively for what Toyotaro had done with Moro's character, I really feel as if they definitely went into a direction where they regressed Goku's character per se, because he went from knowing how dangerous Moro was once Goku was able to lock onto his energy and get a sense of who Moro was as a person, as seen during the initial beginning events of having to meet him, and the story took a massive step back when both Goku and Vegeta, ever since having to concede to the idea that Moro needed to die from the beginning, put that into question with Jocko and having to ask him, well, should we lock him away or should he die? Even with Jocko establishing the fact that Moro was scheduled to be executed anyway because he was on death row, but the only problem there was that nobody was actually strong enough in finishing the job against him and putting him out of his misery, so that's why they kept him locked up. So that idea was severely regressed when looking at what Goku and Vegeta did in putting that into question and allowing Moro to get the better of them time after time again, instead of having to finish the job right when they had Moro where he needed to be. To where as time went on, we also got to see how Toyotaro had referenced and mimicked / copied Toriyama's previous works, whether that be taking elements from the Saiyan saga, taking elements from the Frieza saga, especially having to take elements from the Cell saga, from the Majin Buu saga, adapting elements from even movies such as the Lord Slug movie, and several other references and ideas taken from previous works and adapting that here. It's not necessarily considered a bad thing when looking back and wanting to adapt and reference specific concepts and ideas, but when things begin to get very repetitive and you get to see how much Toyotaro had included from Toriyama's previous works, it kind of makes you wonder, okay, well, could you not have come up with a better story on your own without having to mimic or copy previous ideas such as things seen in the Majin Buu arc, in the Frieza arc, in the Cell arc, and etc. So Moro to me is by far one of the best established villains within Dragon Ball, because he didn't have this common goal, at least not in the beginning, of wanting to become the strongest in the multiverse, but instead all he really wanted was to have his magic be restored to him. That way he could eventually go back and being youthful once again in wanting to eradicate all peace within the universe, because Moro's fixation on peace was actually a really refreshing concept in this arc, because from the beginning, Moro establishes to Cranberry that he just despises, he loathes the idea of peace, and ever since his time of being locked away, the universe had boomed in life, and this gives Moro the incentive to go out and devour as many life forms as he can, not only to get stronger, but also for the sake of eradicating peace. Which, one of the other awesome things that went down towards the end of this manga arc was the fact that we finally got to see the Daikaio meet up with Oob, and to get Oob to share his energy in contributing everything he could to give to Goku in order to give Goku the power he needed to finally finish Moro off once and for all. Now we're going to be entering a brand new arc called Granola the Survivor, and with that being said, the remaining elements that once took place within the Moro arc are now going to transition themselves into this new story, so we can only now expect to see something brand new go down with new characters, a new potential direction, and so much more that had to follow the events of the Galactic Patrol Prisoner arc itself. And I will say, in my opinion, the Galactic Patrol Prisoner arc to me was the absolute best story told within the Dragon Ball Super franchise, only because it actually went as far as to utilize and make everybody feel important by comparison to what we've seen go down during the events of the Tournament of Power, by having Gohan do more, by having Piccolo do more, by having Krillin do more, by having other secondary characters also feel important, such as Jocko in the Galactic Patrol, utilizing the rookie Angel Maris actually having to fully utilize Ultra Instinct, utilizing previously recurring characters and mentions such as Oob, the Daikaio, having both Beerus and Whis actually be involved indirectly by either giving advice or giving criticism, introducing a very powerful and tough opponent by the name of Moro, who was constantly evolving, who constantly had a plan, and who constantly had proved himself in being Goku's arguably toughest opponent to take down, only because just when they thought they had Moro beaten, he somehow managed to evolve and get even stronger than how he was before. But in the comment section below, I want to get your thoughts on 5 specific things. Number 1, which version of Moro was your absolute favorite? Was it Old Man Moro? Was it Gold Team Moro? Was it Youthful Moro? Was it Moro 7-3? Was it Moro Maris copied? Was it Planet Moro? I want to get your thoughts on which version of Moro did you guys prefer the most. Number 2, what are your overall thoughts on this arc as a whole? Do you think that this is the best arc from Dragon Ball Super, meaning that the Moro arc is better than the Tournament of Power, that the Moro arc is better than the Goku Black arc, the Universe 6 versus Universe 7 tournament, the Battle of Gods story, the Resurrection F story, the battle against Broly on Earth? Do you guys think that this is the best arc in Dragon Ball Super? If not, then which one is? And if so, where would you guys rank this arc by comparison to the others? Number 3, what are your thoughts on the overall direction going forward in terms of what they've established with Goku having to now be able to use Ultra Instinct at will, and that by for the first time introducing a low-tier angel level enemy by Moro having to copy Maris' ability? Number 4, do you think that once Toei Animation begins animating this, that we're going to see a mirror reflection of what went down in the manga in the anime itself? And lastly, who do you think stood out the most in this arc when it comes down to Moro, Sagambo, Goku, Maris, Vegeta, Beerus, Whis, Jocko, the rest of the Galactic Patrol? I want to know in your opinion on who you believe stole the show by the very end. Once again, everybody, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you all so much for listening. This has been one of my longest videos on the channel in its entirety, so I want to thank you all so much for watching. I want to thank you all so much for your time. If it's not too much to ask for, if you guys were to give this video a big thumbs up by slapping that like button down below, that would be absolutely amazing, because this video took quite some time to actually get done, and I wanted to show you this entire arc from start to finish and getting a response and what you guys think, and I do appreciate you guys for giving me your feedback. Again, if you guys are new to the channel, then be sure to smash that subscribe button and click the bell icon to always be up to date whenever a brand new video is posted onto this channel. Also, follow me on Twitter at Unreal and Gaming, at Instagram at UnrealDBZ, or at Unreal Studios. And if you guys are also interested in my secondary and third channels, then you guys can also find those links located down below at Unreal Royale, Unreal Network, and of course Unreal Vlogs. Thank you all so much for watching. This has been a roller coaster of an arc from start to finish ever since 2018. The love, the hate, the contradictions, the actions, the intensity, and the overall feedback from the community had been absolutely insane. So once more, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you all so much for your time. Tune back in for the next video, and I'll be seeing each and every single one of you guys down the comment section below. Have a great day, everybody, and take care. Peace.
This is the Galactic Emperor of the Universe, and of course I'm here to tell you to subscribe to Unrelent Gaming.
Also follow Unrelent Gaming on these social media platforms to stay connected at all times. And if you don't, then very soon you will all be dead. Oh, did someone say Unrelent Gaming? Oh my god.
The fuck's up, on? Put on some clothes!
Well, why don't you put on any clothes?
What? I don't need clothes. Jesus Christ, that's huge! What, Broly?
Frieza.
Uh-oh.
Prepare to die!
But once you get video, lots of likes, or Bill will turn you into chocolate!
Vados, get over here! Tell these mortals that I'm the biggest Unreal Gaming fan! This is my moment! I'm a part of his notification squad! Universe 7 can have all the fun! I just want the food!
And don't forget to leave a comment on this video. Show some love for the best community on YouTube.
Kakarot!